talent of the community.
Hello. How are you all doing?
Fancy, haha, wordplay. Look at that there. That's good.
There we go. That's better. What's up, everyone? Hello, Zilv, mate. How are we doing, mate?
Now, of course, we're going to admire some fan art of Agent Ritual.
Non123p with the Prime. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you for doing that.
By a member of the broadcast team. We don't know which one it is, so we're gonna have some fun with this one. But here's our first work of art.
Crew band pal. MIBR band fracture. Crew pick Lotus. MIBR pick Icebox. Crew bands Haven. MIBR band split. So Lotus, Icebox. Ooh. It's not too bad for crew, to be honest. Don't look too bad.
Okay, sure. Shout out. Yep. Yeah, is this Clove?
I'm _trash_JK with the Prime. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Thank you. Where's Sideshow, mate? He's an adult, man. I don't know where he is. He's doing his own thing. Not like a child that I keep tabs on, mate. I have no idea. He's got his own life going on. He's doing his own thing out here. Gotta wait for that stream to start up. Hello YouTube chat. So far in your preds, done the opposite of me and you're doing pretty good. Let me guess. I went with crew? No, I went with MIBR, mate. So you're probably losing today. Was the shirt banned? Mate, I wore the shirt for Americas and we had no tech pauses. You guys are all superstitious for no reason.
Wait, why is my name in that?
Did you draw that?
That's not me. What?
That's KO, right?
That's an imposter.
Oh, yeah, it's KO.
That's a little face?
Yes, that's KO.
Like the Squid Game mask?
You factory resetted your laptop instead of turning off notifications. It's like the biggest misclick ever. How?
And we have one more, Let's see who.
My internet was a tech pause? Only for a little, well, I say for a little bit. It was a long time. Bio UK, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 5 months, mate. Appreciate the support. Thank you for sending that also, dude. We've got Bonecutter_J also.
But which one was the broadcast?
Of course, mate. Do Spike Talk? Yeah. If they ask me to do it, I'll do it. For sure.
Who drew it?
Can we pull up the first one again?
Who drew? Let's see.
Oh, Bacan. Bacan, you're too early, too young to be having those kind of issues. You need to be doing some stretches or something, man.
Okay, all right. We have Dan Dryad.
That's rough.
Go to the next one. Want to see? All right, talent. Draw this one.
No, because it's they're signed.
I think it's got to be the first one at the time.
We've metagamed this.
I can tell you right now that you're wrong.
What?
So we've been lied.
Show the kill.
The MIBR have gone for a Viper instead of the Vice. Interesting.
Forgot they had to draw this for the segment.
It was a lot more dramatic in my mind, and then I was really hoping. There it is. Okay, so.
Overlay. That's a good point. With the overlay. We go.
I'll give you a hint. She is working today.
Anna Donlin.
Anna Donlin. No, it's not her. It's Liz. Liz drew that one.
Yeah, we would have forgot that one. Thank you so much.
You gotta work on that.
Now, before we start the day, we want to let everyone know that we put our preds up. We're not showing them quite yet, but we will in a little bit. And whoever doesn't get it is going to have to take a shot of this bad boy.
We change the Yoru for a neon. That might be good.
Because it's now time to start the playoffs. Day 3 starts right now.
Can I know now how my four favorite? Wait, how come I've gone down one? I thought it was your third favorite, Lexi. Who replaced me? Des modded you? Damn, dude, I'm actually just going down the ranks. Still above Mini? That's not the compliment you think it is. I would be worried if I was below Mini on that one. In height and the rankings. Desp, thank you for the raid, mate. Hope your stream is good. Thank you. I appreciate that. 7-1 raid's crazy.
certeza a gente vai ajudar ele nesse jogo. Vai ser jogo mais tranquilo pra gente.
Did I predict? MIBR and G2, I'm pretty sure.
Siento que ahora somos un equipo completamente diferente al que fuimos al kickoff y me gustaría medirnos contra ellos ahora.
E acho que vai ser jogão. Acho que eles estão evoluindo bastante, mas a gente veio aqui pra acabar com isso.
What percentage? I gotta give MIBR more percentage just purely because of consistency. But I don't even know, man. Like 50? 55? 60? Did 2 man to give 60? Check WhatsApp.
It's been a good start to the season for Crew, which is a thing that we're not used to saying, you know, but now here we are. This is a whole new Crew, and on top of that, they're looking.
Amy, you're not wrong, mate. I don't know what to suggest, man. Rough out there.
If they win this match, it'll be their first Masters tournament since Copenhagen in 2022. That the team
Volume up, sure.
It's a massive chance for them as
Wait,
well.
the volume's really low, you guys are right.
But I think revenge for all of these players as well. We kind of mentioned it right at the beginning of the show, but in kickoff it was MIBR who knocked Crew down and ruined their chances.
Dude, it's every time, I mean.
Beginning of the year.
I'll tell you right now, I'm a believer.
They need to not care
I believe.
too much.
A uma vitória de fazer história. Vem aí, MIBR!
We've said it a million times here. The parallels between these two teams are so profound. But
Just figure it out.
the thing
Amy,
that
just don't do
MIBR
as good in
has right now
groups.
is, well, they got the hot
Try
seat.
that
They
route.
seem to, everything seems to be clicking and working.
Like chill in groups. Maybe you actually need to save strats. Like I know it's a big meme, but maybe you actually need to save strats.
The star player joining, it is all paid off, and now they have their chance to make their
Full permaban a map
qualify to it as a team.
that is like your best map, and then just bring it out in playoffs.
Right, like just at the start of this year, completely different story for him over with NRG. Comes over to MIBR after kickoff. Now he is 1 series away from going to that first global.
And you have 2 players in the argument for Rookie of the Year already with Verno and Cortezia. Those 2 have been outstanding in their debut year.
Indeed they have. Now let's see where we're playing at. It's going to be Lotus and then Icebox, and if necessary, we'll take a trip
Ascent.
over to Ascent.
Dude, it's a strange map pool overall, but listen, you got maps that both of these teams have not been looking too hot on, generally speaking, as well. We start with Lotus. I'm excited to see Icebox in the middle of the pool, which you're never going to
Dude,
get this
MIBR
ever again.
picked Ascent
The way these two
over
teams played as well, they are
Split.
top teams on that map, and I think that's going to be a really
It's not
interesting
a little
match
bit
when we get to
mad.
the middle portion. It all
I really
lies
like
out
this,
here,
but-
and I mean, the pressure is on.
To me, Icebox is the deciding map because both teams are so strong on it. The other one that I'm curious about is going to be Lotus starting off, because that map, the last time Crew played it, that was them getting absolutely torched by evil geniuses.
Crew
They
picking
need to
Icebox into
bounce back
Aspas.
here against
Yeah,
MIBR
but you know what?
opener.
The thing with that
MIBR
is,
struggled on Lotus as well. They
you
were
know
on a
where he's gonna
4-round
be. But they didn't pick it,
loss
right?
streak to start the
MIBR
year.
picked it.
They got their first
Yeah.
win on it just recently, pulling out a new composition, switching
Yeah,
over to
I
the
think you
Neon
can- I
for
think you can
Icebox.
anti,
This is only 2 maps
you can anti
where we're
this
not gonna see
Icebox,
him
man.
locking in that jet, and no surprises,
We had the
they're
heat map
sticking to that
yesterday.
compass,
You know where
catching
Aspas is
the
gonna be in that
Neon.
first 20
Kesset
seconds.
is actually a Euro player on this
Oh,
map.
you're
So
right.
you were talking about Aspas, who has been playing the Neon.
Yeah.
But that is
Yeah,
immediately.
Amy,
a
I
switch up
wore the
on
shirt as
Ascent,
well.
'cause he looked
And then,
tough.
so maybe I was responsible for the first one, but then I didn't wear it for the second one, so
He has a lot
that one's
more
on you.
freedom on that Neon to mess around and do some crazy stuff with it.
I think it screams to me as well. They want to change up the pace, to be honest, as well, and potentially match what MIBR throwing at them. If both teams are opting into this like
Hello,
neon
Keeper.
fights as well,
Keeper, stop
you wanna
spamming
go
leaf.
pound for pound with that Euro, it doesn't really help you try and keep up if you're trying to opt into these fights as soon as the barriers are dropped on a map like Lotus. But yeah, it seems like they want to be.
Augusto, thank you so much for that, bro. Thank you. Aspas said in a Brazilian interview after the Fury game that they have something hidden for Ascent. Okay. That's probably why they picked it over the split then, to see what they got. Fred, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 19 months.
Shylock in that Vice, which we talked about earlier on the Sentinels, has been lights out for Crew. Didn't
Who
really get a
picked
chance to
Lotus?
talk a
Crew
lot
picked
about,
Lotus.
like Shenham as well in this one, who's been another lights out player for him. And to be fair, I think all 5 players that are all 10 that are on that stage right now are playing incredible.
Okay, no,
It's
never mind.
Teo.
Is that a brim, he said?
Yeah, no, not yet.
That was a Viper for Shenum, right?
Yes.
Because that's different because they've been playing single smokes with an Omen and Shenum on that one, Cortesia on the Vise.
Oh.
So it's entirely possible they actually switch
The
off
agent
the
select,
Vise
yeah,
if they're playing double smokes.
I do like the
It's kind of hard to actually fit a Vise.
I do like the other regions agent select. This for League is great, but until you have like bans and stuff, I don't think it's worth them.
As well, kind of doesn't matter, whatever he's feeling on this map.
Yeah, I do think the Viper is pretty interesting.
Pansy, hello.
You do lose out like the brutal, like oppressive.
Got company for the
stall
EG game
power
tomorrow?
of
No,
the
do you want to
Vise.
watch?
Having that wall on the defense
Wait,
side
have
lets
you
play
got a
more
setup now?
aggressively, I think into rubble with an Omen that can just teleport behind it after taking a first fight, and you can have that second line of defense there.
Crew giving up the Yoru in favor of the Neon does mean if a Vice still gets picked,
Chain back
it'll
home?
be
Yeah, let's
the
do that.
Robotics
That'll be
tough
fun.
to bait out that wall. But
Wait,
if
when
they're
is
not
the
just
when
going
is the
full
EG
double
game?
controller, which looks like is what they're doing. They don't
Yeah,
have
first
that
one or second?
limitation, and hard side execs with the Neon on attack become all the more powerful.
I think the most important factor as well with them not running, like you said, and the device as well, running this double smokes comp, you get lurk potential on the attack side.
Yeah.
For sure. It gives you pivot options when you're trying to slow play rounds.
Last
more
one?
as
Okay,
well.
love it.
So you have
Yeah,
a
let's
bit
do
more nuance added into the comp. You've got to be careful about the flanks, of course, but you can see that that's like probably an element of the game that was missing for MIBR the last time they played on Pearl.
You know Shai's going to cook on those lurks. He's really proactive, working space up B on this map, and gets a lot of freedom compared to even some other Vice players.
This is such a fun map one, I feel, because it's a map
Omen,
both teams have struggled
Viper,
on in
Neon
recent
for
games, and it's
Aspas.
now two comps that are changing. New agents for both sides are coming in with different leads, and now all of a sudden, a lot of your prep that you had coming in is out the
What do
window.
they have?
Two duelists known for the Jet,
Vice,
head
sure.
to head on the Neon to start. It's going to be good.
You love to see it. Well, we got a hell of a series along the way here, so let's go ahead and do it. We got just the casters for the job as well. You got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Whoever go winning this, I went for MIBR, but one of those, man. If Crew decide that they wanna be one of the best, they can just do that. I can't predict Crew, man. It's just sometimes they're the best, sometimes they're not the worst, but not great. Makusu, thank you so much. Makusu 1449129. A catchy name. Thank you for the whole year, mate. What's my favorite fruit? Blueberries, probably. Blueberries are kind of banging. Bananas are simple, but banging still.
SSDs right into the pistol. MIBR is going to be starting on the attacking side. They are currently the league leader in pistol round win rate, and that matters a lot because Crew is really nowhere near
we got Crew on defense, we got MIBR on attack, and the Neon is absolutely sending it. What the hell is this pistol, bro? Jesus. Are we live?
Shenum also took out Shy on that lurk at A as well, so already
he waited to find him first, jump across and then go back.
On the seaside, ready for the flood. This is so decisive.
What the hell?
Boy, this
They're running at
brutal
him.
Start for Crew. It was just, I mean, no questions asked, no hesitation, fully sending C, and it seemed like Crew were not ready for that at all.
This is a scary Icebox, one that has no care in the world
That was
for his
mental.
body. So much talk around
was
this man
absolutely
being
mental.
a baiter and whatnot, but on this roster, he has shined as an entry, relying on these young rookies that play like veterans, relying on Verno as well, the new addition. Look at this entry, just finessing around. Melzer has no chance.
That's so
in hell,
devastating.
and that pistol
Reactively knows he's gonna get the
win
smoke
percentage
out.
just continues to go up for MIBR, Doug. What a strong start.
I want to touch on that too because
Dang.
the last time they played, it went the distance, it went 3
And
maps.
hyped up
It
as
was
well, right? They
4-2
got
way of
the
MIBR, and
3
the
guns. They're
round
allowed
maps
2
were
deaths,
close.
kind of
So we'll
3
keep a
deaths.
close eye on pistols as
Worst
the
case.
series goes on. Crew here on an eco.
Full A control. Trying to sniff out if there's any type of stack here. That door being broken and Teo being spotted.
Took the Baiter
Drops the
allegations. Yeah, dude, he
half of
just
the
turned
door,
into Mini Boo
and
for a
smoke
round.
on stairs. A lot of
Absolutely
teams
sending
will
it.
tend to go through tree against the anti-eco and just death ball up. You don't want to get shot by many different angles here. Aspas again just entering into sight. The flood's going to come through though from stairs.
Wait.
Paranoia is gonna tag on RT,
Planning out in the open.
but there is cover.
One enemy remaining.
And it wasn't the
Oh,
smoothest
thank you for that, Prius.
of anti-ecos, but MIBR should be able to get through this just fine. Shy left to salvage the scraps of a mess that was made on A. But it seems like MIBR
Dude, we got to get Sapphire back. Where is it? Where's Sapphire?
They will.
Prius, there's a smoke there. Come on.
There was an opening there.
Walk in, buddy.
For the kill onto Ascent, who actually ended up sticking that spike. That was kind of interesting, to say the least. I feel like Crew took a long time to, get that kill, but he was completely Omen Flash. He was breach stunned. He didn't even get off the spike. If he's just going to keep committing like that, if Crew warm up, they're going to one-tap him. That spike never gets planted. Maybe there's more danger behind that.
Okay, bunnies are on the windowsill.
Bonus round here for MIBR. They're sitting really healthy. I gotta
sort out this round.
Phantoms, 2 Vandals.
They're about to eat their body weight in foods that they should be having a small amount of.
Kesnet has to find success early on for Crew. He struggled in their previous matchup. Aspas got the best of him.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. I think it was.
There's no way they 2v4 this, right? I gotta go. Yeah, give me 20 seconds.
A ridiculous stat.
Let
and
him
still
bulk.
the game was really close, like you were saying. So if Kesnet can even that number, even just a little bit, maybe that's the win condition for Crew. But
if you're Crew here, another win condition is you cannot afford to be losing 2v4s. And so they take a step back, willing to relinquish the site and let MIBR at least get the spike down before they commit to taking the fight. Shut him down to 17 HP. Mazzino on the swing will clean him up, and Verno is left entirely on his own.
All right.
Seen him
dude, honestly, I'm impressed with
this year.
Big jump.
Yeah, the bombardment of utility was too much shy, and Kesnet.
Yeah, they didn't get any in the 2v4. Yeah, it's a nice first buy, though. One rebuy.
That C mound area, that pressure was completely obliterated. But now MIBR, they have an Armageddon to work with. That's because of Verno's kills on that anti-eco round.
Take a look at it one more time. I mentioned it during that round. Kesnet has to find success. And you talked about the head-to-head between Kesnet and Aspas in their previous duel, but remember, Aspas broke the best-of-3 kill record the last time these guys played. Put up 82. He was plus 27 or something. 46, excuse
these
me.
Neons are looking mental. They are all for the push, but we have them locked in.
The Armageddon invested.
They didn't get too much of this tail.
Yeah, and the Armageddon got no value. Nobody picked off because of it. So now MIBR, you're gonna have to go
didn't
back,
even get map control.
Work some of this A control, try to bait out some rotates, hope that Crew leave that C mound area. But if you look at the minimap right now, Crew position.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice from Crew as well. They hold C the whole time. They managed to get the early rotate over towards A. They got 3 here. Fawns delay, wall flash.
Beautiful call from Crew so far.
It's kind of looking nice for Crew.
From the attackers and defenders. But the problem is you're running into Vice utility.
Yeah.
And look at, Arcane is so low from that chip damage. And look at the screen. Kesnet just took out Aspas. The head-to-head is in his favor right now.
A little apprehension, a little hesitation on where they want to commit to getting the spike down as they test the waters across the middle of the map. Still not confident in their approach.
30 seconds left.
And this Vice wall still up for the side of Crew. Kesnet
you guys got 20 seconds.
He doesn't even have to. Eliminates Verno.
Mels are piling it on as well. Ardzine and Shenham again.
Yeah, this was a bit of a disaster round for MIBR. Used the ult, didn't take any space, didn't try and re-clear over towards C. Went over towards the side with the stack.
We're tied.
Got wrecked
Crew
from
just manipulating the
also.
rotations because of that fortified defense they had towards
Yampy's
that C,
here?
funneling
I wonder what he's
everybody towards
asking.
A.
Where is he?
And the crossfires that they had at B. Yeah, Shenham was able to get a lurk kill on one of them.
What did I eat today?
But it was traded out quickly.
Was it pasta and chicken, I think? Yeah, it was pasta and chicken.
Reinvigorated Crew that we're seeing here today. And a confident Kesnet.
Nasia, thank you so much in the YouTube chat.
Trying to make up for some of those woes.
Is Teo better than Silver's solo initiator? Pretty much.
And a lot of
it definitely lacks a little bit. I think it depends on what you got to use it on, like map-wise and what you use it with, but
Sentinels.
majority of the time, yeah. If you can get some kind of combo. If you can't get some kind of combo, then honestly, like
out from MIBR,
Silver might be the one.
Absolutely obliterated Crew's defense.
I don't think you really want to use it as solo initiator, unless you're using like one of these Sentinels that is having the like initiate user, like the Vices or the Deadlock.
Kesnet and Shy were the start of this crew comeback in this half, and now they're going to have to clutch up 2v3 against MIBR. You do have the Vice ultimate in play, but do you invest it?
Early days as Silence settles into round 5. The Vice ult popped.
Dude, that's in.
Answering your question, Shenum crispy
What
on
an
the Shy.
absolute
Kesnet
shot
left
that
alone,
is.
a 1v2. He's gotten it down to 1.
Dudes,
But
and
the
double
thrifty
gun
comes through
upgrades.
for MIBR.
The reason why I was questioning why do you invest the Vice ultimate
Yeah,
in
and they
that
got the
moment was
Vice out
because
of them as well.
the kills that MIBR got in the first place, all sheriffs. Cortesia popping off right here.
Dude, the push through the that's
Beautiful
an
shots.
absolute insane second shot.
Warming up
The push through the
himself
smoke, though, I get that they were trying to fight together.
Shenum getting that kill.
It looks a little
Onto
rough.
Shy was massive.
Nakjin, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Sunbounce30 with the prime also. Thank you for the whole year. And Jocko in the YouTube chat. Thank you for the
If you lose this
member.
next round,
as well,
your
mate. Appreciate
economy
you.
is done. And MIBR have a chance to further this
Thank you
lead.
for the support, mate.
4 players on the defensive side to fight for this
Okay,
A
so
control.
now
but it's a
should
B-walk
be
now for MIBR.
big swing rounds.
The problem is
yeah, they
with
got
that
so
door
much
being
money.
broken,
It's
there's
an
a
important round
fast
for
pivot
crew.
here.
There's
One
a
away
whole
from that
lot on
breach
the
shot,
other side.
and
You're
it's
absolutely
another
right.
send
Kesnet
through smoke.
sacrificing himself
Oh,
on the other side
I
of the
think
smoke.
crew need a timeout.
And the attack
Doing,
of MIBR stands strong.
we're rushing
Blood
some.
completing stuff.
We're rushing
now.
some stuff.
A lot riding on the shoulders of this lurk from Shy.
I don't know if they just feel like they're getting wrecked by like the neon timings of like how far up
back into this round. He's going to be regrouped with
Ascent can be, but
Possibly, even if he saw them both now. Cortesia understanding the start on the other side, waiting for the reinforcements. And Cortesia stands tall, gets both.
Back-to-back 2Ks. When these rookies on MIBR heat up, it just feels like there's nothing you can do to shut them down. Melzer is left to save, but he's being hunted right now. And this is that tough spot that crew are going to be put in now. They're not going to have a good economy. Icebox.
yeah, no save into this as well.
In the beginning of that B hit, took
This is
out
2
Kesnet.
really rough rounds.
We have to keep a track of that head-to-head. Both of these players are the pride and joy of their regions.
One enemy.
Thank you for that.
Kesnet, Hero Vandal in play right now. Melzer, the only other person sitting at a decent arsenal. He's got a Guardian to his name. You do have Reach Ultimate, but when you look at the ults from the other side of MIBR, the odds are against you in every way. I like the change of pace here from crew, though, trying to go for a trap play. Doesn't look like MIBR is going to be walking into that. It's going to be another anti-eco towards this A side of the map. I think that's just MIBR understanding that, okay, if there is some type of trap here, it is kind of obvious. So we can outplay it.
Drone will pave the way.
Wow,
As they
we
explore
got a
towards
1v1 on
Aspas
site.
the wall up, the dash through. Site cleared and space found.
What an amazing
Dude,
stun
that's a
lineup.
nice stun though.
But Shy still
Man, imagine
takes
being
out
peeked here with that
Aspas.
stun, would have been sick.
Very nicely done. We've already seen one thrifty.
If Ascent goes
this
down
has
on
the
site,
makings of another.
it is
Still 2 rifles in play for the
pretty
defense.
rough round. Great trade.
And again, traded.
Kind of fine Valtzin to use his ult into this round, not gonna lie.
Our team has his ult, playing far back. Fault line not up yet.
Gotta be
invested the
secure
roll.
in this
Predator trying
one.
to push him back.
Might
Predator
even
tries
lose it.
catching a timing and will fall. It's all on the collar and captain for
Nicely
MIBR.
done
He
from crew on
will
this as
fall.
well. Dude, that
Another
kill in
thrifty this
in
time for
heaven
crew.
was so nice.
1-1 in Thrifty so far. A turn in momentum for crew, a chance.
I feel like Kesnet
to try
kind
to
of gave him
fortify this defensive side.
gave him it.
When you think of Lotus, you definitely think it's attack-sided. You need to get as many rounds as you can. Like I was stating earlier, it's the win condition for crew. Yeah, there's limited sample size, but crew's success has been off of the back of Kesnet popping off on the defense. Shy has been stepping up huge here today, though.
The pink wall rolling
A lot
deep
of
for Argentina.
a lot of ecos at the moment.
Still in a fight here, still just down 1 round. Meanwhile, again, a lot of threat across the middle of the map for crew.
Damn, insta ult
Trying to go for
towards
that
the back.
trap
No
play
one's
again
even
this time.
close.
If
Dude,
there
he could
was
be
some pressure
anywhere.
towards C, the door would have been
Dude, look at this guy
cycled
even
open.
looking back at
Meanwhile,
C.
the TP
Dude, he could be
Cortesia is
anywhere on C.
behind enemy lines, and there's nobody
It's
back
a
there
nice
to
reaction
avert
to
where
them
he's
doing
gone.
their aggro
There's
play.
pings all over the map right now for crew.
Yeah, it gets really
So
really
worried
weird.
about where Cortezia is. If Cortezia can get a pick here on a Kesnet, it would be massive for MIBR.
Sending Kesnet himself to go find him. Knife goes out just at the wrong time.
Yeah, I wonder if he started to consider that it was like a fake ult maybe. And it was just like close where they couldn't hear it.
Here to be the safety valve. Meanwhile, all attention towards A. Oh, pop from Icebox. Shy, waiting patiently for the swing. Finds his one. That's all it is, though. Meanwhile, Melser taking care of the trap.
Long gives you Viper ult, but don't want to get it. Dude, they got so much time. They definitely got to open this door. At least to create the pressure.
Spike not planted either. So MIBR, they're going to try to get out of here. Try to see if they can make it to a B site, but it's a 3v3 fight right here.
Will they find safe passage? The Viper wall goes up. Goes straight back down, and all the kills coming through. It goes down to 1v1, and Shenum with 3. MIBR with 5.
Rounds, man. It's a big
impact
rounds.
This is how this series will play out. It's going to be a back and forth brawl.
There's going to be a lot of those close rounds, isn't it?
Who is going to show up today? Who wants it more? Who wants to go to Toronto?
Shenum, dude, the two that they picked up, Shenum and Cortezia, is just the same.
Forced to try to rotate away. If it wasn't for Shenum popping off in that,
they're just such good pickups.
That 3K there on the other side of the wall, I think they lose that round.
100%. But the mechanical skill is what's going to shine here for both of these teams. Who's going to make the clutch play? Who's going to make the right call?
Way better.
Pace out from Crew towards A.
There you go.
The last couple of rounds, they've been content with just setting up traps across B, like you had mentioned, but they're back to their bellicose
Baking that posture checks for you as well, mate. I know you're out here lounging.
Further this push off of that stealth bot, but
they're committing to this. You're right, that drone is going to catch a whole lot of info. Kesnet stunned up, still gets the kill on our team. Neither of them can see
what the hell is going on, dude?
And that ult is going to hurt. They're going to find their way out. The Sheriff will not stand.
Ascent is moving different today on the Neon. He's so hard to hit. So slippery with his movement.
I think it was that drone across the middle of the map that was the go button for Crew. Once they got that info, they were able to double down and take the fight. This wall might cause a little bit of problems. As Shenum is on the other side of it with the spike, it's going to buy a little time for Shy to rotate in.
Nice though from Ascent. Takes a lot of space there.
All season long.
Tap of the spike. Shenum not committing. Shy taking the scenic route.
Spike planted.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders here. MIBR with the position to create a little separation as Shy tries to find the tiniest of windows, the tiniest of slivers. He's gotten it down to 1, and now the ult popped, but Ascent swings ahead of it. 3 for the duelist as MIBR
HP
gets
for that
6.
one. Mate, every round is so
quick with it.
Close.
The instant peak, just pure instincts for Ascent, understanding that he has to take that timing if he wants a chance to win the round.
But also, I think Shy peeking ahead of that too feels like a bit of a misstep there. He knows there's a time window for that.
This whole A battle was just hectic.
Actually jumped the gun too early. I have to say in the beginning of this round, I want to point out the reactive silos from Verno that ended up punishing that Crew push. Had those not been used reactively at the pace that it did, maybe Crew comes out on top in that little scuffle in A main. So Crew will use their first time out, feeling that things are slipping away on their map pick of Lotus. A map where the desk was saying it, Mimi was talking about it. MIBR played multiple comps in that kickoff.
No, yeah, they're like pretty rough. They're pretty rough.
But with the addition of Verno, they won their last match. You would think that Crew is favored here.
It is Crew that is, or excuse me, Verno, as you're mentioning, that is 9-6, top fragging for MIBR.
Win shot with the prime thing for the 14 months, mate.
Excellent addition to the squad.
He's leveled up what was a full Brazilian roster before this, a Brazilian organization, one of the most notorious in the world.
As far as their org history goes, I agree with you, but holy smokes, they've been a shell of that.
Not in Valorant.
Yeah. I mean, the Death talked about it. Mimi mentioned it.
Some important rounds.
I'm not even going to try to remember the placements.
They're up against the tail.
And they were bad for a long time.
Ascent and fraud.
Okay, they don't change too much, really.
Into this organization in Valorant. Kesnet Used the neon stun
Yeah,
early
more of
on,
a
but
more
it's
of a
that
change
trap towards
into
B, and
mid-round
this
late.
hasn't really been getting much value. Maybe this was
Late
some
peek
prep
over
work
towards
done
here, or
from
okay?
the side of Crew, understanding
Just
that last time
just a trap play.
MIBR played this map, they like to
Once
do
they
a lot
take
of
over
VWAPs,
towards
but
C, you
that
probably
hasn't
see
been
some
the
kind of
case this time
reaction
around.
there.
It looks like MIBR has antied themselves.
Yeah, taking over towards C is a reaction. Drone goes out,
Drone mid to catch
and it
rotations.
spots nothing.
They will tuck and remain concealed.
Yeah, it doesn't spot anybody. And here's the power of the double controller. It allows you to freeze in these moments and really put doubt in the defense's in the defense minds. Crew, they're holding on tight though. They haven't moved their formation whatsoever.
Omenor
Now
on
the
the
Omenor
defense
invested
to
towards
clear
C
the
now.
question
Just
mark
walk
over
up is
towards
surely
C.
get punished.
Can now
Oh
just
my
hold it
gosh,
with
they're
one
going
so
way
they
off
can
the
go
stealth
more into a
pod.
2-2.
But it doesn't matter.
Kesnet dropping
Double.
2 there. And now the barrage of utility becomes a problem.
Well, now what you do?
MIBR down numbers.
30 seconds left.
Need to find a way to convert here. Kesnet's ult is the only one in play. No late lurk through stairs. They're fully committing out onto the side, and Kesnet right on time.
What?
Artsy clean with it as Aspas down in hell. Drags him
Together,
down with
guys,
him.
together,
They're
please.
falling apart. Picked at the seams.
Seconds standing.
And the spike now
Spike
planted.
planted.
Verno with ult. He's going to get flashed. He's got to find safety. He's got to find
That was
cover.
a
And Shy's there
lovely
to greet
Omen
him.
flash. Got close.
It was not pretty.
It was not really, yeah.
They get over
It
the
wasn't the
edge, they
greatest
secure
retake here.
The 5v3 that they had in the beginning of the round.
Yeah, and they're just talking a little bit
Melzer
now
has
as
something
well.
to say about that. That paranoia was perfect onto Verno. Verno was getting completely crunched at that moment. I was wondering if Verno was going to invest that Armageddon after those couple of picks, but the flood, it was just too quick for him to find that window of opportunity, and both rookies getting taken out like that from Kesnet at front B put MIBR in such a rough spot. They almost bring it back. But the damage was already done. Now, MIBR's economy not looking too hot. That's why Kesnet is buying the Outlaw into this round.
Kesnet
He's
gets the
not
Outlaw
gonna
thinking
have
there's
to
going to be
face the main
way...
pack
Dude,
of
they know he's
MIBR.
going to buy an
We've
Outlaw here.
seen Aspas run it
Look at
down
this buy.
at C-Mount
Priority on the
multiple
heavy
rounds.
armor.
This is going to be
They've
another one of them.
done some research.
The Outlaw on the other side of the map, but they have inserted Melzer. Now one way just causes so many problems. It delays so much. You're going to try to brute force your way through it, and so far, so good.
This man can do no wrong with the Sheriff, apparently.
It's just
Shy's
an
gonna be
absolute
forced
shot.
to take a step back and funneled all the way back into spawn. Not even given the opportunity to get into water. Now the question is here for MIBR, how far up do they scale?
Wait, he at least comes up on the radar.
Viper's pit,
Damn, that's nice. Viper
Armageddon,
pit with the ult, but did they like
everything
take
dropped,
space
justify
off
a
of it? When do we
little
get smokes
bit of
back?
space,
Not
justify
for a while.
brief
It's a
moment of
weird
respite.
one.
But now they're gonna have to try to find a way to navigate
It's a strong
all
pit.
of the pit, all
They
of
gotta
the
like
goo.
tank all of it before you can even get to an angle to kill anyone
Ortiz
here.
staying alive, staying concealed. Verno is gonna be on a late flank. If he can find the right timing. Meanwhile, Crew, the onus is on you. You've gotta go. Kesnet slides into his death. As this feels like it's falling apart. A 5v3.
Wait, you saw him.
They're cutting their losses. They're out.
Yeah, you have to get out of there. That Viper's pit is too strong.
Yeah, no,
you have to
this
kind
ult
of
is
spray and
really
pray
nice.
through that smoke to hope that you land on Shenham in that moment.
Mulak,
but
thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the
way
30
that Verno
months.
used his
And
Armageddon
Wycro with
to
the prime
secure
as
that
well. Thank
space
you,
to
thank you for
secure
that.
the spike to be planted.
Definitely
just
seen,
made it
I guess this is a
way too
lineup
impossible
Viper
to
ult
retake
because
into.
I've
By
seen this
that time,
before.
Shenham can already
Like the
position to a
exact
spot where he
same
can't
one that
get
has like a
spammed.
little
Players
path
can
over
play in
towards
front of
there.
it for him.
It's like such
All
a
he
nightmare
needs
to
do
deal
is
with.
live.
Pretty safe to do it
Gotta
majority of
give
the time as
props
well. It's
to
nice.
Cortesia with this Sheriff, man. If he doesn't
But this
get
has
that
the same
entry,
spread
this
that we've seen
C-site
before.
isn't as free as it seems.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a couple of big moments so far. He's not. Oh, he is top fragging. Never mind.
Yeah.
He's doing it all.
11 and 7 for him. So MIBR quickly answer back off of that lineup kill that Kesnet got.
We haven't seen this in a little while. This clash in A main.
9-person duel on
Both
A.
teams strength against
Dude,
strength
he's
working
committed.
together.
Miles
Sitting on the
is,
sidelines for the rest of his half.
Miles is straight up committed. No one else
Roman's
goes
taken
down
out.
with him.
Spike down A.
Aspas pops his ult too.
Kesnet somehow secured another. That's the breach ultimate gone now for MIBR.
Oh, and how they would have liked to have had that here. Last round of the half.
Stealth bot used front B to get info if anyone's close door. So that threat isn't need to be checked yet.
Yeah, that wall kept him concealed.
I think Crew are ready for any type of push that's going to happen here. They're willing to give all that space up, and Keznit is picking up 3 into this round, but now A-side is open. And look at where the spike is headed right now.
The one-person fake.
Can he do it again?
Okay, this could work pretty well.
Can Aspas hold the line for MIBR?
Oh, and he gets info on literally all 3, so they can go over towards C.
But you're right.
Not sure going over towards C is the right idea, but they should know the walls here at least.
He's going to have another attempt to even the score here, but footsteps are being heard.
He's trying to cut off the rotations.
Yeah, it's hard for them. They got to clear all of this.
Keeping Crew back from flooding out onto the site.
Trying to take a little bit more space.
Gonna tag 1. I believe it was gonna tag 2 either way. MIBR in a position to take an 8-4 half. Can they convert this? Verto has gotten it much closer. He's got 2 on the round.
Damn, bro, look at him go. 2v4 at his peak.
MIBR an 8-4 half.
Verno and Aspas stepping up to win a 2v4 to close out that half. The silos.
I love how the teammates stand up and celebrate for them.
Everybody flood out, and yeah, Aspas couldn't settle on the top site player, but
sick.
it gave enough confidence for Verno to secure some of these shots. Keznit couldn't connect in that moment, although he already had 3 into that round.
Come on, bro.
Verno's having such a banger of a game. 12-7.
I mean, he's had a ridiculous year. He's had a ridiculous season, and now he's had a ridiculous
MIBR,
year so
yeah,
far. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. The second
it is
half
a
of
fun
Lotus
team
when
to
we
watch,
return.
to be honest.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Feel bad for him. I mean, it worked out very well. He's definitely like, he's just like, if we just look at pure happiness, like he's on a, the team suits him a lot better. There's a certain people and certain playstyles that just don't gel or fit right. We've seen it with a lot of teams, to be honest. Where it's like change one or a couple of players and people just look like a different player. So with my TFT gameplay, I played 2 TFT games. What did I do? I sucked today, man. I think I had a fourth and an 8th, mate. Really rough day. Huge L today. Blind Hour TV with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 2 months. 8th, dude. The 8th was when one. Do you know those games where they have the prismatic stuff? I always get wrecked on those.
MIBR defense. I mean, they've been
We'll rank
successful in
Emerald 3 now, I think.
This entire season. And one very quick thing I want to set the stage for is again the pistols. They matter
It
tremendously.
feels like a grind to
in
get
this
diamonds,
series.
man.
MIBR was able to take the first.
Might just stop in deathmatch or something. Valorant.
Same here, Dre.
Yeah, if they want to secure this
Might be giving up.
comfortably, they definitely need to get this win
We'll see.
on pistol. And for
Raid
Crew,
boss.
if you want any
Aspas raid
hopes
boss.
of keeping your map alive,
All right,
you have
we got
to answer
MIBR
back,
1-0 on the pistols. We got Aspas raid boss, and he wanted to send it, and that is so much util.
They couldn't win pistol. What a great start from Keznit, though.
Yeah, that's a nice stuff from Crew, though, and they know the other one's here. The opening of the door to stop this is very nice, though.
To find success. He's been steady for Crew
Team
so far.
Secret wins champs.
And still in play.
Thank you for the 2
To the A
gifted.
side of the map.
I didn't mean to laugh at the name, I promise.
doing a little
Thank you
spotting with the
for
drone.
that. Like the confidence,
Got the
like the
info.
name.
And then the jump
Thank you
spot.
for the 2 gifted.
Confirm. Meanwhile, you take a look at the minimap. Our team's going to be on this late flank. Acceleration towards A. 4 out of 5 members out on the site. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cortesia trying to deal this last fight with Mazzino. They've gotten the walls closing in. They've got him corralled. They've got him controlled. Can they fight their way out of this mess?
It's so weird.
Cortesia trying to hold the line. He's going to find his 1. Aspas, though, getting his 2.
Whoa.
A 2v2 as he dashes across again.
Hey, it's
The
mental
kill leader
watching
in
him.
pistols,
He looks like there's so much fun on
dealing more
Neon.
damage on the Crew.
Verno and Aspas.
Still no top of the spike.
Remember how good they were to close out the last half.
Are they going to wait for the salvos? Looks like they might.
They're taking their time in this approach as well. They don't want to run through the smoke.
4 seconds, 5 seconds.
It's a double swing.
They're gonna
Dude,
get a
this combo, man. This combo, they're not losing. They're not losing 2vx's.
Another pistol for
2v4,
MIBR.
2v2s.
I thought Crew approached this round very well, being up numbers, not having to deal with that Viper wall going up to delay them when they go back to A. All the members flooded into tree, got onto the site, and when the utility was used to delay the plant, they got out. They were all alive, unscathed. But the mechanical skill of MIBR is at a different level right now. It's unmatched in the server currently. Pesnit and Shy are the only ones sitting at double digits for Crew. They're the only ones shooting back, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, they're matching the skill that MIBR are putting up for sure, but I mean, the supporting cast has been non-existent.
They invest a little bit.
Now you have to deal with a
Got
breach
the plant, obviously, so they
Viper
can.
towards the C side of the map. A tap of the door to push off anybody front B. So far, so good. Melzer snuck
This is
through, though.
the big play from him. Oh, hold up. This is getting close. We've got a couple of guns down, so that's why everyone wants to duel early. The trades. Oh, man, the trades were nuts, though. I got actually really close. Yeah, Melzer absolutely sent it. Went for the Mako play.
From Melzer were massive right there. Had he gotten 2, maybe there's a thrifty on the cards, but not today for MIBR. Aspas and Verno are competing for that top spot right now. Artson getting 2 there is so fortunate. He was breach stunned. He had an omen behind him. MIBR survived the anti-eco and further the lead. 3 rounds away from a map win, a map stolen from Crew. And the bonus is a C push. Shy needs to be careful.
That paranoia is going to cause problems too. Oh, surely you turn around!
It doesn't matter because Verno's there to save you.
Those two have lived many, many lives just in these last couple of rounds.
Unbelievable duo in the server right now, and all of Crew are going to get smothered from every side of this retake, but Pesnit has something to say about it.
4v4, it's just a Sheriff in the hands of Shenum. You talked about how good he's been with that weapon.
Coming through.
Starting to take a few bold steps forward. You've got so much utility separating the two, but it's thin. Aspas down to 17 HP. Burnham and Shenum close by. They're going to force him into that fight. He's going to find his one. Still outnumbered. Still outgunned.
Okay, nicely done though. Cleaned it up. Like Mazine. Was it Kesnet? Sorry, that got the first kill over towards heaven. That helped so much. Just getting like the full space over towards there as well.
Crew, we're put in a tough spot right there, but who other than Kesnet to take you out of it? Getting that kill onto Artson, that breach utility gone
Wi-Fi in the
for the
YouTube
actual
chat. Thank you for
retake.
that.
Could have been huge for MIBR.
Estrella on DRX, dude, looks
Now,
good.
The economy not looking too pretty for MIBR.
He's always been very keen guy though, and he was always good on
He's gonna
RRQ.
get active here at C.
Nicely, he's got a good team.
Back-to-back rounds where he's pushing all the way through. He's gonna use that Neon ultimate.
Dude, another aggro one. Oh my goodness, look at what's going on.
All of the space and he tucks.
Yeah, they weathered that storm.
But the little things that they do so
Dude,
well.
trying to try go further. Can pop this on the edge, it would work, yeah.
Everything is so drilled. Everything is so good for MIBR.
Well, super aggro push over towards C. They got a lot of question marks. And they didn't really reactively take any space. They just wanted to make sure and see if they can get anyone that oversteps.
Stinger, so not allowing that Neon ultimate to further get kills.
That's
and that punish on Averno
that's the one.
leads to an open C
Dude,
site,
the C players always talk about this, so it's just like, it feels horrible having to try get that early info over towards C.
For MIBR now, how do you retake? You can't really delay the plant anymore with
Spike planted.
Verno being dropped.
Good plant over towards Mounds. Starting to look at the money from MIBR. It's an eco after this one. It should be relatively... I mean, it should be impossible, to be honest, with the plant, the tail, salvos, etc. But we've seen crazier.
Zeno falling. This retake attempt has
Hold up. Here we go. This tail ult's going to have to go in.
You gotta tap now, man.
Salvos is 4 seconds.
And so ought to buy a little bit of time. But there's got to be a second layer to this. MIBR are going to take the fight on the other side of the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
And Crew hold the line.
Yeah, it delays this too much.
Such a difficult retake.
Was
and
looking a
MIBR,
little
they
bit
kind
close,
of get baited to go for it after they get 2 picks on the actual site. But there's just no way you're winning that with the silos coming back up for Adverso and the Armageddon being used. Based off of those 2 key abilities, you can't really retake anyway. So maybe after getting those 2 picks for MIBR, you just save at that point. But you still got to tap the spike, bait out the Armageddon.
What?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous shot. Through the wall, too.
It's smaller than the crosshair.
Whoa.
You can't even see him. Sharp shots from Shy, though. A nice round win from Crew. They dealt with that C aggression very well. Now they're changing the pace. They're taking A control for themselves. So something that we saw MIBR do quite a bit as well on their anti-ecos. Take this A space, but 4 members here for MIBR. 2 players in tree. Icebox, Hero Vandal. Baits out a lot of that spam, but that audio cue should make it obvious that he's now not in any close corners.
Open the door, wait for reaction. They still got the drone.
More oomph behind this stack of MIBR.
Yeah, I wanted to see if there was any kind of trap play
Wisely
once
so.
they actually open the door.
No one.
Now
on
open the door
defender's
again
side
and drone
showing any
through.
type of utility.
They got the
Just
option of
now
splitting
is
over
what's
towards
being used
B.
front B.
They don't know about the Bucky.
Looking to test things A
They
alongside
know about the
rest
Bucky.
of Crew, but
It's
yeah, I
pretty
can't imagine they're
costly.
going to be flirting with that
They
area
got
of the map
breach out
anytime
for
soon, not
retake
after
as
that.
well.
Art with the Bucky might be as good as Icebox and Verno as a duo.
So they turn their attention over to B.
They're
No, Archie
breach-ing
has his
this.
ult.
They're breaching the hell out of this.
And there it is,
The
right on cue. The
insane
Rolling Thunder
timing
will
of the
collide
aftershock though.
into the members of Crew. Icebox dashing out, besting Kesnit. With 19 HP, he's going to push
Wow,
forward
that's
again.
so
How
nice
does he get
from
away with
Icebox.
this? Health be damned. The bloodlust is so
This is
strong.
the demoralizer, isn't it?
Mazzino
It
falls.
has to be the demoralizer. 1-9 loss bonus, couple sitting
I thought
on like
certainly
3-4.
Crew in that post plant we're going to be able
We
to
got a
convert, but that
2-4
breach all
here.
connected on way too many players.
3K.
Shy, he had both of those razor
gonna
vines
force,
set up
but-
on the actual B site, like he was on the defensive side, but it didn't matter. Aspas finds a way to make it work.
I think, dude, I love
Arcen,
man. He uses the Bucky and the Judge so much on defense, and he gets so much value from it.
Crew are left to use their last time out here. A desperate attempt to save their map pick. But the thrifty round win again for
Hey,
MIBR.
when he's
kinda
played
feels like the
split
nail
and
in
he
the
was on
coffin at this
raise,
point.
and he was just perma buying the
It's gonna
Judge
take a
on
lot for them to
defense.
get back into this. I agree.
I love that so much, man. It's
All you
so
really have to
strong on
work
that
off
map.
of is Shy's ultimate. Have Ice ult. This is a must-win round if you want any hopes of bringing this one back.
We got the wall to decay them once they go through as well. Yeah, he might honestly get one shot still there without the wall.
More than enough of their own weight.
It's pretty
just in the
insane.
supporting cast for Crew. Aversa, Mazzino, and Melser are struggling.
I thought for a second after Adverso got that 3K on the post plant earlier in the half that maybe he would get something going for himself. Maybe he could be the leader to step up for this Crew team, make it competitive.
The Crew trying to will them back into this map. A map that was theirs. They chose this setting. They chose this arena, and they find themselves getting bullied. But the opportunity to right all of those wrongs right here. Can they convert a Thrifty?
Can they take out Aspas? All utility missing.
Only finds his one.
Raid boss down. Adverso, the leader that needed to step up. He does just so, and now Shy finds alert timing,
Almost
so
to stop the
there's
timing
no
from
speed
going
on that
in.
C. We can go back.
It's very nice from Shy
Shadow on that
though.
rotate was so loud with it. But he might be able to slip through and still get value. Our Crew gonna be aware of this.
He can
Now
see
they will
Mount,
be
yeah.
Well, you're just speeding up. Still knife out.
Spike down.
Shenum gets one, gets away.
He has
Still don't know
no
about Shy, though.
idea about this guy.
Now they know.
Free sight.
Shenum falls. The side is theirs.
By Assault.
It's not
So worth
free.
using. Sorry.
Verno is still alive.
Shot.
Bullet between his eyes. Artsine left in a 1v3.
There's not really much you can work with here if you're Art, but that is a ridiculous shot. All of a sudden,
Instant reposition as well.
maybe you can creep on by, reposition here.
that'll give
that
it away.
fault line makes it obvious that you're leaning towards stairs.
Wait.
Breach. These flashes aren't
They thought it
at
came
best
from
for
heaven?
himself.
I don't think that was obvious at all. I think they were concerned about it coming heaven. That's why they were looking there as long as they have enough, giving him a window
Oh.
to get up. He gets it down to 1. And of course, it's the safe and steady hands of Shy that saved the
Done.
round for Crew.
That's the perfect word for it. Completely saving Crew. Adverso. He did a phenomenal job getting those entries. The trade onto Icebox, the follow-up. But Shy taking out Verno before he could pull off any of those timings that we see him get so many fruit for. That was the difference maker, and he still has his ultimate in play. Crew, they're sitting really healthy here, but how
No,
do you deal with this
they're good
operator
always.
Icebox? And he's not playing
They're good
aggressive with it, he's
always.
playing passive
Force them
on
down to an
C-site.
eco.
Yeah, first time we've seen that. If
It's
I'm
obviously a
not
must-win
mistaken.
round, but they
know
got
it's there
they
now.
got the right
Icebox took a
tools
pop
very
shot,
easy.
couldn't connect on the Kesnet. Good movement.
Oh, but I mean, you look at the mini-map. That shot sent a shiver down their spines. They rotate all the way away.
Who would you say is the most impactful coach at the
that
moment?
Viper threat.
It's pretty much impossible to
This time
tell
utility out.
with what's going on.
Cortesia misses his
Like
window,
we can
and now the
only
pressure's on
get like
him.
10% of teams.
On the
But
swing
honestly,
again.
if I had to say anyone, I would say
70
Boom
stands
Coach.
tall, refusing to relent.
Crew have to crawl back into this. You have to try to get a pick, but Art has something to say about these players walking through tree.
Rolling Thunder will try to find them a little bit of a window. Shy on the counter punch. Into a 3v2, and now
Spike
the
planted.
ult is a problem.
If you look at your mini map as well, there's a late flank coming through. It's going to be obvious now.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna wait it out, and the shorty connects onto Mazzino.
Yeah, that's a low HP for the
Shy,
info
again.
and got one.
Called upon to save Crew once more. 22 and 11 so far. Flushed out by the salvos, forced to take a step back.
Salvos, dude.
56 HP. Can he find his ones? He was given a chance at it. Now they're beckoning him to take the swing, forced to take the fight. They double swing into it, and Shenum
So close.
wins out the 1v1 and gets a defuse.
Jat, they're done.
One sidestep being the difference maker. If
Dude,
Shenum doesn't
Cortesia
take an
is
extra
just
step to the
he's
right,
so good,
Shy
man.
connects on a
He's
collat.
so good.
Such a micro decision to be made. And it's the difference maker. What was this from Cortesia?
Again, all of that was off of the rotate from the op. We hadn't seen the op the entire game. Icebox draws it out. There it forces the rotations back into A. It was a beautiful call. It was an excellent decision at the beginning of the round.
Okay, 5 chances.
Match
Can't be the
all
best
A.
buy
And
for
you're right,
Crew on
match
this
point.
one. Fast A, they're missing a bit of
TP into spawn
util.
again. This time from
Omen
Melser.
all into spawn. Oh, that was
Mazzino
nice, bro. The
taking things
timing
into
of
his
that
own
was
hands, the
crazy.
only player that walked through tree with his utility.
Yeah,
Martino's
dude, they're
never
just
gonna
like, where
win
the
that.
hell
He
is
had a
this
judge.
Omen?
Yeah.
Where the hell is this Omen all? And this guy has the judge.
Melser gets tagged up, but
The worst possible round to try on him.
still delaying so much time for this retake to come through. It's a free A site.
Hey, well, they can
And I think you
stabilize
just
money
save
wise
right now
in
if
this.
you're MIBR, keep these 3 rifles because
yeah,
of
MIBRs.
the last round going down to a 1v1. The
About
economy
that.
was in
enemies money anymore.
shambles.
Sting,
Artsine
thanks so
only
much for
has
the
a
prime.
judge.
Appreciate the 3 months.
That Omen
Thanks for that.
TP now works for both sides. The Crew returning the favor.
Shy? No, Shy's doing good.
And
Take a look.
And I feel like Crew will at least look VOD review
just to
wise when they
talk
watch
about
this, they'll
why
look back
Crew
and they'll be
wanted
like,
to
man, there was
rotate
like
so
5
heavily
rounds
off
that
of
were
seeing
insanely
Icebox
close that
off.
we could have won.
The last time these two players, or these two teams faced off, Icebox was a menace with that operator. Think back to map 3 of Split, where he just completely took over overtime, getting multiple picks. It's not a player you want to run through. So for MIBR now, when do you decide to take your time out? Settle the nerves. Close out this map pick. Maybe try to enable these players of Crew to walk into the operator of Icebox. Feint some aggression, or maybe cycle the op onto somebody else.
Maybe. I mean, it's only been one round they've lost. I can't imagine they call a timeout here. But I do wonder what the setup is to put Aspas in a position to.
True, would you say there's a
Paper
Paper struggles from poor mental? I don't know how they're playing in Prague, but I feel like they struggle from not really poor, well, maybe poor mental, but I feel like there's other issues there. Like C9 struggle from poor mental. I wouldn't say Playbricks are a good example from what we see, but again, I don't know how they're playing in Prax. But
now without your smokes being online, you're kind of forced to have to press the issue. This is where the operator can come online. It's a dream scenario to close out a map for MIBR.
They're going to get challenged again. Aspas and Verno standing side by side. Can they do it once more? Aspas is the first to strike. Verno gets flushed out, and Aspas is left to die.
Lucky for the retake. It's kind of.
No ults for the defense.
It's kind of. I mean, it's not too bad over towards B. Like, obviously, it's good for going through here, but we can't get this much control.
Everything in favor for MIBR, but the advantage being in the
post. They still have Omen Flash for retake.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, the Omen Flash didn't get too much.
Behind that utility. And it is going to be Cortezia on the swing.
Bro, he wins so many angels. Shy's been incredible, but that's too much. Did Shy had a really good map. Some close rounds. But yeah, they were just better.
Any other player in that moment gets overwhelmed by that utility in heaven, but Cortezia is so fast. He's so sharp.
He's so insane, man. He wins a lot of duels. Like, his aim is just nuts.
It felt like MIBR were in the driver's seat this entire map.
I believe at one point the score was, what, 10-4?
Yeah.
I mean, they built a pretty big gap. A lot of it was, again, off of both of those pistols. You have an 8-4 half, you win the pistol again.
But MIBR changed up their comp, right? So they were pretty much ready for this.
Moments. I mean, how many times did Verno and Icebox
this is one of those where they knew what map was going to get picked, and they came in pretty prepped.
It's tough when you're losing both pistols and losing the micro like that.
Pistol-wise.
I think Crew maneuvered around the map very well. I think their game plan was solid on the attacking side, but the defense of MIBR was too strong at the end of the day.
Now let me wet everyone's whistle as we think about the next map. It's Icebox, a map that neither team has lost. 4-0 for MIBR, 3-0 for Crew. We'll see what happens on the other side of the break.
The Icebox, yeah, we get the Aspas up on top of yellow. 10 out of 12 rounds on defense. Surely they got something planned to punish it. What do you mean? As in last pistol they did the same thing, Desper? Are you talking about like within the round? You're talking like within the half, or they did the same pistol they did last time? Oh, is it as in they copy the pistols? I mean, that's kind of common as well. Also, people think you're not going to repeat pistols, so... There used to be a time where everyone just repeated the same pistols. It was madness. But it definitely doesn't happen that much these days. Alright, chat. Usual stuff, back in a little bit.
lo estaban esperando adverso, lo grabó también con el canal de Crayo y con adverso. ¡Dale, Capica! ¡Adverso!
Início, olha a batida com a Aspas. Esse bombe, a paranoia é perfeita. Ele será que o MIBR suspeita? Todo mundo de mira. Aspas!
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud. You came out here, you were smiling, but you've said you feel confident in your next out. And we're going to your map pick. What's the plan?
Just stick to our game plan that's been working for us all season and all playoffs. So really just focus on ourselves and adapt to where we need to depending on how they play.
All right, well, best of luck. Bring it home.
That was a very general answer from Frod overall, to be honest. But for MIBR, they have been dominant all stage, and there's been a clear reason, I think, for it. They've been playing heavy emphasis on the pistol rounds, and specifically anti-stratting team setup. And you can see I've kind of detailed that down here as to what the plan was for Lotus on the opening pistol round. They want to spot out Melzer, and they know that Crew with the defensive setups, they run an isolated player, usually on the C site. They want to run him down, and they want to leave Shanum as well with the Sheriff Purchase as his late-stage backstab. So I'll clear the screen, I'll zoom in, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Crew normally not going to be playing too many players over towards C, usually just going to be Melzer. I'll play this one out. It is rapid. They run down Melzer to such a high degree, they don't let him set up, they don't let any sort of backup arrive whatsoever, and Shanum's going to be trying to play it nice and slow at the same time. Aspas is happy to take this first engagement. He gets the first pick for them. He knows it's going to be a 1v1 because of that prior preparation that they have put in, and Shanum just leads in with a backstab as well. That Sheriff from long range able to get that kill when the rotates are coming through rapidly. So this is an opening pistol round that MIBR have just dissected Crew's defensive setup on, and Crew do alternate it. They don't always just run one player here. It was a bit of a gamble on the part of MIBR to a degree, but it works out massively in their favor to just completely seal up this pistol round. You notice in that map that we just watched, they won both pistol rounds. Against 100 Thieves, it's the exact same situation occurring as well, trying to isolate and locate where the weakest part of the defensive setup were for these teams to really try and snowball these advantages and keep it back going. I'm going to send it back over to the desk as well to keep talking about this series further, but MIBR are just looking large and in charge.
That is true, Bren, and very impressive what we're seeing there from MIBR. I really did think, though, that there was a point in time where we were going to get, you know, maybe Crew making this wild comeback. They had a few moments there. Shy was doing some work holding things down on the site there, Mimi. But ultimately, though, MIBR squeaks by with that win. Not squeaks by, but gets that win.
Yeah, I mean, the second half, I think Crew showed some good stuff with this new Neon composition. They had some good ideas for how to take space early in these rounds, and I thought they reset and gave a lot of time for Shy to cook on these lurks and find a lot of value, and that's why they pushed it so close. But still, MIBR, couple hero rounds, close it out. Now they go to happy territory on Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox also playing incredibly well on the Neon, no surprise. So I think we can actually take a moment to look forward.
Yeah, tell me about
Icebox.
this.
I know this was like sitting in the back. We were wondering like what we're talking about. Icebox is the make or break map for this series, in my opinion. This is a map where both teams are incredibly strong, and they play the exact same composition, which makes sense if you watch the pre-show we were talking about with, you know, Icebox and Mazzino both going from Leviathan, which was also playing this comp. It makes sense they're running it back here, Mimi.
Yeah, both of these teams are undefeated on this map and have looked super comfortable here. One of them has to take that first loss. And for Crew, they're kind of staking their lives in the upper bracket here. Yeah. Their chances to get an easy qualification to Toronto, to besting MIBR at what has been their own game all season long.
But I do think the interesting thing for me is how uniquely Crew actually use the Viper Orb on attack on this map. Basically, every team in the world right now is defaulting that Viper Orb into mid, right? It blocks off the under tube angle, it gives you lurk options, all these types of things. But what Crew do in a unique way is they're almost always, like 80% of rounds, using that as part of their execs onto the A site, throwing that onto Raptors. And I think that is both A, very useful for taking the site, but B, against this comp in the mirror matchup, they're going to know that MIBR is going to want to flood into the back of site, and that Orb is going to make it so much easier for Crew to hold onto that space and play very aggressive in the post play.
Well, let's actually hear from Coach Adam as we get ready for map number 2. He's standing by.
Here with the coach of Crew, Adam, losing your map pick of Lotus. What do you think that happened there? Was it their prep? Was it your side just not activating? What went wrong?
I think that the hardest part for us was the closure of the round. I believe that they are a pretty patient team, and maybe that patience get over us. So it was hard for us to, you know, to close the round, to secure the round. So I think that it's part of it. Now the guys are aware of that, and I'm sure that in Icebox we're going to do it better.
Best of luck.
Good to hear that insight there, Mimi. Do want to get some thoughts from you on that because, you know, it goes to show the discipline of MIBR, the way that they're able to speed things up, slow things down, and crew certainly were not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's only going to continue as we head into Icebox here. This almost feels like a standoff when you're playing Mirror, Harbor, Viper, especially on a map where you're really frequently just going to be going for like 5-man A hits.
Yeah.
It's almost always going to be playing into that 5v5 retake, and with both teams having crazy amounts of vision denying utility, it really comes down to who finds the angle first, who kind of gets the timing off the drop wall, and which team can be better in those chaotic team fights that are going to define Icebox.
Yeah, well, the flashing lights means it's time to go to a commercial break. In any case, though, folks, we're going to be right back. Map 2's coming up next. Are we going to go to map 3? Can crew pull this off? We'll find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Icebox on the cards. The Des mentioned it really well and broke it all down, but I want to zoom back out here one more time and just touch on what's up for grabs. For MIBR, the chance to make history for their franchise. Perennially bad in Valorant, and now in a position one map away to punch a ticket to Toronto, to punch a ticket to Masters. Dre, this is what they've worked for. This is what this roster was built to do.
Yeah, the pride and joy of Brazil joins this team. Made in Brazil, Doug. This is meant to be. But, I mean, crew, they need to fight back. They need to try to make another Masters. And I want to point out that the last time that
like Viper or Vice more Lotus? I mean, it depends on the rest of the comp.
That Masters that crew
I can't re-clear over towards A, then I like Viper. But...
Doug, on every roster, Ascent
Freddy,
has been
thanks so
on,
much for the prime.
he has
Appreciate the 20 months.
Crew. It's 8 and 9 all time. And now we're going to get this Icebox brawl. It should be a mirror comp from both sides. So it's really going to come down to who has the better fundamentals.
Yeah, let's see how fast Aspas can get that up out as well.
We'll see how this goes down. Again, MIBR on the attacking side.
Whoa,
And straight into the action
my goodness.
we go.
That was fast.
This will be the first time
that was crazy fast.
that MIBR
Freddy, thank you so much. We've got crew on defense.
Icebox.
We've got MIBR on attack. Freddy, I'll read your question in a sec.
On this
Let's see what the round is first.
We'll see how that double wall comp plays out.
Got the deep wall. This is going to be weird. We play two comps that like to retake. Someone's going to stay close. Wait, we don't have the Cove on defense.
That moniker, but he's going to have to defend it here. And Mazzino is the first to fall. Kesnet, though, kind of trade back. Gets his 2, investing Aspas with it.
Don't have the Cove on attack and we play
Art's in a really good
heavy
spot.
retake.
He will punish Shy on the reposition. He's going to find a second. Drops him down now. As the mag is empty, on the swing, Artin gets his 3.
A little bit weird.
Pistol for MIBR.
Maybe the pressure of it alone they thought was going to make them fight.
In a row in a series. This is so daunting for crew.
3-0 on pistols. That is a nightmare.
I want to break down some stats from the last map. Retakes for crew 2 and 9.
What was wrong with Talon?
This map feels like it's all
dude, they just got wrecked on 2 maps, man. There was it.
MIBR were
Genji are just better on those 2 maps. That's it. Because their Haven was really, really nice. They had a cool plan.
Another tally.
Like individually, I don't think they played bad. I don't think they did a lot of like bad stuff. I mean, they just got.
Was talking about.
I mean, they just got outclassed.
Both of these harbors have been popping off, and how it's so important for harbors to do so.
I think the start on.
It pays out dividends.
It's going to be a mess on the other side of this wall.
It's in the start of third map.
The mini map, they're crunching in as well.
Double Sentinel on attack is really hard as well.
MIBR so willing to take these fights. It was a
that's not much going down. They managed to save all of the guns.
But the trades were there. Artsin 1 orb away from that harbor ultimate. It's such an impactful ult. And you can default anywhere to grab this.
See you on Spike Talk, mate. Again, if they ask me, I'll do it.
With a Viper spit and a shock dart, you can default B. It looks like it's going to be a heavy lean towards A.
no real utility to counter that on the side of Crew as well.
Oh, Crew, you got to try to deny this orb being gathered from Artsin. Your retakes have not been looking good so far in this series. That was the idea, but look.
Dude,
I mean,
fast take of
more
this.
firepower here, without Kesnet to try to find an opening through these harbor walls, these harbor cascades, you have to concede, and now harbor ult is online, and you're going to have to be dancing around for some of these kills.
Yeah, lock them in. Harbor ult, overwhelm on site.
All 5
We have the
members are
tag
very
as
close to
well.
this A site.
There goes the
MIBR
wall.
in
Here
this
comes the
mode
ult.
there's a lot behind this. They have 5 rifles,
Oh,
they
he
have the
missed
reckoning,
the
and it is
dash.
invested. Aspas swings his way
Missed
into
the
his death, but
icebox.
Arcene,
My goodness,
3 on
dude.
the
How's he
round for
done that
him.
though?
What is Artsin on right now?
This would be disaster for Crew to get bonus this early.
And Art is already
Yeah, they're gonna get bonus.
halfway
Look at this.
to another ultimate.
Dude, look at this guy. He just used his harbor ult. Why is he 2 away?
But it's 1v3, and look at the disciplined approach from MIBR. He does
First
break
nano
them all.
cleared, yeah. And now the smoke to provide a little bit of cover. He seals the swing on the first.
Oh, it's just, they want to feed
Oh,
it to
he's
Artsin.
8-1.
I mean, it makes sense to.
Oh my gosh, Doug, he just used the ult. He's 2 orbs away from another one.
And you wonder if they send Arcene to go hunt here. It seems like they will.
Yeah, it's like, oh mate, go get your ult again.
Get a little bit
We
closer.
could literally
Doug, this
repeat
might
the
be
exact same round
strongest
we just
start
did if we get
to
this
an
kill.
attack half of Ascent ever in the history of Valorant. It doesn't get better than this. Artsin will have another ultimate for Crew's next gun round, bar a Thrifty.
Wait, he died.
8-1
He
start
died.
for
He's
him.
1 away.
Dude, he's 1
it's
orb
worth.
away.
Yeah.
It's
Because
unreal
he's
what
smiling
this
at
guy
him.
just did.
He's like, hold up, that's good for us.
Such impact. Ender set it up. It seems like on this map it would be the battle of Aspas and Kesnet, but
Dude, they're just gonna
really
rinse
could
and
come
repeat the
down
same
to
round.
Battle of the Harbors. That ultimate is so good on the attacking side.
I mean, there's no battle right now.
No, not at all. There's no fight from Crew. 3 flawless rounds.
We have a harbor guide on Coach Potatoes.
And
No,
there's the
I don't think
orb
me and Minnie
denial
know what the hell
again.
we're doing on harbor, to be
This
honest.
time Kesnet here though.
I've never
Those
used
Melzer
it.
deposited
I
in
think he's
nest.
ever
Maybe
used
there
it.
can be some damage done. But no. Full intuition. Aspas just understanding that is the only gap.
This is the harbor guide, yeah.
Full
This is this
spam,
VOD,
and now
this
a
link.
pivot towards B site.
Put it
When
behind
you
a
see a
paywall.
Viper deposited that deep, there had to have been a supporting cast to get him there, right?
Yeah, assuming that's where the stack is, they wisely rotate away.
What a great call from Artsin. He's going to be the one that plants the spike here.
He's doing it all.
He really
I mean, he's
is.
actually just doing it all, man. It's just
IGL
the show.
calling these
He has the ult
rotations.
if he needs it. Not going to be using it into
Being a
this round.
menace in
Obviously,
the
going to save it
server.
for the next buy round unless like they lose a lot of picks here.
It's a nice head-to-head from Kesnet on to Aspas, though. Still, so much utility. I mean, if they can bait out this Harbor ultimate from Art, that would be
Yeah, they need to try to
best
get some
case
kills
scenario
somehow.
for Crew.
Surely you don't invest in fear. I mean, you're at such a gun advantage. You know it's waiting on the other side. You're running a double wall comp as well, so
Bro,
you know
chill.
where the threat is.
Look at him.
Arcene gets 3 more kills.
He's having one of these
11
games.
and 2 so far for him.
Absolutely electric in the server right now. And again, cool for Crew. You have another gun round. You have another chance. But you're aware that there's another Harbor ult in play.
Wow.
Very early timeout invested here from Crew.
Is it round 4?
Yeah.
Round 5?
Yeah. You have to formulate a plan if you're Adam
Yeah.
to deal
You
with
got a
this Harbor
timeout.
ultimate.
You got a timeout just purely.
What can
It
you
might not
really
even be
do?
tactical.
I think you
Just
have to try to get
let
ahead
this
of
guy
all
chill
this
out a
A
little bit.
default utility.
Coming in
You
way
have
too
to try
hard.
to disrupt MIBR before they can get that ultimate off. Your retakes haven't been solid yet. You need to start building up some confidence that you can secure a retake. But if MIBR can get into sight for free and not have to invest these layers of utility, you know, the Viper Spit, the Shock Darts, the KJ Mollies, because they get that with the Harbor Reckoning, it's just going to be way too hard to run into that. MIBR, you don't really need to change anything up. I mean, you've shown a lot of A looks. 3 rounds have ended towards A. You did a B pivot already, so...
Is it possible to fake a tech balls and
see
stop
that
the
changing
momentum?
anytime
Oh,
soon.
for sure. It's not hard. I don't think many teams do it.
Look on your screen.
I
right
don't
there.
think
It'll
many,
be the
like I
first
would say maybe
global
like
event for
1%
every single player on the team other than Ascent. If
situations it
MIBR
happens.
can win this map of Icebox, a map that they're 4-0 on, not letting any team get to double digits. Orb denial again. Crew are positioned so far back. No operator in play. It's going to be heroics from these anchors on site. Here's that harbor wall coming out. The site exec.
Here comes the harbor wall. Here comes the harbor wall. They got double molly on site this time. Aspas gets hit, so he can't dash in yet. Gotta wait for that to go. Everyone leaves the site itself. But again, they play the harbor comps. They should be used to retaking.
Eye on the flood for Crew. What's a trigger for them to go? That first cascade, that first layer of utility.
A different plant spot as well. I like this.
Down in hell.
That
They
lineup is scary.
Finally finding a little bit of success as Meltzer gets in on it as well, but Verno.
No way, man. Verno shoots to cover the drop sound as well. Bro, look at him. He's doing so much damage, man.
MIBR continue to pile it
Oh,
on.
it looks so rough for Crew. Both buy rounds they've had to deal with a harbor over towards site.
Even when they're down numbers,
Verno
there's
did
just
incredible.
somebody that's going to step up to the plate. Oftentimes it's Verno.
And it's so nice when you have like these kind of teams where it's just
a 2v what 2v5
1 rounds, someone can just get a 3K.
It's just
It's
ridiculous
just the
what
best
we've
thing
seen
ever.
here today. MIBR, the form that they've approached this playoff,
Like the multiple raid bosses
has been outstanding.
Like even my IGL, dude. My IGL's 11-3 right now, and he does this.
Versus Ascent Jet Knives.
He had that split right where he had like 353 ACS or something. No, ADR, right? I think it was ADR. He had like 300 ADR on defensive split.
See, MIBR rotating
Like,
away.
the whole
A lot of
team
mid
is
pressure
just
from Shenum as
raid
well.
bosses.
This is a place where he thrives himself. He always finds this aggressive timing in mid, and he's conditioning it on an anti-eco round. A-site is
Like,
for the
it's
taking.
so scary to go up against.
All attention that way. Kesnit's been real quiet. He's got to convert something with these blades, but Aspas has already taken all the space.
Yeah, secures it.
Then dashing back.
A plan on this one.
Waiting for the challenge. Concealed behind the Cloudburst, and now swinging into it, spotting a couple. No kills found. Meanwhile, Kesnit's having to do a bit of the same. Can they alleviate some of this pressure so far? Crew finding success.
Yeah,
with
dude,
the
they gotta get around.
their
They're
own
just like,
now.
mate, just use the ult.
As Cortesia
You gotta get this round there.
crumbles. Aspas left alone. Got Blade, 25 HP. Kesnit's gonna stick the defuse the whole way. Crew, get on the board.
Crew finally
Upgrades
winning
as well.
a retake on this map of Icebox.
Hey, maybe.
With all the cards stacked against them as well. I believe it was Adverso coming up huge with that Sheriff, just jumping out of heaven, getting multiple kills. Keeping his team into this game. If you're down 6-0,
the Odin back, you know they're top of the
another
site.
gun
You shouldn't
round.
need an Odin for that, to be honest,
would
but
have been in such a great position to keep
you're onto the right
snowballing with
tracks.
the ultimates that they have.
You'll probably
And because
see
of that,
in the
Verso now has a
G2 game
Hunter's
before
Fury
you
that he
get
can
this
use.
map that they'll
Kesnit
do
is
that,
able to
right, where the
upgrade to an
wingman's
operator.
constantly planning on heaven.
A
They'll probably
chance
try spam, and then
back
fast flood with
into
the
this
wall.
map of Icebox.
Adverso was able to contest that orb and see that
They
there
big
was no
changer from
aggression
MIBR,
from
free
MIBR
passing
this
over
time.
towards
He's
middle.
fast mid lurk though.
Dude, Kesnit's
Shenum
in a
gets punished for it,
weird
but are they aware that
pause.
there's two more behind this?
Oh. Adverso
Nice.
looking for a tag, gonna get Arzine as well. And
Nice.
Mazzino
Nice
swinging out,
shots. Hold
getting
up.
3.
Might get a map.
King of Icebox might not be dead yet.
Nice shots, good awareness. Verno is left in a 1v5 situation. He's going to try to get as many kills as he can before he gets taken down. The economy is still looking very healthy for MIBR. They will have a couple of rounds, but I want to point out the awareness that Crew had of that triple mid threat that MIBR were trying to do. A nice change of pace. We saw Shenum in the last round when they got thrifty break that mid alarm bot very early on, just himself, and fall all the way back. So
30 seconds left.
it was a unique call from MIBR to try to punish that conditioning that was shown in the previous round, but Crew were a step ahead of that. So now momentum kind of swinging back in their favor. This round time dwindles and Verno just gets smothered. flawless round win.
Very nice, though.
For Crew.
The Harvers. Harvers are going crazy.
An opportunity now to even the score a little bit. What a nice shot from Mazzino. One-tap Shenum in mid-2.
MIBR qualifying. Now this might be the
really nice Sova ult setup there as
might
well.
be the Masters. We get loads of teams that haven't qualified before for the Masters.
The thing is you have no answer now.
That'd be cool.
For Cortesia's lockdown.
You imagine they're going to want to invest it here if they take space on the site.
Yeah, the money must be getting low to people that can't buy.
This is a spot that can get pushed off fairly easy. Depends on his second choice of pathing on where he decides to go.
No tag on the drone. No. Ooh, there was one. Cortesia filling in back on that space, and there's that lockdown that you were mentioning. Kesnet not finding a target with the op.
Okay, just gonna respect this.
Try to double dip here
He's tempted. He's tempted to go for another one. They got a molly top of side now to stop the normal plant that's been going on. See the shock to try and
good delay of the plant so far.
break a molly just in case there was one for this plant. And Aspas is taking a lot of space. It's a nice change up from him. No one's gone over towards here. And they've been doing this wall the whole time. So the possibility of him being here has always been here, but he's never actually gone for it.
He loves this line. And he gets Kesnet, he gets Mazzino.
Really good change up from him.
Falls at the hands of Adverso, but Verno popping the ult at the same time. Off the tap. A 2v2. Spam not connecting. But the shock will. What can Melser do here? Time is short.
Yeah, didn't even get half as well.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Really nicely done.
Yeah, he will find the op. He's gonna get out of there.
I love that from Aspas, to be honest, changing up his pathing here.
Usually loves to play the actual back site of A. This time getting up close and personal, understanding that it's so hard for an operator to clear out that close left angle when you're retaking from screens. What great awareness in the moment. Kesnet has no chance there. Adverso is having such a good map so far. He's trying to keep his team into the game with his calling, with his individual prowess.
It's good use of the ult. I mean, he's trying to save Aspas. I don't think it's too bad. Personally, I would save it for the after plant. I feel like Aspas got
go into the 9th round.
Enough out of it, but
it's going to be a
not like I'd be angry at it. Like the idea is not bad.
But they're going to be met with Mazzino here and Kesnet backing him with that operator.
They hear the shot again. The question is now for MIBR, do you double down?
Yeah. Nice opener found from Kesnet. A big first blood on Averno, who's been so impactful.
Yeah, and they got the
squad.
Got the harbor as well.
Utility to be used now.
Double harbor.
Play in these spots close.
Win
Gen
one, lose
A,
the next.
wish, but another reckoning.
I think Shenum got
through. This is smart as well, dude. Look how MIBR is just changing up on the fly as well. This is pretty cool. Dude, everyone's changing up how they play right now. Oh my goodness, raid bosses.
He can't be stopped.
Dude, what an absolute nightmare this is to play against.
It's all Artson. It's all Shenum.
Last 2 rounds, in terms of how they've been playing, like the previous, what, 5-6 rounds, been it's so nice to watch.
You do not expect these A-site attackers to push all the way through screens and be this aggressive. You expect MIBR to get the spike planted, play all the way back like they have been so far. Now, another change of a default. MIBR are going towards A. Art has been calling circles around this crew defense.
It helps when he's 15 and 6 too.
Just complete flow state, man. Mechanically and calling wise. Look at the change of pace here from MIBR as well. Just holding after.
I know, yeah, just dies early and then just watches his IGL go crazy.
An aggressive push.
Be nice.
Putting doubt in the minds of the defense.
Again, it's just one of those teams, man.
Utility, so opting to go for
one of those stacked
really
teams.
Late mid lurk. But Crew are kind of wise to it. Look, you see 2 players positioned here already waiting for it. He's willing to take these fights. Mazzino gets absolutely destroyed.
He's going to get the shot onto Shenum as well. Or onto
yeah, it's a good trade. The Viper ult goes out over towards A, but they're taking so much space towards B that
you're going to have to navigate
might be able to just call them back here.
Viper's Pit was invested from Crew to stop the A advancement, but everyone reconvening.
Course to go through middle of 30 seconds.
Spot to make a play.
I mean, Shy's
Gets past
owned
the
it,
wall.
no?
Clears the turret, and that's enough to reveal what's
it's
going on.
unlucky.
Meanwhile, Adverso, the other side of that crunch,
Yeah, you can't
getting
win
a
this
couple
one.
kills. Aspas and Verno. We talked about their heroics on Lotus with 13 seconds left and Spike not even in hand. They're going to have to frag out, and I don't know if that's
Yeah, it was a
on the
weird call
cards.
with what was going on. The first round, call-wise, it was
Good
like
work from Crew.
slightly questionable.
Good trade that Shy got onto Shenham in mid too. I like the reactionary pit as well from Melzer to kind of put doubt in the minds of the players of MIBR that were outside of A, just waiting. And it's a common thing for teams to kind of flip the map on the Vipers pit.
The idea, yeah,
try
just
to get
split
behind
Viper.
them, approach from multiple angles, but
the
Adverso
problem is
just held
they
this down.
they
And
got
yeah, you're right. Shy
like
heard it
B
every step of
info.
the way. He was able to communicate
So
that.
I think no matter what, you think you're
Versus
going over
having such
towards
a great
2.
map so
You
far.
just had the
Both
kill
IGLs
driver
sitting
towards
at the top
middle.
for their teams.
But he did break the turret, I
We've sung his
guess.
praises so many times, but again, our team 15-7. Calling a beautiful game, fragging out, and now pushing his team towards A. Adverso feeling some of that drone pressure. And he's been under heavy fire since the beginning of the round, really. Reinforcements now arriving, and the defense has been bolstered.
He saw Verno with that drone as well, so it does make it obvious that this is
As a Verso
an
have the
A-hit.
Master's gun, buddy. It's
Or at least that the main pack is here.
This is the one that you get for
Meltzer down
winning it,
low,
right?
Verso
It's
close by.
it's tournament client, so it's like everything's unlocked.
Such good delay from Crew right now. That Harbor Wall is going to be able to come back up as well.
It's all a game of timing. Does our team clear here? No, Meltzer snaps his head back. Mazzino does as well.
Leave it to Aspas to isolate 1v1 after 1v1.
3 for him. Blades on mine, make that 4. MIBR
Yeah, they're
get
stomping
to
them.
8.
What are you supposed to do if you're Crew in that moment? You literally held it down. You got the first kill. Mazzino's there for the trades, but then Aspas just does this. He isolates you, and then he gets aggressive with it. He wants to take these rookies to Toronto. Nice!
Last round and a half. You're absolutely right. Ult online for Shy.
And MIBR just gonna run it down towards A again.
I mean, it's been working. They try to get a tag and then maybe get a spam, but
It's a full commit again. Can they shut down Aspas with the knives?
so far the answer to that is no. Shy popping his ult. Is there a counter to this? Do they decide to scale up? Do they get the
It's
space
gonna
away?
Just respect it.
They're gonna rotate back, and Meltzer's here. He's waiting. Gets his one.
Jump or something.
I mean, the
All
swing
that.
was inevitable. Now you've got this awkward line in the sand as you've got to commit to this mid-fight, and it does not go your way.
Look at him, man.
And now Kesnet thinks it's
Monsters.
B,
All goes
but
in,
Harbor
doesn't
being
make the
used,
gong
he's gonna
sound, so
have
they
to
know they're
pull
not
out
there.
One of the most ridiculous clutches we've seen
Now
in
it
VCT
starts
history.
making the waves, so you know where he is.
1v4
It's
dancing
just
around the
too
reckoning.
strong.
First, you
It's
deal
just
with
way
Aspas,
too
and
strong,
you
man.
do not
9.
get past the first
They've
level.
wrecked them. Hudson
Oh
had
my
an
goodness.
insane harp. 3 harbor ults?
MIBR's attack
Right?
side was so dominant.
For
Was it
having
3 or
never
4? Maybe it
started
was
on
4.
attack. 4-0, but they always start on defense. You
It's
wouldn't think it was
4?
any
4
different.
ults?
And remember, MIBR have yet to give a team double digits on Icebox. No one's been able to get to 10 rounds. The maximum amount of rounds that a team has been able to get was 8 at the beginning of the year.
16-8 for our team, 13-7 for Aspas, a 9-3 half for MIBR. We'll be right back.
We think it needs you really good. Watching them up, mate. EG, dude. Ye and Icy took over that game. Like if they actually consistently play like that, then fair play, man. They might go on a run. Because we've seen Superman can have crazy performance as well, and honestly the calling was pretty good and the prep was nice. So that all together is like a nice little combo. But mate, Ye and Icy, they both had their best of 3 this year, like in that game. So what you're saying is ZD's going to go on a run? I don't think they can do that consistently, personally, but I'm down to watch it. We've seen crazier things.
Of
I think any team will
years
run
of
triple
woes
Sentinel.
for MIBR, struggling
In this
in
map,
every
yeah, probably someone.
single turn.
Probably someone this year.
But now
at
this
one point.
ragtag group of rookies, alongside the greatest to ever play the game, find themselves just a couple of rounds away from changing
Nature?
the
No, his calling
entire
was nice
landscape
yesterday, yeah.
for MIBR. Close out Icebox, you're headed to Toronto. Things that were unthinkable, things that were unheard of for this franchise just last year.
And we saw brilliance in their previous rosters. We saw moments where I was like, okay, maybe they're in the right direction, but
You want to
Fraud
look bad
comes
without
in,
double duelist?
scraps
I
it
mean,
all,
they did.
keeps Art
They did in
Makes him
Bangkok as well.
IGL.
Yet somehow they won.
in the middle of kickoff.
Like they don't look good on the
And
maps
now
where they
he's
don't play
sitting
double
at the
duelist.
top.
Been consistent the whole time.
What can Crew do on the attack? Remember, 3-0 on pistols for MIBR. It goes without saying, they need this one.
Enemy tag.
Crew are also a team that heavily favored to attack this A side of the map with Harbor. But are their post plants as strong as MIBR's were?
Keznet's already up pretty far. Mazzino committing to getting the spike down. I love a good 5v5 pistol retake.
Individual brilliance is going to be the key. Mazzino does get the head-to-head against Artson. The heavy hitter
Might be
is
that first
down.
pistol.
Oh, that's just one.
Yeah.
You still have the other one you're going to have to reckon with, and right
Oh, no.
on cue. Lights up the
Dude,
kill
he's got
feed,
so much
melts her
HP
down.
still.
But they're the ones at a numbers disadvantage. They're the ones who have to take some space. If Verso gets caught on the ropes, he will fall. Aspas
good.
in a 1v3. Spike has been ticking for a little while as well. Off the swing onto Shy, he will fall. Crew, get the pistol.
They finally win a pistol
Yeah,
round,
first
Doug.
one.
I'm glad you said it. They were down 3-0 leading into this. But it's still an uphill battle. You still have to come away from this anti-eco unscathed. You need to keep as many guns in your arsenal. You need to win the bonus because it just feels like it's the
This is the
MIBR
pause
train
of the
right
body
now.
drop.
You need that energy if you want to make a comeback of this sort.
Pace towards B for the
Yeah, they're
attack.
allowed to death. Dude,
Drone,
big investment
Cascade,
for
making sure
MIBR.
there's
They
no
might
one
get
waiting
farmed
with
by
a shorty or
Outlaw
anything else like that.
next round.
It's so reminiscent to how MIBR approached their attack as well. Same concept. Anti-eco, we lean towards B. The difference here for MIBR is their silent stacks.
Kaznik gets a height advantage. He's able to clean one of them up. Spike goes down as well. No Mazzino. We talked so much about Artine and the success he found in the first half and how there were reckonings really what felt like every round, every other round.
Every gun round, yeah.
Mazzino's 2 off of his.
And we just got to palm a wall here.
Does have that ghost in play as well, so he will go hunting if MIBR decide to try to fall to Spike. Looks like that will be the case. MIBR do not look like they're going for this whatsoever.
Standing ahead.
They don't even care about doing damage. Mazzino needs to start holding the W key right now. Try to get that Reckoning online. You don't need to save a ghost. I guess he wants the armor. So he
Keep
will
it. What
not
are you
have that
asking me?
ultimate in the bonus. MIBR avoiding what could have been disaster.
Yeah, it's a lot of light
be able to
armors.
buy
I don't imagine Mazzino's getting an Outlaw out.
Vandal, and he does so. power of saving that. He still has that light armor in place. So now, again, like I was saying, Crew like to run it down A quite often. Against their match of 100 Thieves, B was a weak spot. I wonder if MIBR decided to try to punish that or just stack 4 players here to fight fire with fire.
Seems like that will be the case this round. Is
The
really
4-pass and start on
MIBR were able to
ropes.
burst out of the gates
What?
with a bonus. Verno just destroying Kesnet.
Like, what?
And it's Aspas who joins alongside him. The Bash brothers again of MIBR.
That's got to be so tilting. In the first 5 seconds of the round, you get spam killed running up a ramp.
Oh, we found a timing. We found a window.
Enemy down.
Cortezia is not going to let that one slip by.
Was he the only one spamming, or did someone else spam?
This first gun round for MIBR has looked as clean as it could be so far. The cool thing about the way that Crew won their anti-eco and whatnot is the state of their economy. They will still have a buy in the next round, even though they're probably going to drop most of these rifles. So the name of the game for Crew right now is just try to do as much damage as possible to MIBR's economy. Try to get some of those players on Bulldogs or
30 seconds
You can
left.
keep the little double stack
Guardian.
going, or yes, triple
Literally
stack going over
anything
towards
other
A.
than what they have right now, yeah.
A lot of light armors across the board, but it looks like that's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez.
That's Aspas.
I would love to get a replay on how Verno gets that spam kill.
Oh,
Was it because
surely
of a
we get that.
darter? Was it just a lineup? I mean, what is
It's
that?
a lineup, but
We'll see if we get a good look at it as MIBR.
I mean, that's a ridiculous opener. You can't play the attack. I mean, no.
oh,
No.
we pre-ping it. Damn, that's really nice.
Yeah, I'm tilted and ranked.
5 rounds between these two. MIBR again creating a little separation. The bonus felt necessary, felt imperative for Crew, and they missed that mark. But as we were mentioning in the previous round, they still have enough to invest into this purchase. And Aspas is out. Tag.
That's devastating.
Gotta get out of there. But he doubles down.
Goes
he
back.
stays. And Kesnet drops him.
Honestly, he wasn't super confident he could get out with the Viper molly there as well.
To speed up, you need to get the spike planted. No pressure on the flank.
I mean, Artson still has his curve for afterplant on this. The double mollies on spike at
Everybody
the
from
moment.
side
At
of
least I
Crew,
think it's double. It could just be
other
one.
than Mazzino, are playing off-site using
as
their
well.
utility. So you have to speed up if you're MIBR.
Yeah, Mazzino's not up super far either, to be honest. Now he's taking a step back as
There's
well.
the molly.
Fully committing to the post-plant play. Cortezia
Rough
plucks
timing.
Kesnet out of the sky. And now the Cove is going to cause some problems. Can Artie get to half?
Off.
Yes, he can.
He's sticking
How
it.
much
He's
further
sticking
can he
it.
go? 75%,
Bro's sticking it.
80% of the way there.
No way. Cove
MIBR
wall vision
steals
block.
the defuse.
Stole that. No one on site.
Right when
One
Crew
played on
try to
side,
play the
everyone played off.
disciplined game, it gets snatched
I mean, they
from
blocked
them.
vision the whole time, but I mean, there's a big difference with how Crew like to play their afterplants and MIBR like to play their afterplants.
That feels so bad.
I don't think we ever
for
saw
Crew.
MIBR try and play offside against the harbor stuff.
You feel like you're making the right decision. You're all playing out, using your man-up advantage. And to lose like that, it's going to cause for desperation. And MIBR are going to have so many rounds to play off of that. The last time out for Crew.
The plan, yeah, you can just get it around that corner and you kind of have to be committed over towards the top
Situations such
to
as
spam
these
it.
beg the question, where is the spark for Crew? What is the catalyst? It's got to come from somewhere. You're down 6 rounds. MIBR's ran circles around you really the entire series. This has just felt like a shell of the team that we came into this fight expecting. The #1 seed, the #1 team out of Latin America against the #1 team out of Brazil. This has not felt like a fair fight.
Not at all, and I just feel like Icebox just has Crew's number, man. Again, 8 out of the 9 times in Icebox's career that he's played Crew, he
There's
has come
another
out on
aggro
top.
round?
He has been victorious. 3 years in the making. And Icebox now has that
Same
operator
thing.
we have seen him get so much value on this A site with it, getting so aggressive.
Gonna get challenged right off the bat.
It did get to break with a
know
Shito.
what the game plan of Crew is, because they both
Dude,
these
Aspas
teams
has
are
got
so
an absolute
similar.
army set up to make sure that he can get that shot off.
No way he gets out, right?
It's criminal. 5 HP, but lives to fight another day.
Look at the movement, changing his position so frequently.
He's just like, where the hell did I
Dancing
go?
around the utility of Crew.
Meanwhile, they haven't gotten very far. Stalling out at 410. It's an MIBR-sized speed bump that they keep running into. Artine. Tux gets his one. Mazzino's on the trade, though, and now the op.
Big double miss.
Just off the mark. Shenum doing a little bit of damage, but this is not adding up to you. Verno's really far ahead of this, and he's alone.
Oh.
Spam connecting
Whoa.
on Melser. The snap on a Shy is
Bro's
ridiculous.
been spamming non-stop. He's got 5 bullets left.
2v2 now.
Oh, what
As
the?
Cortezia arrives at the scene.
Dude, doesn't
He's
even
gonna
matter.
find his.
The decoy.
Kesnet, a 1v2 with 11 HP. How does he stand here? That
How do they
high-low is
win
too
that?
much.
That kill
MIBR
from
one
Verno's insane.
round
Of course,
away.
he is just out here wandering around.
You cannot count out any member of MIBR when they are in a man-down situation. It is the most ridiculous thing. This team is so talented, Doug.
Ooh, kind of close.
Aspas not getting punished here. Yeah, he doesn't connect, but the pressure that he puts on alone allows for these rookies to step up to the plate, even the numbers, and then clutch it always. MIBR are just on a different level.
Flirting with the bid on the international
7
stage
goes
for the
at it.
first time ever.
He actually have no armor? Is it a bug? No, he actually has no armor.
And the opportunity to qualify for it right now. MIBR, aggressive A, looking to put the finishing touches on this. See that harbor
look at
wall
the
coming
HPs.
through.
They haven't got
The drone
wrecked.
from Verno. You've spotted at least one.
MIBR have done the same thing every round other than the eco. They've stacked 4
I
players
mean,
towards
MIBR,
A.
yeah,
They were
they
willing
heavy fight
from the
A the
start of this
whole
defense
time.
to fight
They're just
fire
disrespecting the
with
wall.
fire.
And now Cortesia's rotating
Molly,
over. He was
recon
playing
default.
B's, taking all the space down mid. They've got them.
It's just a
Aspas,
hard read
I mean,
every
he never
single
played a
round.
yellow.
Crew,
They
haven't
changed up
changed
the
their
like.
game plan. They didn't
They changed up how they
anti-strat
played
themselves.
from the get-go.
They
Like,
haven't
game plan
flirted
was
with
just
B at all.
beat this
Melser,
default.
34 HP. Kesnet, 26
And honestly, if you're
HP.
looking at if your crew coming into this game, you're just like, well, Aspas is going to be here
Trying to
majority of the
limp
time. We
their
can't really
way
go
into
B
extending
against the
this
op.
map.
We'll just spam A for a bit, and they've
Limp
been
their way into
absolutely
extending
wrecked by
this
4
series.
people on A every single time.
And even if you win this brawl, there's still a lockdown from Cortezia.
30 seconds left.
25
walls are
seconds.
up, you
Dude, they
know,
get the
they're waiting for
Killjoy
just
over
the
here.
right
It's just
moment.
it's done game.
Dash proc at the perfect
Killjoy
time,
goes
but
down.
look
He's
at
done.
the time.
You
And now
got
they're
no
going to pop
chance.
that ult too.
Damn, the
It's
MIBR,
Kesnet
dude, what a
falls.
performance this was
Gunfire
as well.
erupts as Shenum gets 2. 3 on the round. Shy left standing, and he will
Damn,
fall
big.
for the very first time in
Big and
franchise
convincing
history.
as well.
They earn a spot on the international stage. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
Dude, all the new kids are so pumped, and Aspas is just like, yeah, just another day.
For some titles, Doug, as
Just
well.
another
I mean,
one.
the momentum that this team has amassed over the stage 1, over this playoff, you really got to feel like they're a team that could push international teams to the distance.
Dude, what a performance from him
And
as
what a
well.
story for Artson, Doug. I mean, this guy joining MIBR as a duelist player, getting so much hate,
Yeah, Fraud had big belief in
becoming
him
an
as well.
IGL
Picking up the IGL midway
with a
through.
bunch of rookies in Aspas.
Again, for the first time,
Dude, what a fun team to
Shenum,
watch.
Cortezia, Verno, and Artine will play on the international stage.
Big ups to Fraud, the one who was the mastermind behind the whole operation. Again,
They didn't have to
saying that
show
there was
whatever they have on
plan
Ascent.
A,
That's
plan
true,
B, plan
yeah.
C. Once Aspas became free,
They said that
pivoting
something
towards
planned for it.
something new entirely.
And for a lot of these guys who came up through the tier 2 scene, those matches, the big arena matches, that's the dream.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what you imagine, that's what you play for. And they put it together, and it's, again, I called them ragtag earlier, playfully, but
Can they take the
No,
number
these
1
guys
seed? I
have
mean,
a
they're going to go
lot-
for it.
a lot of
I
fight
personally
behind
think on that
They're
G2 game,
polished
if they
as
won an
hell.
extra
And
pistol, I think they
I keep
probably
thinking
won
back to that
so I
interview
think
of
it should be pretty
Cortezia
close.
saying, we haven't even reached our peak yet, and I think he's right, Doug. I think there's still a ways to go
they
for
lost
this team to
4-2
get
on
even better.
pistols. Like, if you actually looked at MIBR, they had better buy
And
rounds, in
that's
my
the
opinion,
scary
than G2.
thing, right?
Or
How
like
good can they
4
get?
of them.
they're pretty damn good now. We got to touch on Verno as well. And you think about the year he's had.
Oh my
How
God.
tumultuous that's been. The kid's been through the ringer. And he's found a way to qualify for Toronto. Donning the MIBR flag.
Considering Sen, I mean, let's see what Sen
I
have
think
got.
what the only North American
I'm
player
down
in,
for it.
in
They're on good
America's
form at the
history to
moment.
join a full Brazilian roster. I mean, to be good enough to do that in the first place is a testament to his ability and his skill.
He's made it. He's made his way
Phenomenal
through.
player, man. I mean, he deserved Toronto every step of the way. He has stepped up
G2? Nah,
so
I don't think the
massively
gap's as big
for this
as
MIBR squad, not only in the clutch,
it
but
was at
the
kickoff.
duo that he has with Icebox.
I think there's a lot of
mean,
teams
having
close
his
to
back
G2.
every step of the way, we saw that in this match.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple of moments on Lotus. We talked about it.
Dude.
There were moments
Could
on
expose a little bit for
Icebox
Fracture
where
as
both
well,
of them
so.
were able to pull MIBR into situations that they probably shouldn't have had a fighting chance in to begin with. And I think for Crew, very quickly, this is not the end of the road for them, but they are going to have to work through a hellish lower bracket run, and that's going to be a mess. We'll see if they can pull it off. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Verno.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And we have our first
And the
qualifiers,
triple.
everyone. It is MIBR! You say good job? Good job, guys? Is that what you say?
Good job, good job.
Good job, good job, everyone. Let's go to you first, Aspas. What does it mean to qualify with MIBR for Masters Toronto for you?
It's a very special feeling because I'm qualifying with a Brazilian org again. We're gonna be the only Brazilian team in the Masters, so I hope everyone can cheer for us and we can make everyone proud.
Yes, absolutely. Give it up for Aspas, everyone. Absolutely. Now, Fraud, I see you over there a little emotional, a little bit, and I saw Artizine, you hugging Artizine. What has this journey been like with this org? You know, you have been with this org and with this team for so long, trying and trying and trying, and this is the day you did it. I'm gonna get emotional for you. This is the day you qualified for Masters Toronto. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, every team has their ups and downs. They go through stuff, and you know, for us, we're no different. We had our little issues, especially having to make roster changes. It's some things that it's not easy for some teams to do, but we were able to really focus, stay together, and win or lose, we're gonna, you know, do it together. So I feel really happy that our team is won, regardless of result, and it's kind of showing in the server how well we are as a unit.
What's the emotion right now?
It's tough. I am really happy. So I just, yeah, you know, miss being able to celebrate with like my family too, but also at the same time, I'm really happy to be here with the guys, and they kicked some ass today.
You absolutely kicked some ass today. It was insane. Now, Verno, my guy, you came in here. Everyone was like, Verno on MIBR? And then Verno on MIBR. Insane. Guys, give it up for Verno, because an absolutely insane performance, proving every single doubter, if there was any doubt, out of the way. You were insane. What does it feel like to qualify with Aspas, with Fraud, with your MIBR team?
It feels really good. I mean, Aspas is like the best teammate I've ever played with, the best player I've ever played with. So he provides like way more value than like anyone thinks. He's like the best player that's ever played the game.
About that.
So.
How does he do that?
Bro, like, I don't know. The things he does, like, first off, like in every way, like mechanically, like outside the game too. He's like such a good teammate, and bro, mechanically, bro, he's
we know.
Bro, he's like by far.
I'll add on to that as far as Aspas goes. Like, he's become like a really big leader for our team, not just in the game, outside the game. He's showing the young guys how to operate, how to go about their day. So I think Aspas is a huge factor, not only what he does in the server, but how he's showing the boys the way.
All right, one last question. Is Master Toronto ready for MIBR? Do they know what's coming yet or no? Any else for anyone? Aspas, do you think they're ready?
I think we're ready.
But is everyone else ready?
They're ready. I think they are.
Okay, that's enough. Everyone give it up for MIBR one more time.
He's like, what?
First team qualifying match in Toronto. But guys, I know you know what match is next. It is Sentinels versus G2. Stay right there.
Okay, very, very nice. Last team for Americas. They look good. Look really, really good. This was convincing today as well. I thought this would be a little bit closer.
Okay, chat.
Big game coming up. Same stakes. G2 Sen. The boys, yeah. Yeah. Got much for the train. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Definitely a rivalry. Fans love it. The banter back and forth.
If we win this next match, we make Toronto. As a team, we're kind of hitting our stride, and we feel really confident in our form.
On fire so far, it doesn't even matter if he gets pinged out. Dashing forward. Enemy remaining. Does one. Second already pulls the acrobatic. Second uses a sight like a jungle gym. What is going on with Second today?
Jogma is insane. I mean, he's a really strong duelist on an undefeated team. I think both of us have similar playstyles where we kind of get crazy with how we entry. We like to get creative and do a lot of different things.
20 seconds, the off again, Jojimo, he's ringing true, and the bell is ringing for Big Ja, the one to end it.
I'm gonna shoot him in the head. I mean, that's pretty much all you can do, just shoot the guy.
Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's gonna say no. Two to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure.
One enemy remaining.
always a fun time playing Sentinels and making their fans sad. Like both of us are going to make Toronto, so whoever does it first, sure. Good luck.
All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
I feel like Sentinels.
Why could you possibly say that? Why do you think that?
Because currently John QT and Bang are pretty good.
They are. Well, let's see it. All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Sentinels!
All right, who's going to win today?
Sentinels.
All right.
Sentinels.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, very simple. Who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Of course, Sentinel, for sure.
Okay.
Sentinels, for sure. G2.
Why G2, the lone wolf here?
Because they're better.
Fundamentally better. All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Let's go, Sentinels!
A lot of love for Sentinels out there, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of VCT America's Stage 1 playoffs. Golden Boy here, alongside Ender, Bren, and Mimi for our second match of the day.
Are you forgetting
it's
something?
G2 East. Don't.
From the first match, we had a bet, buddy.
Did we have a bet?
We had a little bet.
We kind of glided over.
We glided
yeah.
over, but we talked about it ahead of time that whoever predicted this game wrong would have to take a little sip with some little syrup. And GB, I believe
because Canada. Was that the
It's pretty weak.
logic?
It's pretty weak.
Train?
But
I like it.
Honestly, I deserve this for what I did the sideshow.
Yeah.
All the way back at the World Cup back in the day.
How many years ago? 7 years ago?
It was like 7 years ago.
7 years ago, we're old.
It was terrible, you know, thinking about the fact that. Hey, by the way, I'm so sorry to the people who had to just look at my bald head and to zoom in like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's thick.
That seems quite.
Damn.
No, that seems quite fluid.
What?
You want to pass it to him? Okay.
And it's got to be a one shot.
that was like half of the maple leaf, by the way.
The moose eye is staring at
3, 2,
me.
1, go!
Just do it, dog. No.
Not happening.
Okay, well.
And he's gone.
That's I would love to see what you listen.
That's tough.
Let's start the pre-match. Let's take a look at our bracket here.
I'm on.
You okay?
Oh, sweet baby.
You didn't even get
You didn't do it.
Sideshow chugged a whole one of these, and I made him do it.
Yeah.
He's built different, man.
You didn't even get through an entire thing of it. You're doing it again?
Sideshow, because I got you. I have to anyway. That's the bracket. These are the matches. Cruz facing EG. You know.
Here we go.
Just go do stuff, please. Oh God.
That's most of it. He's running off camera again. All right, G2 going to this one. #1 seed. They're yet to lose a match here in VCT Americas, and they want a chance to go back to the global stage. Welcome back, GB. Last time these teams played, it was a banger in the finals of kickoff, 5-map affair, but G2 took it home and beat them again in stage 1.
And I got to say, I think every single time these two teams face off as well, you start to see the elevation in form. For Sentinels as well, I think in that kickoff run and that best of 5 towards the end, that was the peak form that we saw for them genuinely.
For sure.
And they weren't even able to reach that again in Bangkok. I'm seeing similar themes for the Sentinels team. They are constantly making iterations again on their team overall. They're improving at such a steady rate, but G2 have just been that top dog to beat. They've got a target on their back. They know it still to this day. And the question is, can anyone really go toe-to-toe with them? Is it going to be Sen here today?
It feels like teams have been able to get closer, right? They've been able to take some maps off, like Sentinels in that final series, but at least here at home, G2 I don't see them losing to anybody.
Yeah, they have been on point. They are yet to lose a single series at home thus far. And there's some history in this matchup. You see it here, cute little picture. This is the Cloud9 that was like all the way back at Champs 2021 era. Leaf, Celsius, teammates back then, and now playing against each other.
Mortal enemies.
Are you back? Are you
I'm good. I'm good. It's Oh boy, that was something. Let me tell you, my doctor just said I have high blood pressure. Who knows what's going to happen now? True. It looks like diabetes is on the menu, baby. In any case, ahead of today's matchup, Elizabeth had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf for a quick chat. What do you got for us, Liz?
Now, Leaf, many people consider G2 to be the best team in the Americas, the team to beat in the Americas. Is there any pressure that comes with being the best, being the team to beat? Everyone has something to prove, right?
I think there's definitely pressure from ourselves. Also, like we don't want to lose to a team and have them have the title like beating us basically in Americas. But I mean, we just want to be the best, so there's always pressure no matter what. And I think that we play well when we have those pressure, and like also the LAN qualifying games. Like last year, we were very good at them. So yeah, I think it's just expected.
Best of luck today.
Well, I've been informed that GB is getting his stomach pumped, so I'm here to course correct for this one. I want to talk about G2's Pearl. Pearl is a map that Sen like to pick into. I think we're going to see it today, and specifically G2's attack. The first thing I want to do is just highlight sort of the util pattern they use when they take this A main space. It's all about forcing the opposition out here, and we've got a great little camera angle we can pop into. First piece of utility, I want you to see the Tejo missiles, right? Super annoying, basically clearing this out so no one can get in to the box. On top of that, you're also going to have an Astra Star that'll turn into a stun, an Astra Pull potentially back there. You even got Jogamo chucking a flash all the way over the top here to bank off this wall so the players on a deeper angle would still get hit. And all of this is to, you know, sort of nullify the enemy Astra Stars on the other side. You've also got this Yoru teleport tracking in. What you can tell is it's a mess. There's tons of utility that's here to clear out absolutely everything. And we'll sort of watch how this plays out because, yeah, we've got the teleport down into the corner from Jogamo. G2 come into the space, even throwing a C's in there. And then after this point, they do a really nice job of trading out every single kill. But this is where G2's sort of secret, you know, card up their sleeve comes into play. And that is going to be, on the other side of the map, Leaf. Leaf is one of the most effective lurkers on this map in VCT, period. On the Vise, super, super strong. And what he has just been told by his team is that, A, 3 players just died on the bodies, and the enemy Cypher was just
Is EMEA having 2 weeks less off compared to Americas and China?
That the street control
Pacific
is
having
just
1
a
week
Cypher camera. What this
a
means
big
is
disadvantage.
the Cypher fighting,
Yeah,
he can't
for sure.
be clicking into that consistently. So as
It's
soon as
not
Cypher is seen in this
big
fight
disadvantage,
in
but
main, he
definitely a
instantly
disadvantage.
is going to start moving across
Like it's,
in towards street. And he actually
it's
goes a
pretty
little bit deeper.
devastating for
From this position
teams, I
here,
feel like.
he can actually start hearing the rotates
that extra
coming
time,
through spawn onto the other side. So he's
extra
now
time's kind of
pinpointed
nice.
both
7
players
days,
remaining
you can have a
from
new
the
comp
side of
on
Cloud9. And, well, what's he going to do with that
maps,
information? He's
roughly.
going to call the rotates in
They feel
from
good,
his
so yeah,
team.
honestly,
He gets that over there. Hey, I was
it's
drawing
pretty
during
rough.
the cast.
I
You
don't
can
see
a
an
little bit of
EMEA
that
team
too.
winning.
It's all fun, and it's very easy for the team to start
I think some of the EMEA teams aren't looking as good as
as
some of the other teams in other regions, and then I also think
enemy territory. From there,
the
they
extra
set up a
2
beautiful
weeks
post plant.
for
C9 end up saving in the round. It's
Americas,
just
and then
completely
obviously the extra
pointless
week for
them,
Pacific.
to try
I
and
think
play
EMEA
out
teams shouldn't be
because of
winning
that early information
Toronto,
and
really.
Leaf on the lurk, and that's going to be pivotal in today's
That's
series.
where I'm at.
So
I think it
come on
probably,
with me. I think
I think
GB is
EMEA had
back.
been struggling some events anyway, but I think this
The
one
stomach is
really
okay.
might be the hardest for them.
Riot has some of the best stomach pumpers in the business, okay? They brought him in, they flew him in from Tunisia and just went in.
Matters less for the first seed.
Is Tunisia famous for?
It matters less for the first seed for sure. Like the first seed of EMEA can still do pretty good because obviously they'll have like what, a month.
Right now, okay? Because the reality
still
is,
2 weeks on every other
G2
team.
had
It's a
won
long time.
Masters Bangkok. I think, I'm pretty sure, Mimi, we all were in agreement. Trent was the MVP of that event for G2, right?
He was just outstanding for them that entire tournament.
Hello,
and he's
Yeltsin,
kept it up
buddy.
into stage 1, and I think it's going to be important here today because when I look at these two teams, they are the two most Teo-pilled teams left in the tournament. They are both
Am I struggling to
picking
top
into
4?
a ton
See, I think
of
whoever
great
gets
Teo
first seed
comps,
will still
playing
probably
a
be
ton of
okay. Like you still get a
Rising
buy,
Order.
you
They
still
have
get
really
a
similar ideas
extra
on
2
a
weeks to
lot
look at
of
teams anyway.
maps. But Trent was the guy
I think
who
the
defined
EMEA
a lot of
teams
these
that
ideas. I
make
think his
the
utility has been
playoffs, sorry,
on
that make
point,
the
especially
stage
the
group, like
timing
the
at
Swiss
which he's
stage,
using missiles
they're gonna have a
has
rough
been
time.
stellar throughout,
My
and
prediction.
he's looked just as individually sound as when he was a full-time Sova Breach player.
Yeah, I had agree, and I think as well for a player like Trent as well, with G2 set up the way that they play as well,
It
Jogamo
looks like
isn't
the
really
best
set up
team
to
in
be the
EMEA.
star player.
It's
It's
close,
Trent playing
man.
off the
Not
space
even
that
sure.
Jogamo creates to be the star player, and he is really enabled in that role. You can tell just from the numbers, he looks like the highlight of the team almost every single time that they play.
Yeah, well, look, I'm getting word that we're getting ready to go, so I want to keep
Just
moving
trying to
on
end
this.
so
talk
early.
about
I'm in the end the same
Sentinels
time
real
as
fast
Americans.
Because Sen did manage to take out Cloud9 on Thursday's game, and they look. I think it's safe to say that for this Sentinels team coming into it, there were some doubts. I wasn't quite sure for myself. But, oh, man, this was clean. This was put together. This was structured. Everything you could want out of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the doubts for Sentinels would have come off of that international performance, which is a very stark
Sonya,
contrast to what G2 is able to
you're
do.
on that-
But I think the last few
you're
weeks,
on that
especially, this
foot
team
hype
has been
still.
looking excellent. Bang has really been
kinda got
stepping
wrecked
into his own with the
recently.
team.
And this is the
the results
Cloud9
are
that's been
showing.
looking
There's a lot of people that
fantastic
say
as well.
BBL over that.
Yeah, I loved their Ascent defense in particular. They had such a good
there's
gameplay
Yampy. He's one of
going
the
into
he's
that
one of the
game.
people
And
as
if you
well.
look at our
Dude, we got the
points,
one
did not
Sentinels
see that.
believer.
There was
I
only
respect that. out with the form they're on.
Favoring Sen here, and I think this game is closer than people think.
Yeah.
Yes, G2 is undefeated.
Yeah, I agree
but
with
Sen
Sen,
has
yeah.
stepped up, even from the way they were playing back in kickoff. They have really fleshed out their map pool. Players have started to come into their own. John QT, Bang, Zekin, all having great games. This is a Sen who can make this close.
Absolutely, and as well for that G2 as well, it's very hard to remain the top dogs for a long period of time. They have a massive target on their backs. They've been talking about it in the interviews as well themselves. Like, there's only so much you can be a dominant team that's a force of nature before everybody is staring at you as the team to beat as well. With the iterations that we're seeing from Sen, they're getting better and better and better every single time that they play. Listen, the Preds, the analysts, we've been wrong a lot of the time, actually, in fact. So listen, I don't think it's going to be telling the tale of this match too much. I'm hoping for a close game. Sen have definitely got it in them, I think, to make it much closer than we are apparently making out.
Yeah, they definitely do. For Sentinels here, this team has been on the up and would have such a big opportunity here. Qualify
I think it's an 80-20 for G2. It's not 80-20, bro. That's crazy talk.
Oh, this is it, folks, right? This is the one
This is
more spot for Toronto
60-40.
up for grabs, right?
I can't even give anyone lower than 40. No chance I can give them less than 40 with how they're playing.
It's going to be an intense match-up, and we know that the Riot Games Arena is filled out to the brim. So let's go ahead and get their show started
Bode,
and
thank
bring
you so
out
much,
your
mate.
two teams.
Bode, appreciate that. Chat, you know what to do.
Riot Games Arena, let's find
Get the Slug Oiler going with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. We've got Bodega Truffle Butter with the gifted. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Now it's the
Appreciate the 5
Sentinels, and
gifted,
you
mate.
heard
Thanks for the
Elizabeth
support.
before she
You know what
gathered
gifted?
all the
Called
fans,
gifted.
asked
Say
some
thank you as well.
questions, who you think's going to win, and oh man, it's a partisan
Banger
crowd
incoming.
here, Ender for
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Sentinels.
Oh
And
god,
it
look at how
feels
pumped
like
he is.
G2 might be walking into some
Unless he thought he was going to miss the walk-in.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard the interviews before with Liz. There was one fan she found that thought G2 was going
Bodega.
to win. This is going to be a
Bodega. Thank you so
high-energy
much, Bodega.
arena. You know the Sen fans are going to be out in force, and that's exactly what you want for a global qualifier match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sentinels team, again, I just keep iterating that they are the ones iterating. Every single time they play, they're looking that
They
much
could won
better
against
as well.
K-Pop
And
yet?
all it's
No, I
gonna
think they're
take
still
is
playing.
one more little incremental improvement, I think, to just tip them over the scales to potentially take down G2.
Of course, man. Thank you so much as well, bro. I appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you for that.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Come on, y'all, make some noise for G2!
And even though you got a lot of fan support for Sentinels here in the arena, let's not forget that this G2 team, you've heard them multiple times in a couple interviews mention, hey, we want to be the team that everyone wants to cheer for, that everyone wants to believe in. Hey, what better way to do it now than to take out Sentinels?
I was also going to say, you don't need to have the fans on your side if you're out here smoking everyone.
That's true.
Every match in America.
Real talk, man. Real
Yeah, no
talk.
worries for them. Sen is coming off of 2 dominant 2-0 victories, most impressively against Sentinels to start their bid here in the playoffs. But for G2, they've had some close games, losing a map in their last 2 series, really getting pushed by Leviathan, by MIBR as well, but now coming out here and still being flawless, still being the #1 seed. This is their chance to show what Josh RT was talking about earlier in the season. The teams have not caught up, and they are still being top dog for a reason.
Thank you so much for the
This is
tier 1,
gonna
mate.
be
Thank
an
you for
interesting
doing
map
that.
pool indeed as well. Sen with the split pick as well. That's going to be awesome to see them play that one. Icebox. The way the G2 play
I was
Icebox is
wondering
almost
if
like they
Sentinels were going to
just throw
try
it into some sort of
float
algorithm
the
to figure out what's
fracture,
optimal
but
way to play
they
it.
don't. So G2 get away with their best map getting banned by the opponent. They get rid of the Haven. They're scared of the Haven. The
I think we're going to have a
Icebox.
stellar series on our hands.
Sen has gone back
Split
to split being their
Icebox.
strongest map in this stage. But G2 have not played this since their loss to T1 in the finals of Bangkok. They could have something completely new ready.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see G2 come in with a very strong game plan up against Sen. Sen have a lot of footage on that map for them to go ahead and study. And when it comes down to like how G2 play maps, I kind of feel like what you were saying, Brett, about them playing like plugging in the algorithm to generate most optimal comps, most optimal playstyle. That kind of feels like their approach on every
I just
map.
haven't heard Brand talk good about Icebox so much in one day today. So crazy, you know?
It is crazy. But a crucial note here, I think, with this map veto, at least in my mind, I think, is that the longer it goes, the less likely it looks for Sen to try and take it, I think. For that Ascent final map that we're going going to be seeing played as well.
Yeah, Icebox comp, yeah. I'm expecting,
and some hard anting as well.
honestly,
Cloud9 kind of really
I want to
comfortable, I
see
think, as well when the sides were swapped around.
Sen have a pretty good game plan on Icebox. As much as you can do a game plan. Like, I don't want to see that Gecko plant, that wingman playing top site.
Same comp for Sen that has been amazing for them all season with this double initiator Yoru comp for Zekken. I think they have great ideas on their attack side of how to take early space, reset this round, and let players like Zelsis get big value on the lurks. And G2, this is the comp they played in that last game against Tier T1. It's going to be a mirror match.
Yeah, again, for G2, they love the Yoru pick. They love sort of setting up fights off of the contact plays from him, the quick rotates, all these ideas. And when you think about it, the ultimates, when they come online, you've got 3 monsters for taking sites.
A sick head-to-head to start. Jajimo against Zekken, both playing on this Yoru that they have been picking up a ton thus far this stage.
The roll
Thinking that
pictures crack
maybe
me
there
up.
would have been a little bit of a change up on G2, given that we haven't seen it for so long, but it's clear that this composition works, right?
It doesn't have to be a comp change, just an approach change. There's a big gap in terms of footage. G2 have not showed this map in a while, and Sen, this is their most played.
Well, folks, 2 titans of Americas are ready to collide. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this epic brawl. It's going to be Rivington and Van Silly on the mic.
And it is time to get into what is this kickoff grand finals revenge match in best of 3 form, and I'm sure Sentinels want to come out firing.
Yeah, for sure. From an Orcs perspective, in his rivalry, you would want Sentinels to come out on top. In the VCT so far, it's always been G2 throughout the last year, but they have a chance to kick things off on the right foot because we are starting off on split. This is a rematch of the grand finals, the kickoff, as you've mentioned, and actually Sentinels has beaten G2 13-4 on this map. A great start to kick things off, and when you're looking at G2's side, though, they're pulling out with an Omen. Mimi mentioned that they used this against T1, but in that kickoff game, Valen actually had the Astra going into the composition. So this time around, going back into an Omen.
Yeah, the Rob's so involved. Yeah, dude, he's good, man. He's really good. I think he's funny, dude. I really think he's funny.
It is interesting to see, you don't need as much as the stars for post.
Okay, we got G2 on attack. We got Sentinels on defense. I imagine we'll get the HUD in a sec.
And as we get into our first round, it's just going to be a spread out on the map for G2, and Sentinels is kind of heavy stacking towards B to start.
Yeah, and G2's always going to be like this very slow start, just trying to figure
Love
out
how I completely ignore YouTube. Dude, YouTube chat's crazy. You guys just end up going on tangents and no one asks any questions. And then you'll be like, Sliggy always ignores YouTube chat. It's like, yeah, because you guys are talking about the most dumb crap all the time. No one asks any good questions over there. Then you'd be like, damn, he keeps ignoring us. Like, yeah, guys are just arguing amongst yourselves.
Kaplan talking about how that was sometimes an avenue teams would take to beat mid and take the map away. So they started giving him help from John Cutie and others from a distance. Here they go back to it, and it seems like G2 will take that mid space, will take Heaven, but Zekken, ever so quiet, could be the one to start the round, and he does pop off with 2 fast ghost shots. Now they're trying to sort out where the rest of the members of G2 could be. They've creeped in so quietly, and now they have a sight to themselves.
Tried to fake plan at the beginning to see if a swing from Sentinel is going to come out.
Oh, Zelsis. Oh, he gets him. Util out. The timing is there. Narrate through the paranoia. Gets the right click that counts, and now it's up to Trent. The post plant, the reason they have the Teo.
Now trying to go on to this tap. Trent trying to move forward. Bang onto that tap. The swing for the first tap. And now the sling.
He's going for it. Respect.
And gets the full defuse.
Nicely done from Bang. Big,
consolation
smoke
prize
play.
for that kill from Trent, but unfortunately here for Sentinels, that smoke was a nuisance. But we talk about nuisance here, Riv, on the first pistol round. Zekken in that position just behind the Viper screen, right over here.
Yeah.
There's so many times going into the VCTs when this is not being checked, and it's a deadly spot. And Zekken, who's been amazing throughout the playoffs to kick things off against Cloud9, opens up with a nice little 2K.
Goose, thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you.
It's not the aggressive Yoru there. The round had kind of played out a little bit. They wait, they pull back, and he's not trying to play off a gate crash.
Dude, what is
they're playing
this?
safe, and they're playing behind the walls. Very nicely done. Again, we see that opening mid up didn't really
Can't blame the t-shirt this time though, chat.
Exactly.
Jaff R6 with the prime, thank you for the 13 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Before they attacked again. We do have a quick tech pause to start out here for a second match, and we'll get that sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah.
The YouTube frog, I'm only
So far,
slightly
again,
offended
G2
by
has
how
had
correct your comments were.
great
Dude,
opportunities
it's true.
towards Northeast.
YouTube
I remember that
chat will
smoke
always
in the
have
flash
just
that we
two
talked about
people
from Val
going at
Valance
each
switching
other.
over to this Omen.
Then
They
other
actually
people
used
on
that to actually
standby
get a lot
just
of space
watching.
towards the A heaven when they were pitching across. So again, think about how Valent potentially could be sticking around with this group here for G2 to work as a pack to fight toe-to-toe against Sentinel, who loves to get muddy in these fights too. You saw how close it was on top of the spike. Close range classics. It's been going well so far.
All right, ahead of G2's playoff debut, we did speak with Jonah
Prodigy,
B
it's
about
not
the
my
team's
fault,
goals.
man.
Let's check it out.
Start timing him out, dude. Let's get him out of here.
Goals moving
Oh boy,
forward
straight
is
into
obviously
the
to qualify for Toronto.
filler
as the first
content?
step, and then you know, closing out the stage. We're not here to just qualify for the event. We want to win the whole
I think
thing.
G2 will be playing Whale if it goes
We gotta
Ascent. I
defend
do,
our,
yeah. I think
kickoff
they'll stick with that
title,
comp.
and that's what we want to do. We want to, you know, we want to win everything and be that team that's very consistent and, you know, proves to the fans that we're the team to cheer for.
Yeah,
A
so
goose
expectations
again.
pretty
Thank
high
you, bro.
here for
Appreciate the
G2.
bits.
But going into this game
How do I
again,
feel
just
about the
think
eye
about
job
here,
not being sent to
what's
seat,
at
mate?
stake? Sentinels
It
has
is
a
what
great
it is,
start
man.
with this
It's
pisser on the
like
Icebox. That
team
second
preference,
map
dude. It
has only
couldn't
been tested once
affect
by
me less,
G2
to be
coming out
honest.
with this non-duelist
Radicals,
Split
Max,
in
thank you so
itself
much for the
G2,
gifted, bro. I
they've never
appreciate
played
that.
it in Split 1 in 2025.
Thank
They
you so
played
much for
once
the
only
gifted.
during the kickoff, but it wasn't because G2's trying to avoid playing this map. They actually float it a lot throughout the season, and it's just other teams that's batting it against them. So going into this matchup now, it's been a while since kickoff.
Do you think the aiming of your forearm on the desk provides more stability and calmness to your aim? I think everyone's completely different, man.
What can we bring out here against Sentinel, who
I don't
loves
think
to
there's
play
like
this map
a
on Split?
said way of doing it. I think it's like whatever you find better.
We'll have to find out after we get out of this tech pause. And I think the one thing we see here is one thing we definitely want to talk about.
It's always
the
preference.
way that these teams will use stingers
Shot in the room?
on a
No,
low
it's in the
buy.
other room.
Two of the best in VCT Americas here.
Did they
we remember
force?
Trent's
Oh, of
play
course
from
they do.
just
It's
the other day
G2.
on Pearl,
This hasn't
as
moved yet.
well as what they're going to be able to do here. So it's going to be a treat to see what the Stingers will do, and I think this is going to make the game very fast on the low buy rounds. I don't think they're going to give each other too much space. We'll give them a little bit more space. As we bounce back out for a tech pause real quick. Apologies for the delay on this.
Almost.
We
They
will
almost
get
had
back
us.
as quick as possible into the game. But
Goose, this is your fault. You spoke too early,
very
dude.
much so switched the rounds. We saw
Thought
Sentinels
that was
as
it.
well in their
Put
1v1s,
the
their
bits in.
1v2s, even 2v4s from their previous series, being able to steal rounds they should
Wait, it's
not
always
get.
bang.
So we may
No?
have to see the G2 Stingers or vice
It was
versa
bang
from
last time.
Sentinels even more than usual.
And a lot of that was on the back of Zekin and Zelsis when they were getting these clutch moments
Absolutely.
against C9 the other day. And for the side of Zelsis, he's been the vibe merchant. You saw him walk off the stage, or walking on the stage with Kaplan, just laughing along. A little bit late behind. He was supposed to be the coach in the back, but it's still Zelsis that moved forward. But at the same time, that vibe, the vibe merchant was definitely present throughout these moments. I think he won like 2 1v1s
Nah,
on
not
Pearl
this
and
again.
a 1v2, especially in that 2
Dude, he's on a
versus 4 with
different
Zekin when
PC
you're
though.
playing
The
from
PC
back.
was
So
the PC
you
was
kinda
last
need
time.
somebody like Zelsis
PC was
who's
on the
been
other
finding
side.
his groove as a Sentinel role, as a flex now going into Split playing as his Viper.
Yeah.
But definitely somebody to look out for. And now you're looking from top to bottom in this roster. It's definitely a team that actually puts a lot of power into the server for Sentinels.
Zekin, I kind
His
of wrote in my
account,
notes
that's what I'm
yesterday,
saying,
this
dude.
guy
Give him
had
a
so
new
many
account.
ults you thought he was cheating. It was like 3 per half, 3 or 4 per half, and you might even see it here again, already starting out 2-1. As we get this sorted out, let's do some voting with the crowd. Who are you picking? Where's it going?
this
It's
guy
going
was
to be
fast
mirrored,
and
so it might be
decisive,
weird
man.
first. It is Sentinels first.
The future
What do we
IGL right
got?
there.
That's, yeah, okay. Obviously, obviously G2.
Well.
Okay, okay.
You're saying that it's mirrored. People today seem to be knowing the groove to
yeah, 2-1.
To point in the right direction in the very beginning.
Oh, see?
Okay, maybe
You
not.
cursed
Maybe
him.
not.
You
Maybe
cursed
not.
him.
Maybe not. I'm cursing this as much as I'm cursing the tech pawns, am I?
G2. So it's like 3-2 now? 3-2 G2? Oh, yeah, there's a Zekin. Look at that. And Zekin's getting the votes here with the signs in hand. Also been a lot more vocal, it seems, this year.
Yeah.
After the rounds,
Dude,
getting,
everyone
not
gets
getting
signed
up,
by
but being way
being
more vocal,
reversed.
propping the team up, containing those emotions at a high level, and just keeping the vibe up with the team as much as Elsis, really.
Actually, when you talk about emotions as well, you see G2 when they're walking out here on the stage, they're quite stoic. And a lot of their matches going into this one here, knowing that they're
Can a team that lacks aim overall be successful if they are fundamentally sound enough? I mean, no. They'll win some rounds, but you're going to get wrecked.
Emotions going into the game, because remember, they almost had a chance to win
If you
Bangkok,
lack aim,
going all the way to the grand finals
like,
against
bro,
T1.
you're done
They
for.
had the lead over 2 maps, where they unfortunately lost those in overtime against T1, where they had the lead. They had game point, match point, series point, championship point going into Bangkok and let that slip. So,
and you know what things like that mean? We hear Jogamo talk about the effect it had for them on Pearl and how they had to get over that speed bump on Pearl where it felt good again if they could get themselves to that map and play it through.
Okay, we're actually back.
Let's get right into split.
Pistol happens, and G2 always go for this force, so we should be expecting it if we're Sentinels.
deadly spot from Bang at the top there of the billboard. And G2 going with the Stinger buy. You just mentioned it before, but G2 quite often successful with the Stinger buy.
Salvos go in, TP out. They had the TP, no? Well, apparently not. Ooh, nicely handled.
Very much so ready. Gonna get swarmed, and he wants to go for more. Thinking he may have the positioning.
Yeah, the retake with the judge is pretty hard
to reposition and get set up for the protocol and retake.
They're staying as a group, closing the gap. Could be very deadly
Pretty
against
important
the
kill,
retake.
they got a spawn
has a
here.
judge on Zelsis too as a weak weapon.
The W key has been a huge advantage for G2 on this one. They just pushed right into the site, running over anything that was in front of them. This is where the Stingers may fall flat, though, to the Bulldog on the other side of the swing of Sentinels coming through as a team. And it's going to be a fine, and it's going to be a kill for Zelsis. They're able to get that one down on the default plant spot, and the defuse coming through as well. Second gets even more points on the board, and he is just 2 away from Dimensional Drift going into the bonus round.
And as we just mentioned, Zelsis with a judge was able to pick up a Stinger here to open up the first kill on the retake from Sentinels, who flooded back. Knowing here that G2 are really good on trades in these Stinger buys, they also wanted to stay as a group.
Good damage, yeah, but they got to pretty much eco this one, so we need that win more than the damage here. Damage doesn't really matter too much, because now they got the eco. Now they got that round to farm him.
He's been on fire so far. Doesn't have to be as prolific as he was in the
You're
game
gonna farm him.
versus Cloud9,
Got
'cause
someone that
again,
can one-shot 4 out of the 5.
good here for Sentinels. Defensive round G2. We have a Stinger buy for Valen, and for the
The
rest,
person with the worst
finally calm
gun
things
is
down in terms
heavy
of the
armor.
economy, so they can have a much healthier buy in round number 4.
Gosh, that judge towards mid. The Vanity Artsy and cosplay now coming into effect. Everybody realizes how strong it is in this position. A nice displacement, so G2 can still toy with this area and try to gain a little bit of ground.
Flash didn't reach.
Oh, we saw it coming. It was just a matter of time there for Zelsis to be able to get at least one. The timing's going to be good, but the distance a bit too much for the judge to follow up, and that's going to be John Cutie on the other side for the pincer move. Now 4v2.
Bang ends up team flashing 2 of them, but it doesn't matter too much. Cleans this up also.
They rack up a bonus round there.
Second's pretty close to his ult, and I'm looking over at the G2 side, and they're not that close. Valen got a lot of the kills.
Control of the top middle, I think.
Valen
Due
one
to
away,
that
that's
type of
it.
buy that they had on the Stinger, they didn't have too much utility to allow the flash to move up here towards Mail. So Valen just swings in with the Stinger, and that's not something easy
Yeah,
to
they
fight
don't know
against
about the
when you have a
Outlaw
hero
as well,
carrier
but it looks
to
like they're going to
Zelsis.
buy heavy armor anyway.
And 3 unanswered rounds, but finally things calm down. G2's back into the advantage in terms of weapons in this round. Playing it very slow still. You have this wall set up on the A side for a slow lurk on the side of Leaf, where G2 gives a lot of responsibility onto Leaf in these moments where he's trying to find a timing on these lurks. As we kick things off with early util to set presence of towards
Hey,
middle here
Zekken
for
has
G2.
only one
Everybody's
person he
grouping
can
up once
one-shot,
again.
and that's Valen.
Just a power drive towards this A site. But Sentinels
Has his TP at spawn.
ready for it. They got 3 players out here.
So close.
Oh, they
This is
got
going to be
so
tough. I
wrecked.
don't know if they
Wait,
can
his
both get out of this.
TP
No,
just went.
They cannot.
The timing of that is
G2
absolutely
pressing in
nuts.
so fast, and it was
I
Sentinels.
don't know if
in
that's
just
on
that
purpose
awkward
from
window
G2, but
in timing.
kind of incredible.
It's like G2 is going to be trying to do this the entire time. They play a little bit slower. They find where they can get through the armor of their opponent, and then it just looks so easy once they get
Suppress?
the spike down.
Could have been suppressed. I'm looking at the TP, and it's
Sentinels
unless
back
like
into
the
the site.
TP disappears from the
Bulldogs being
minimap,
picked
if
up.
he
They
gets
have Salvos and
suppressed, then
Paranoid to start flooding towards the
maybe.
elbow.
pop flash from Nagamo to see if they can retake this space, but nobody's engaged enough.
That's
for
not
him
on
to wanna
purpose.
take it.
You'd be surprised.
I think they back up here.
Maybe try to find an
They
exit.
did fake
though.
pressure over
Zelsis
towards
only
mid,
has
insta
his
group
bulldog,
over
so
towards A.
He's going to be the one moving forward. John Cuny's going to fall back and save.
You know that you can just watch in terms of like when the barrier goes down, what time is TP is going to be fading at.
Wait, he doesn't want to give it away.
Tanuki, thank you. Tier 3, appreciate that. Thank you for the 7 months, dude. Appreciate that so much.
Cat jamming on the screen. And that is
Japanese team to win champs. I don't want to be the person that rains in the parade, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Though, despite G2 being able to open up this A site,
That doesn't mean I don't want you to believe.
That Sentinels currently have here on the defense, something that's a masterclass calling that was even mentioned here in the post game against Cloud9, something that John Cuny's
Just
doing very
2
well
champs?
in terms of
Okay,
understanding
that's
the tendencies
more
of their
doable.
opponents. So when they have better weaponry, or
Still
even a
kind of
judge back in
unlikely
hands,
what's
as
going
Zelsis
on.
may be in the later
Pacific's pretty
rounds,
stacked.
it could render deadly for G2, who are kind of like just spitballing into a group push in the mid round without getting too much information. And speaking of information, you start with the dimensional drift.
Yeah, it's
A
the
flash to come
classic.
across.
Oh my
We're
god.
bringing back the
straight to
classic.
the
The G2
back
are
lane.
on
They're
top of it. He
expecting
had
it
his body there
somewhat,
to make
but
sure they can trade
you
it.
know
They
Zekin's gonna
lose
try to do
Leaf, that's
something
no
crazy
pressure
here.
over towards
Leaf
A,
goes
so they
down,
insta
so
group
does
over towards
Zekin,
B,
I'd
and
say.
there's a
This
bit of a
obviously
time
leaving
pressure
Sen
where
and the
one
2-2
person can
across the
hold
map, and if
and
they
lock
don't
down
lose
over
anybody
towards A,
else,
so they
are
speed
looking
it up.
pretty
Joe in the
good
middle
here.
clears everything,
G2
and then insta B
patiently
hit pretty
waiting to
much
get in.
onto the
One off
salvos.
of quite a few ultimates.
Go
Could
back a
easily
site.
solidify this round for them.
And that's why they wanted to stay back towards the
Wait, no
spawn. What
salvos
type
back
of
to
moves
site?
are they going to do here on the defense? And they react to it. So far, reacting correctly. Moving inside this B side, it's open for now. It's been stalled a bit by some counter salvos out from Sentinel's side. And finally, Jonah P's going in for the plant.
Spike planted.
They get that down. G2 becomes so much stronger in this position. You already see Trent starting to back
Right,
up.
double flash,
Armageddon
yeah.
could come in just a few of these kills, but he's got the salvos first. The retaliation now. They try to stop the entry back into the site. Sentinel's still thinking of which way to get in, and they cannot cover each other on these shots. The spams come through. And again,
He's had a lot of util on this one. Nice reaction from G2. Also super aware of what instant ult might come out from the Yoru ult on defense. The most common one these days.
Yeah.
K Cup 2024 one.
He knows that role.
Yeah, and this was nice from Jogamo. He tucked in the whole time so they didn't spot him. It's a good insta-react before they have time to stabilize, get the one set up over towards A, and then potentially stack B in mid. So, good instant call from Valen. Maxter, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. And we got Rahen, right? Is that how I'm saying this? Rahen with the prime as well. Thank you so much as well, bro. Thank you for that.
The post plant for G2 so far.
1, 2, 3, 4, come.
Now we get Jogmo. Oh my gosh, exactly with the Guardian. We saw him doing the same thing just yesterday.
Full comp by
disruption.
next.
Looks like G2 slipped past again. They've definitely picked up the pace in the way that they're taking the sites overall. Just the game pace for them has been picked up here, and Sentinels cannot seem to get in front of it just yet.
But with losing Leaf, they're forced to play inside the site.
TP.
TP, no, does not time it correctly. That's 2 for Trent on the Armageddon, and he is just racking up the points right now. You'll already see John Cuny heading to the side here, and G2 may have lost the first 3, but we saw that stinger be quite effective. It went down
tried
low,
to TP over it,
the economy,
and
so
they
we're
both
starting to see that
missed.
go to the wayside here, and G2 will start to come back, evening on this round. Yeah, and they should be able to pressure very hard.
Force them down to Nico.
The economy for sure, and you see now Zelsis once again looking to position themselves for exits.
Player standing.
Wait, he did it top bottom, right? So it breaks it?
Definitely looking good into the next buy for round number.
Yeah, that's so unlucky.
7 over here.
He did it from here, so it broke the TP,
And it's good that Trent did
and
get
then
that
the
prime here to
Norman
allow the
mistimed his
Armageddon and
TP.
G2 to just pressure back into the screens. The Salvos creates the space first. They think that
Hey,
they're
oh, it's so good as well,
taking out
man.
the
Like,
clone
this
that
kid
was
is...
actually thrown in here by Jogamo. Gave
They
the
really
Salvo
care about the
playing
stun. The
4-4
stun's
back for
fine.
After those salvos.
Everything
and
else.
after that shot, that was the cue to pull out the Armageddon. Oh, he's able to cap 2 with
Playing
those.
for stats, brother?
I'm assuming that's a message to Zelsis.
Saving a gun, playing for stats. Either way. We got a timeout coming in
The stun
here
is
from
decent,
Sentinels
yeah,
on
but
this.
it doesn't need enough. I feel like the other 3 need
kind of
enough,
sort
really.
out what G2 has been doing. It's not been a consistent site.
I still feel
G2
like
have
the
shown
tail
mid,
ult,
B,
most
and
teams
A
aren't that
now.
good with it.
and it's very explosive once they get to that point. I think obviously
I feel like the only thing
when
I
you're
don't have an
facing
issue
this,
with
a little
is
bit of extremity control on one side, and hopefully the right one. You're not running into that death ball that's coming in. Can kind of set you up with a bit more information.
Yeah, I feel from outside looking in for this timeout for Kaplan is just trying to lean back on those fundamentals. Going back to what was a pain point for them in Bangkok, where they weren't really trading off each other, or even at the
V2
beginning
have
of
solid
kickoff.
tail ults, they always
once
have,
we
yeah.
see the turnaround into split one, you saw that there were, what, 4-1 going to the group, only losing
They've probably been one of the best consistently
but the upward
from
trajectory that
the
Mimi was
beginning.
talking about here at the desk was just being able to play off each other and just stay as a group. So far, and that's how
The drone,
G2 is going to play.
the drone
when they're
lasts for a
entering
long
these sites.
time. It's like my main issue
You
with
do
it.
need that buddy system to come across. You're definitely
In
seeing
comparison
so
to the
far
other
now,
drones.
because they do have a lower buy,
Yeah.
they could maybe activate with a Rolling Thunder off reaction of what could happen here at the beginning of this round.
Sentinels go back to that kind of favoring mid with a bit more pressure now.
Okay, low buy.
Trying to
with the
activate
save
second on this, they
guns.
leave Zelsis to go into the site. And G2 are once again going to play all around the map, making sure the extremities actually don't
And the
have
idea
too
with
much
Riot's
vision
not
on.
enough in Teo yet. Honestly, I
Before
think
you wait here, Sentinels could potentially
I
start
think when
funneling players
this
into
happens,
those strong
Yatsen,
ults. This
and
is why your
teams
Zelsis and Narrate
like
also playing at different
predominantly
extremities.
use
This could
an
be a late
agent,
hit to pivot,
I
players
think
towards the
I
middle,
think they
and then
have to
it's
think
onto
more about the
Flood here from
timing of
Rolling
when
Thunder. That
they
could be a
do
game plan, but
the
now that
update.
you've already used a drone at the very beginning for
Like, you know these
Sentinels,
updates
they're
where
not
they
able to
like
get
it
too
doesn't
much
get
information
announced and
from
they're
the
like,
very
yep,
beginning.
this
So they have to be a little
person's
bit more
getting
reactive
wrecked.
to
Or not even wrecked, like it's just like Yoru, like small little ones.
Oddly
I
spread
think because
out
the
here.
Teo change
We're
has,
gonna
it
get
has to
some
be so
activation
big
out of Leaf, some
that it would wreck
noise.
a lot of teams, so they have to
It's
like
gonna be
wait.
super late for him.
Because
So they're
imagine just
actually gonna do
changing
4
it
take towards
mid
B. They feel like
playoffs.
they've sorted out the defensive
It
Sentinels
would
enough by
destroy
waiting
whole
down a minute
teams.
in about 20 seconds here.
So I think it's so
What will
strong.
they have
The
to go
teams
for?
rely on
They
it so
pressure
much
cook
that
the
they have to
clock down
like
to 30
wait to
now,
time
and
it
Jonah's
well for
gonna
like
get that
after
plan.
Masters or
In sight,
in between the
and feeling
splits.
good about it here.
Oh no! The salvos drop Zelsis, and that's the pit down. The idea was him to just stay alive so the rest could rotate over and use the Rolling Thunder, but now
They're just ready.
Great timing.
They're,
of that stun.
they're already
Good
reading this
omen flash as
play.
well.
They saw it before.
That's a really
Sentinels
nice
even
shield
wanted
summon.
to do it, and Zekin got shot in the face through the wall there before going down. So he's limping around for the rest of the round here.
that's too good there for G2. Just a little bit of a
They missed their timing.
unluckiness
Yeah,
there
had to
out
be.
for Zelsis, but
had to
towards
be
the
after
end, what happened
Bangkok.
for G2 in the
I
pulse
don't.
line
I don't
was
think they were
beautiful.
100% sure that it
Always
was like
leveraging Jonah
busted
B
then.
to able
Riot
to assist
always
Jonah to
historically
get
take
open
like a
his
little bit
beautiful line
longer with
towards the
stuff
back.
that's super
That
busted.
doesn't allow here
The
Sentinels to
fastest
really
they've been for enough is
capitalize on
like
using that
Neon.
Rolling
I
Thunder
guess
for the
that they did
retake.
that pretty fast in the
Because that
season.
pit that was laid
And
down
even
by
that
Zelsis was so nice.
was
You
mainly
saw that
because
it
maybe
covered
there wasn't
really
as many
all of the
tournaments.
map.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvos potentially to play the post plant for G2, there's
ISO,
not too much
but
that
ISO is because
G2
they have
has
the
played within
ranked
the pit.
stats. You guys are right, but I'm talking
It
like
just goes to show
pro
Trent
play
is-
stuff that
is
isn't
thinking
ranked-based
so well
agents.
where to use these salvos, what the displacement along with the other information is going to be.
Like if they don't have the ranked
Kaplan
stats,
watches
they're
his
very
timeout
slow with
fizzle away.
stuff.
Yeah, you saw how that split across the Paranoia. Again, to switch back onto an Omen. So a fault line on one side, Paranoia on the other.
Astra,
and you
Astra's a
have
good
Doggy
example.
in between to get
Super
an
slow
opening.
with that one. I mean, Astra was
Such
here
good
for a long,
coordination
long
coming out
time.
from G2. But now put Sentinel, thankfully, silver lining is that you did have a half buy on that previous round. Now you have a full rifle round.
The
and you
Ares
still
buff, yeah, but
have
that's ranked as well. Dude,
an outcome with the Rolling
it's kind of
Thunder
nice
available,
though.
but G2
Take
wants
a
to
little
press
bit
it
of
forward.
damage to make sure they clear
Split
this,
into the B
so they
site.
can have a safe TP.
Going into the aftershock, they're just playing
Omen
ahead
all
of their
rotate.
own
They
game
don't
here.
stick
I
it,
love
though.
It. Trying to catch the opponent off guard. Sentinels react really nice. They still have an anchor on the site, but do they know about
Oh,
Jogamo?
boy.
Do they know about Jogamo? Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's already been routed.
John, somehow
on the
you gotta get
backside
two,
of the
mate.
site. This leaves John in such a tough spot now. Pincer down, and the rest of Sentinels.
This is nice from
pick
G2 as
again.
well.
Just deja vu.
The
two
breach damage
outside
fill
the
up all
site.
of this? It can't do.
Can't do anything to get back in.
It's
Too
such
thin,
a big
right?
pick. Jogamo getting that one onto Narrate, and not only that, it didn't actually get the hit onto Leaf, who's playing selfless. What they're doing there for G2 is just reset. Those that are towards the B side that didn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder just waits it out. They leverage Leaf, who just drops down and plays bait so they could double swing.
Ares? I mean,
and
they're
trade
not
off
that fast,
elite
yeah, but we'll
ults.
talk about
And
agents.
he didn't even need to die.
You're right, ISO was the fastest
G2
one, but
looking very good
that's
here
just
in
because
Sentinels. You
I'm
just
more
mentioned
talking
in a
about when
timeout
they
that came out
don't
from
have the
Kaplan.
instant number from ranked.
No
Because obviously
success
they care
coming out
more
of the
about
double
ranked.
ult.
It's
No
the
success
most
coming out from
popular. It's why the
Rolling Thunder to
game's
stall the hit from G2
as popular as
because
it
they're
is.
still leaving gaps on the reaction.
Like the
here
agents that are strong
G2's
in pro
currently
play
instilling
takes a
on
little
their
bit
attack side,
longer.
and that's a change of pace. How many
They're always
times so
kinda
far in this
slow
first
enough,
half, and it's
really.
been very slow for G2 trying to scout around the map and then move as a group, but this time around, they quickly activate on top of B Heaven, and it seems like Sentinels weren't ready for that.
It's honestly not something you expect from G2.
everything.
You expect to get a little bit longer of a series altogether because the rounds will go longer. The way they want to figure out their opponent.
Yeah, I reckon
how
it'll get
they sort
announced
things back and forth.
mid-Toronto, and they
But you're right.
nuff it for after.
The change of pace here is definitely throwing Sentinels for a loop as G2 continue to pressure these objectives instantly. Back towards A here, and it's everyone there, right? They're looking for a fault line hit if they need it, and they're looking to get right into the site if possible.
Is it Armageddon at least for John
Okay, another
Cutie?
round
So
where
the amount of times they've been
Sentinels,
buying
they
half
don't win
armor,
it.
half shields, regen shields.
Go down to an eco.
They want to fight this right away.
Flying through.
Tail
Narrate
once
opens
they
up
commit.
big though. Quickly traded back by Valen, the smoker, the controller, the IGL. Right at the front of the line to start this one is Zekin's trying to get into a spot that can win this round back. It's already being waited on by Leaf though. Almost 3 they get on different levels, and the drone also makes it indecisive
Narrate
where
would
to
love
put the
them
shot.
to win this round because I feel like he did messed up
pushes
early.
down towards the screens, and he's trying to find an opening. Beg's waiting for him.
Hops right into sight. Zekin's gonna give everybody a little UAV situation.
Yeah, dude, they are locked into sight. Someone has to frag out heavy for G2.
Nice stun.
The swings aren't happening together though. Almost these 1v1s being created. Trent from the outside, ready to hit that aggression from screens, and it's just Sentinels falling like flies
salvo
on this
timing
one.
from
One
Trent
left,
was
Bang,
kinda
trying to do what he
insane.
can. Too much surrounding him though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, John Cutie.
No time for this one.
John and Jonah. The shots come through, and Trent's gonna be able
Really,
to do
really
it.
nice
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Dude, Trent's salvo timing here was insane. Just as they committed to the double swing on elbow, there's a salvo in the
G2's just
middle.
too good for G2.
Yeah, that was nice.
Even if Leaf, again, on those moments usually is good on like at least 1 or 2, but he gets the perfect information.
It's a little bit weird from Narrate here, right? He does an ult that's meant to separate, and then it's like he's not ready
the dimensional drift.
for the player to separate from the
Because when
others.
Zekin found all that information, he actually flashed back towards that spawn so that Sentinels cannot come back to fight. They had good reads to play so passively in the
Yeah,
very
had an
beginning,
ult
but
like this,
going
right?
into
Where
the hit in itself,
it's for the ones that commit, that have gone past this point already.
and from Valen was so nice to stop that.
Surely you checked the main corner that
That
you've
timeout
forced him
button is
into.
getting pushed fast over there on the Sentinel side. I mean, Kaplan just has to get in their ear to tell them what is happening, what's going on, where can they reset, or maybe even say you have the right idea, stop second guessing yourself.
Yeah.
Right? It
What
could
teams do you
be
think benefit the most from having
numerous things
Fracture out and
now.
Sunset in?
But
G2
Sentinels
for
is
sure.
falling behind too much with 6
There's
straight
quite a lot of teams
rounds
that
in
ban
favor
it.
of G2 now.
Sentinels
I
ban
was
it,
just
they'll
mentioning
like
before
that.
Sentinels like to get muddy. They love to fight as a group, and they don't mind to
Who else
fight in the
bans
chaos.
Fracture?
But
Yeah.
the thing is, when they actually use that Armageddon
Dude,
on
all
that
the
previous
EMEA
round,
teams ban
Valen
Powell,
that snuck through
so
towards the entrance of the A
none
site
of them
actually
really
threw a
benefit
smoke
too much.
up towards the A ramp. But that actually just stopped Sentinels, and they didn't want to challenge through that because they were just afraid of the
T1?
unknown of what was
T1's true.
behind the smoke.
Can
When the
T1 play
Armageddon
double
was already
jaws on
creating
that map,
space
though?
for them, they potentially could have moved
Honestly,
down
probably.
and find some good information and continue to trade out. But that little space that was given to the G2, you just saw what happened towards the end. A 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 that came out in their favor.
In G2
Sentinels, yeah, you
permaban
mentioned
Sunset,
that,
yeah,
but
but they're
when
gonna
the
have a
work now
lot
coming
of
out from
time,
Kaplan is,
and trust me,
let's just try to
anything's gonna be
salvage
better
these
than their
last 3
Fracture.
rounds if we can. But he has nothing else to work with for the map.
Oh. A little bit of a learning round too here for G2 as they use Dimensional Drift. They see if Sentinels off that timeout would it retaliate on an A play like that. I like this. I like this. Sentinels though have their own strategy ready for it. Zelsis, oh, he is just not having
Is that what
fun
you
with
meant
the
to do,
salvos
dude?
today. Trent
That's
has
messed
his
up.
number.
Recite. Overkill.
Flown in, or drone in.
Yeah.
Narrate takes down Jog. That's actually a huge one to
Another-
be getting right
another
now.
3v4.
Sentinels can just slow this down and take a breath.
But Plat
You
now
would
has
argue that
Golden
they have
Thunder
better positions
available
this
here
time.
for Jonah P.
Oh, fault line should just go right past Valen. They could work
That
off this together.
insanely late play from Zekin.
Zekin waiting very far out. There's one last one they could hopefully get in. Oh,
With the
they
d-
smoke offs actually where
Ooh,
Zekin's
nice
going.
from Bang. Just straight up
Kind
put
of
a
pulling
smoke
the
down and
attention
just
of G2
spammed
away
it.
from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow.
Okay,
It's
nicely
gonna be John
done.
Cutie
Dude,
coming in
banging
for the
that kill through the
kills.
smoke is
And they're
really,
even
really
gonna
important.
need the other person on the flank there. Sentinels straighten one out, and they stop the bleeding.
You saw the discipline coming out there from G2 as well. As soon
We
as they
got two
lost
people that won't
Trent
be
at
able
the
to
very
buy if they
beginning
lose
towards
the
A main,
loss.
You saw Jonah P switch away from the Rolling Thunder.
Second, I mean, Zekken would have won this round anyway. They're like really solid with this extra smoke.
Try to go for a double swing.
It was behind the attack smoke that was there.
Let's go.
Definitely see here that Sentinels are still ironed out here towards his retakes.
A big timeout there for Kaplan to get into the ear of the team. Can they continue this momentum? They have a lot of economy to work through on the side
I
of
don't think it would have done
G2
much.
Esports
It would have just stalled. I think if you looked at the positions then, not that they knew the flank was happening, but I think they would have lost anyway if they used all.
Back to this solo Zelsis mid for now.
You don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that the flank time is too good. Okay, we see the whole damage into TP. And then we have the salvos at the back, clear the back, so they don't have to worry about that.
Room twice with Omen and Yoru. It's so hard to not get overrun by something
it's
like
so
that.
hard
But
to
now
play
heavy
sides
controls a little bit
against
faster
Teo,
for Sentinel side. That's the change on this round.
Teo
They didn't have this
breach, dude.
before. Oh, the timing!
Oh,
and it's
what
actually
was
gonna
that
be
shot
just
though?
low on Jogmo's shot.
What he was
Second
done for.
retaliates beautifully with that shot flick downward as the site trades come in strong. They do find Zekken towards the top as Valen tries to reorganize where he can be and what will be the safest in this 2v2.
You gotta start expecting B main if there was no one peeking from heaven then.
Just looked away, the timing's there!
Oh. Absolute hero has it. Oh, if you want to throw a spike, go for it.
Now they can take their time though for G2. Valen has, they're from the shadows. So if it has to come down to these trades where it might not work out for them, he could always TP away with the spike on his back.
30 seconds left.
They're going to have to keep Sentinels guessing and force them to peek out.
No way, that's nuts timing.
Just snuck through. But with that though, if the spike comes for a plant, John Cutie has his salvo, so they want to dodge off that first.
Okay, trying to sell it.
All right,
they're trying to sell the top of the spike to the insta ult with the spike over towards A.
So he can get another
That's
point
cool.
towards Armageddon, and they get to post plant position here.
And the TP was just to get
They
John
don't realize
Cutie away,
just
so
how
he
much
can't
they've
really
owned. They
get
might
range
have
for
tried to
the
take a little bit more
to
space here.
delay the plan on B.
That's a great kill.
One shot from
They
Trent.
do smoke with
saw
a
it.
little
They know where
gap in
Bang
it
is.
so you can peek over
Easy
towards here
play
as
here.
well.
Trent backs
Lay
up
around
as
it.
far as possible,
We
making
got
it
someone
almost.
close. Oh.
Yeah, Armageddon comes
Dude,
through.
we're
You're not
baying
even
like
gonna
we're
get a
playing
chance
double
to get
over
onto
here
the
at the
spike
moment as
yet.
well.
Next hit gets the salvos, and you still have Valen just around the outside playing a little game of cat and mouse here with Bang. The final
This is a
shots come through from the
smart
IGL,
round.
and they pick up
This is
another
a
round.
smart 2v2, dude. What a hero Valen is as well, getting that kill over towards B main. Realize when he TP'd away, if someone's not shooting him from heaven, there's a great chance there's someone B main. That was beautiful to watch.
One of the best Teo that we have here in the Americas, maybe even the world. Just because he's so self-sufficient.
The smoke at the end here as well. Oh my god, this is
alive
such
here.
a nice
And
round,
he's
dude.
close by scenarios when he needs to sneak back out of the outside of the site.
I'm gonna tell you how games
Tap
in a row
spike,
he has.
TP over
That's
towards
all he
A.
plays. You gotta be afraid.
Oh, this might get weird. Is he going for
They
the...
play that on Icebox too. And they
Oh my god, he's next to him. They swap places.
The speed on A again.
That's sick.
Sentinels forego attacking this for a few rounds and then try to deliver the punch once again here up a member after the fight.
But under Paul, Sentinels doesn't seem to have had the best conversions and man advantages. G2 walking in for the contact, spotted by Narrate.
Smart play by Narrate, beautiful flash, beautiful teamwork. Bit of an extended high-low there, but they do lose each other as G2 figures out the play.
2v2, drone still available. That's going to spot John Cutie towards the screen, so they isolated one. Zelsis still has a window to surprise one, and now they just got both spotted.
Nice shot.
Up to Trent.
13-3.
Zelsis, we talked about winning so many clutches previously before. Can Trent, however, have the firepower for two of these members? Oh my god! The Red Bull clutch from Trent in the 1-2! They have no more timeouts, you can't do that!
Dude, give him a chance, man, come on.
That has a sting. Just the patience that he has.
How's he
you
making
just
that look
mentioned it.
so easy?
Trent, can he clutch the 1 versus 2?
15-3
work
ends
with
the
and just
half.
waited to see where the footsteps were going to be.
Oh, Jesus.
And that's a collat.
Oh, it's a what? It's a boop boop. You see that through shot too? Yeah. They'll have to call that timeout next half. Even getting the coach going, like we said before, when you're surprising your team like that, you know you're doing it right.
That's a
8-4
mad
here.
half.
Sentinel started to punch back
Lost
a bit, but is it
pistol.
enough? We'll find out when we come back.
Lost the next round. Then obviously you got to eco.
It's for you. Do you
And
like
what,
it?
they lost one buy round.
Come on, Charlie. Use
There's
your
that
new
3v4 retake over
Come
towards
on, let's go.
A.
I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Trent had a really nice half. Really, really nice. His timing on that salvos and that other round was so good. Dude, this was like this was just a nice half to watch from G2. So, like, I don't want to over compliment them, but it was such a good half. There's so many sick rounds here. Yeah, there was a lot of situations where it's like even or even man disadvantage for G2, and like you said, that their plans are so good. Plans are so good. I'm a known G2 glazer. Well, they need to stop doing good stuff, man.
G2 lead at the half.
The coaches don't get halftime yet.
After a 6-round run there in the first half, they started to run away with it. Sentinels only able to battle back a bit, but we still have a competitive scoreline going into the second half. Sen's attack could easily start to flip this map on its head.
When it was very one-sided for Sentinels against G2 before, though, it was Sentinels dominating on the defensive side. Now you definitely saw that there was a little bit of struggles coming across here once.
Did Sen
G2
get
started
heavily
to get the money
anti-stratus?
right.
Doesn't feel
This
like
time
it.
around,
The
Sentinels
only
has an
round that
opportunity
had
to
any kind
turn
of
it back to their side.
sense of
For
that
them
was
grouped
maybe
together
the timing of
towards
the
this B
TP
main.
over towards here on like the
The
what was
only
it, fourth round or
responsibility is Valen trying
something.
to
Fifth round. That was like
go
the
for
only thing.
little one-way
Everything
smoke
else
to
was
see if
just
he can spot some
nice
feet.
play from G2. Nothing anti-wise in my opinion.
He knows, but he doesn't have the aim anymore. Not just aesthetic on that one as Zekin comes in with
Maybe
one of
something
the
to do with
kills.
middle
It
and
looks
like being able to
G2 is actually
TP
trying
here,
to
but
swarm
it
the
just
site,
felt
get
like
in
he
there to
might
help
comp
Leaf,
well.
but do they need to help Leaf that
Look at him
much?
go, man.
He gets sorted
He's
out,
still
and
alive.
they will get the rest of the members
He's
there
still
as
alive and
Sentinels.
everyone is there
Oh
from
my God,
G2.
Leaf.
How does Leaf still survive in that moment?
1-1 on the
So many players
pistols.
are coming across him, and he still stays alive. I think it was Narrate that was right in front of him towards that spawn and trying to get him with the classic and just couldn't. Where the opener was perfect for Zekin. They went for the TV, the flash. Yes, he was read by Valen, but he got hit by the fall line. He got fully blinded. A right click couldn't hit.
Absolute beast.
Somehow Leaf solo inside the site that lays long enough that even if he falls, the rest of G2 is already on the rotate. A great start for G2 now, winning this second pistol, and we're tying 1-1 at least in pistols. But G2 has the lead by 5 in his first map.
And they love to have Leaf in situations like that. I think they give him the opportunity to play up, be a little aggressive, draw the util out of the opponent, and he's still staying alive. Like you said, how? You just ask questions when you're watching it. A little aggression from Zekin here as he tries to push back Jonah P.
All they want is a plat now for Sentinels. All of them grouped in together,
Damn,
and
dude,
they
everyone's
have a
tanking
chance.
bullets.
Spike's
You're right,
gonna give it away
literally
here
down for
for
one.
Second to get the plat to get closer to the dimensional drift, and we'll put that little check mark there for a dub.
A long-range 2x scope on that Dogamo. Just stinger
Dude,
from
the
across
Baki
A
is
site.
actually
It
gonna
looks like they're
send it.
trying to get in with a few more stingers.
Oh.
The deadly push coming through, and then Narrate's going to be able to
Nice
answer with the
cleanup.
classic, but it is
there's
not
an upgrade for
enough.
Valen,
G2
right?
Swarm, G2W. They get another round for themselves here.
Not too bad there coming out for Sentinels to do that damage and to be able to get that plant.
Yeah.
That
Rated
previous
by
round
double
you saw
stinger,
that,
Bucky.
we just mentioned it before. They're so good at buying in second rounds with stingers, but the reason why you go for these buys are what helps you in these buys is you actually get the plant
Dude,
in the
look
fifth
at
round,
him.
which unfortunately Sentinels did not. But even if they're still trailing behind at this point 9-4, they still went for a full classic round, so it seems that they still have faith towards what they could do here once they have their money right here on the attack.
So
Okay,
the
full
other buy
rounds. Oh, it's not
the
the
Vandals,
not the best
Phantoms.
bonus, but
They do
it's
get the
still
rifles
kinda
in for
nice.
Sentinels here. This bonus
Where's the
round
Bucky
is very,
going?
very big to keep G2's pressure at bay. Already the 10-4 is enough to deal with. And just a push towards main, so a little bit of an extremity hold here, but still giving G2 quite a bit of space to start the round as they have an eye on just about every angle.
Yeah, and anything
I think Icebox will
for
go.
Sentinels so far is
Should go
just
better
to wait
than
out
this.
and find that mark where the
Sentinels,
players
but
could be.
not saying much.
Ooh.
Too suppressed.
Hello.
I think the G2 comp shouldn't
really
work as good second
answering to
time
that
round.
yet, though. No fault line to Salvos, just
should
waiting here
actually
to
see
just
some
stop
anti from
G2
Sentinels
or
on it.
stop Sentinels on the hit.
Jeez. Even that activation you saw coming from Narrate, that was from mid, that fault line we just watched Jogamo jump out of. So they're trying to activate from across the map.
boy.
Leaf ready to deliver the mail, and he gets one down. That's going to be too far for the Bucky, but the Stinger comes out strong. Another headshot
I thought
coming
he was
through.
going to get a double there.
We see Jonah P go down as Zek can finally answer the situation.
The
They
Stinger's
have to
meant to
limp
be
into
the
the
one
site
and
now.
downs,
Actually,
but I
not too
swear,
bad. Zek can still
on
pretty
some of
healthy off
these,
that engage.
Some of these Americans players, it just looks
Heck of a swing
so
there
good
for
for
G2
two.
trying to combo that. It's up to Valen now. Almost won. The second. He's got the distance. Classic.
Oh, the
he's
hesitation of the switchback.
indecisive about the weapon, and Zekin is not flying through the air to get a right-click win.
Great
a triple
damage
kill
on the
on that
bonus,
round,
though.
and another one for Sentinels.
Split
been
second
around.
there for Valen.
Yeah.
To potentially put the nail in the coffin onto Sentinels on the first map. But thankfully, Zekin once again is there to save it for Sentinels. But it looked so good here for G2 and how they played their bonus round. You saw that there wasn't an idea to do the trap play around the salvos and the fault line. You're just trying to find information, trying to suppress some players, and also just trying to stop and trade utility between both teams. And what to do after.
It doesn't matter about
Hold it to
damage.
tight quarters, 'cause you
Kinda
have
does.
Buckies, you
1,
have
2,
Stingers.
3, 4 combine next.
Just let them run into you and get these picks. And Zekin, thankfully, with that last
Damage
kill,
also means
and
that
the
there's
clutch
1,
is
2,
able
3
to
people that can get
some
one shot from
information
the
for
outlaw.
Sentinels to activate towards this A site behind a dimensional drift.
I'd argue it matters quite a lot.
He's in the site. Zekin is definitely spicing up things on the map right now, but G2 has kept him at bay from what his performance was yesterday. That's for sure. Let's see if they can get themselves back into the action here. A really nice site take towards A. Sentinels kind of has to stop giving G2 that respect. We hear a lot of teams say it. You just got to move a bit faster,
A
more
lot of
aggressive,
people
and Bang is
choosing
all
Heaven here.
over that.
Nice for Sentinels though. They could have taken so much space over towards spawn. Make sure you
Engage
funnel
for
them
now
out
as
towards
G2
heaven.
drops in for a moment. There's so much util to be fighting in the orb. The fight in the smoke, or rather the wall, as Leaf and Valen are just taking down the members trying to enter into the site, bottlenecked as they try to get through
What a
here.
good plan.
And there it is.
Close.
Jogamo grabs
Alright,
one.
looks like
Leaf's
he's got
already
it.
on the defuse, and that's going to be round 11 for G2.
It was close.
It wasn't too bad from Sentinels. The idea was pretty cool, to be honest.
I heard that, we're good. But that said, you've just mentioned so much util being thrown towards hell. That was the main choke point where everybody was focused on.
I'd have
because
to
the
watch it
Armageddon
again
already
to see
pushed everybody
what
back.
fully went wrong.
Sentinels knew that the flood was going to come back from heaven and from A main just because of the Armageddon thrown by John Cutie in the pulse plant. But high-low, verticality advantage coming out for
They played
G2.
4 off Teo solo.
It was just too easy to fight back towards the end there for G2. Two more rounds rather to close up the first map. They're gonna make things difficult here in round number 17. Already a thick pit towards middle.
Try to figure out how to dislodge him.
Exactly. It's so deep
Best
too that
split.
doesn't allow for you to really get some good control towards the vents. So it looks like Sentinels
Yeah, I'm
has
trying
no
to
choice
remember
but
if
to
any
work towards
teams
the
are
extremities. Half buy that
good
you
at
have on their
split in
side.
APAC.
I mean, it even comes down to a force buy. They
Yeah.
absolutely have no credits left to work with, and at this
The
point,
T-
if
T1
they're gonna
look
play
kinda
this
nice on
slow,
it.
I think you're leveraging
But
on
it's
Derek
more
to try
down
to get
to
an
the
opening here
individuals.
with this Guardian.
Trying to sell something towards A. They might have gotten that teleport back just in range of Jonah P, though.
Zeta?
You see
Honestly,
no
Zetas
movement from
actually do
G2.
have a
They're
good
not
split.
buying that A distraction just yet. Jogamo hopefully getting the drone work. Drone on drone action. Ships in the night crossing. Now they just sit. Behind the column, the
great
util keeps
stun,
them
man.
protected
3
for
person
now,
stun
but
there.
Jogmo's trying to let them know
Oh,
where is
Jogmo
he
would have
in
taken that. That's
the
all I'm
window to
saying.
get back
We've
into
been
this.
focusing on
Leaf's in
our
sight.
Euro
Those
ults.
Valentos jog, they
Nah,
just
we've been
surface
focusing on
from
our Euro
nowhere
ults.
and
I
take
saw
down
some
Sentinels.
discipline. He saw 3 people get stunned. He didn't go for it. He just went for the full info on his team.
Sentinels tried to go
They've
back
been
for their pistol
focusing
round that
on
allowed
that
here
ult.
Second to get the opener onto
That's
Valen,
nice.
but instead this time around, it's G2 holding the back with Jogmo.
That was one of their biggest
with the
weaknesses.
dimensional drift, able to escape
Not a
all that
fracture.
util and find all of that information from a fault line to stall. The salvos to push him off the spike plant. And then also to just close the gap to get that done on the side of G2.
That's no joke, his best ult so far with the Yori.
They just popped out in the sight. That kind of teamwork is insane.
7 chances. At one point this was a
G2 with so much
3-0, by the way.
consistency behind their plays. Stinger by for what could be the final round here as Sentinels try to keep themselves alive, and Leaf just snuffs second as he sprints up mid.
And that's what makes it annoying, trying to play a judge inside male. Thankfully, those Sentinels have control of B site, but they're fighting with Stinger's long range.
Bang playing a bit of a game, but knows it's death at the top of that rope as he bounces back into sight. 5v3, or if you're looking from Sen, the 3v5, as they have to hold this one. Signatures are up, more smokes there for Valen as they can create their own angles that they want to be looking at when they re-enter the site. Just waiting on the go button here. You can see Valen discussing what the next moves are. They're very happy to see those Tejo
His delay is
salvos.
pretty good, but
I think that's going to pretty much
you gotta look
activate
at
what they want
Trent
to do
with
here.
the latest luck
Just a
over towards
1-2.
B main to
Where's
secure
the
it.
third? The punch comes across, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Trent gets another salvo
It's a bit of a
kill here
masterclass,
on
man. Fair
Split
play.
as
This
they
was a
end
really
it out.
nice
It's
bit
gonna
to
be
watch from them.
13-5 in favor
Sentinels
of
would be a little bit
G2.
gutted because they could have played
Full
some of
control
the
Split
man
pretty much all
advantages
throughout.
better,
It's gonna be a
but
tough
I
series.
still think they lose this map.
Masterclass coming out for G2 for sure.
That was really nice to watch, man. That was
VIGL
cool.
Valen standing up here, confident on the run that
Like
G2
assist 30,
could
thanks so
bring.
much for the prime, man. Appreciate the
And only
13
one more
months.
map
Thank
to
you for
move
that.
into qualification to make it into Toronto.
Yeah.
But in the map itself here on Split, man, did they look good here on any type of forefront.
Chat, for all the people that are salty about how Sentinels played,
was
man,
displayed across.
you
They
guys
learned
are
their
just got to
lesson the
accept
last
that
time they
G2
played
played this
against
really well.
Sentinels on this map.
Like,
And they came
I
back
get
for
the,
revenge.
I get the, there's definitely a couple of rounds, like at the beginning of this, where they should have won some 4v3s. I agree with you. They probably would have, should have won 3 maybe out of the rounds they lost.
Reactivate
But
on
mate,
certain
they still would have
rounds.
lost this game. They're
Incredible
playing too
stuff.
good.
Sentinels looking
Like,
to come
at
back
least this
strong
map.
here as we get into our second map, but we go to a quick break first. Don't go anywhere.
No, the ideas, like the mid rounding, Valen's mid rounding here was nice. The plans were always better from
I don't
G2.
really like committing to things.
And
I'm
Trent was
scared.
just
But
insane.
when Verizon announced that I could lock in a
And
low
they sold
price
out
for
their
3
Euro
years,
ults, was kind of scary.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Sentinels, I mean, they should have a better plan on this Icebox. I don't think the G2 Icebox should look as good second time round, in my opinion. I think this whole sending wingman into plant should just get absolutely wrecked, and then it becomes some weird situation where they got to fight for a spike behind a wall over towards A. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Fast skills, yeah, Sentinels had a lot of man advantages.
now for Jaw. Oh dear. Don't start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles. But Zekken's still moving, and Zekken's
2
just
kills.
mowing them down.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with that classic Sentinel split. Not your map pick. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What was your plan for split when that was floated, when that was out there? It is a Sentinels kind of classic sort of thing. What did you expect, and how did you prepare for that?
Honestly, I expected like a tougher game there. Last time they took us away, and we honestly underestimated their split dominance. This time we pulled no punches. We prepared well, and I think the boys executed really well.
Why do you think they underperformed?
I'm not sure. I would have to watch the tape to really see, but I felt like we put the right pressures. Felt like they were playing a little passive. We read their initiatives really well. We knew the situations. Even their early timeouts gave me an opportunity to just correct little micro mistakes, and then we were always one step ahead.
All right, well, best luck in map 2.
And that's what it's all about right there. Oh,
that's dangerous. That's so dangerous,
That's such a
Mimi.
bad idea.
That was such a terrible idea.
That's an expensive piece of equipment.
Minus $10,000.
More than
Gym
that.
operator Gaston's going to kill you. He's going to kill you.
And they're carting me away. They're carting me away as we speak.
Oh, wait, just got word that came out of your paycheck. All right, everyone. We are professionals.
We're talking about the first map?
We are professionals.
That had to do with Canada. It was really topical.
Yo, G2 exec really well. Why don't we show that?
Before they fire me, I want to talk about this round because I thought this was really nice. G2 gets more value out of their Teodrome than I think most other teams do these days. They're almost always, when they're going for these kind of execs, have the TP set up, send in the drone, and they're holding the rest of their initiator util if they don't catch anything off that drone. Then this next layer is always so high quality to go in with the missiles, with the aftershock, and they completely decimate Zelsis here. And this is something G2 is doing on almost every map, on almost every attack round, of picking the perfect moments when they actually need their initiator utility. They're never just sending it because.
Yeah, a lot of other teams, I think, will just go into the motions of it, right?
Yeah.
They'll just be ending up using their salvos to try and assist and get the Euro play into the back site and try and let that happen, but they're just reading the moments really well. I mean, Josh RT was saying, even in that interview, they were just one step ahead over and over again with their read overall on that map on split. And they made it just look like just child's play for them, to be honest. They were just running rings around Sentinels overall, and they said that Sen are going to need to win this one in 2, to be honest.
Yeah.
Split dominance in that fashion as well. We're now heading over into Icebox as well as a bit of a preview, but even before we get into that, I mean, dude, it's just... This is going to be more than an uphill struggle, I think, for Sentinels themselves. G2 often bring the best out of them as a team.
Something I wanted to note real fast, though, was Josh RT's interview. Him saying, I expected it to be tougher. I expected a little bit more pushback. But that was not the case, and you could see clearly why. I mean, you had so many moments where G2 just had the reads on them.
Yeah, and even when rounds were going wrong, it felt like they were winning every clutch. Trent, in particular, was incredible in these late rounds. I think of that 1v2 where they just line up. One bullet gets him with the Vandal. He has been on point. We were already talking about how good his utility is, but he's also showing up in these individual moments in the late round, Bren.
It's the way that they empower him as well. G2 as a team, they will try and set up Jordan for success occasionally as well, but often Trent is going to be the one taking advantage of the space that the rest of his team is making, and Jorg is making himself as well, and being that second person in to be able to trade out often and being last alive into the clutches as well definitely helps his case. There's that moment you were describing. It's absurd as well, because with a team like G2, they don't just have one quality in space. They've got almost every quality in terms of individual firepower, coordination. You can just tell looking at them that the comms are so clean every single time they're in a situation. Barely ever does this team misplay with the utility.
4.8 KD.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Genuinely.
It looked like a cakewalk for Trent this game. He was winning every gunfight. You had no doubt that he was winning.
This is a match that's going to qualify you to Toronto as well, and they're doing it like this. They're doing it like this.
It's scary, honestly, with the way that they played that. I don't know, Mimi, how Sentinels look to respond, but we're going to Icebox. What are we expecting here?
I mean, there has to be a complete turnaround, but this is another strong map for G2, so need Kaplan to pull something big out for him.
All right, well, guys, let's go ahead and hear what the Sentinels coach, Kaplan, had to say as we get ready for map 2.
you're the coach of Sentinels. Kaplan, they ran away with your map pick of Split, the classic Sentinels Split. A bit of an underperformance that we're not used to from Sentinels. What went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I want to give G2 credit. They're a great team, and I think they had a lot of cool strats, and they came out swinging. They played that really well. Obviously, at 13-5, I don't think that explains it. I don't think they're that much better than us. I think we're having a real hard time playing the way we usually play. I think we're a bit the stakes. The opponent is getting to us more than it needs to, and I mean, that's all that matters right now. Just making sure for map 2 we play like ourselves. Whatever happens, happens, but I really hate to not show up for anyone here, so.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you heard Coach Kaplan there. I mean, of course, if anyone knows his guys, it's him, and he knows when they're playing their best, when they're a little rattled, and he could definitely tell that they were rattled there.
But this is going to be a tough game. G2's only played Icebox once this stage, but they had a dominant win on the map. They played the same comp they did last year with the Harbor Viper, and I want to highlight Jaw on the Gecko. He's so good at using his util perfectly, and then once that's gone, he's fighting into backside. He's going so far forward and fully disrupting the opponent's retake. That's something they have to be ready for if Sen want to bounce back.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Cap as well. He's not overselling anything for the second map, honestly. He knows that they haven't showed up here, but genuinely, this is going to be such a struggle for them as well. Even though we haven't seen that much of Icebox from G2, they've really distilled it down to basically just trying to exemplify, I think, why post-plan util is so strong in this map. It's going to be tough for Sentinels. It's going to be tough.
Without a doubt, folks. All right, well, our second map is going to be Icebox. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Just got word. Mimi's fired. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here. We'll be back after this quick short break, and Mimi's got to look for a new job. Poor Goose, man. Oh. Poor Guillermo.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are ready for map 2 here in our second series of the day. G2, we heard the desk. It kind of looked like a cakewalk here because Sentinels have to come out swinging.
And I'm scared now because they're going into Icebox. Sentinels, last time they played it, they only played it once so far. They played against Crew. Crew came out with this double controller setup with the Harbor and the Viper, something that Sentinels had a hard time dealing with. But now we're going to this game. Oh my God, okay, wait, hold on. Sentinels comes in with something new here, and they're almost
the Gecko now.
Exactly, they're almost mirror comping G2 if G2 plays the same composition,
they got the,
which then means here that they're pulling out
though.
the Gecko, but instead of playing the Harbor, they're going with an Omen. So you want to add a little bit more verticality going to how you want to exit into these sites. Because again, you're looking at this, both teams are not playing
it's the comp that
Navi
played,
the way
right?
they're playing it, they're scaling quite well thanks to the
Yo,
Harbor.
matey.
But on the side here of Sentinels, I'm expecting to get a lot of that verticality coming out from Zekin to allow Sentinels to get a little more space, a little bit of crosses to allow to open up the sites. And they have a chance to do that now for Sentinels because they start on the attack.
Remember, this
does
mean a spot in Toronto here. Sentinels trying to keep this series
Everyone's
alive.
going to be sending Wingman in, but everyone knows,
here.
dude, Wingman, this could be a good map,
rounds
man.
in their
Wingman's going to get
pocket.
absolutely messed up.
Sure, Sentinels won't make it as easy on this. We're going to get into the map. Icebox, we see
Guy's
teams now bringing
sent
out
in
the
all the time to
Geckos.
plant. He's going to tank some
I'm excited.
util.
These changes late in the season here. Let's see what teams pick
Incredible. Okay, so Sentinels start on attack, G2 on defense.
Sentinels are kind of running things just like G2. A
And
lot
no,
of pressure
when do we
towards this
when do we
B-side
have
on
a
the
game
pistol,
when there
trying to
was
scan out
no
where the defense could be.
no
But
duelist?
it's a full setup for G2.
When was the
Leave
last
Sentinels up towards this B
best
site.
of
Just
3
try to get early
where there was
information.
no
The pressure's
duelist?
coming
Well,
towards
not
mid
best of
and
3,
Sen, so
I
they can
guess
try to go
now.
for this pinch in the back.
Already around yellow. Sentinels moving quite quick, but do they know how many will be around?
Yeah.
The flank splits up.
Well,
Down with two
Sentinels need to get a
classic.
good
Easy
start,
as they just come around the
and-
corner all willy-nilly on the side of Sen. But Zalsis is able to push forward.
I mean, balance
Everyone
low.
is getting a little tricky here.
Comes down to a
as
pretty
they don't
important
know
duel
where the
from
full
Jonah.
capacity of each team is, but they're still trying to seek each other out.
Here we
One
go.
more trade goes through, and very low health here for G2 to get back into the site.
Yeah, he had the classic ones to take it.
G2. Both players of Sentinels are isolated though.
Oh, that flash, man.
Just gooped on there, and they have to get now to John Cutie. Takes down one, turns, almost gets this 180.
Yeah,
but it
had
is just
the
going to be a quick
reload.
classic.
Man,
Wingman's
Balance did
already
good.
on the
Balance
defuse.
doing
And that's going to be enough. A round win for G2. They secure another pistol.
That was such a solid hole for G2 in the very beginning. You mentioned how many players would be flanking towards that back for the set of G2. And it was a split second where the turret was down, but it came back up on time for Zelsis to spot that. And that call just activated Sentinel to try to push back towards the back of the B site.
Zelsis needs to
have a
buy
high-low
on
from the top of the
site.
bridge and kitchen
He could
towards
have
the
maybe
back of the
delayed
site. They
and
weren't
played
ready
over
for it
towards
from the side of
main,
Sentinels,
but
and
I
G2
don't
were
know.
just able to play full men advantage throughout the whole pistol.
Um,
now building into a very strong second half of
2-1
Outlaw.
on the
Already comes
pistols.
out here for the side of Jonah P,
Yeah.
allowing for them to play a little bit more of a 4-1 setup here.
Wingman impact.
on
I mean, you're
this
going to see
Icebox
Wingman's going to be
defense.
getting a lot of
Nice when you
palms
see
in this.
Jonah with it,
Like,
but it is
Wingman is the
perfect for that
duelist, so
B-long position. They have kitchen covered.
he's the guy sending it
It's gonna
in.
be right under the tube. Leaf making the stinger sing, and
Yeah,
he does
2
it
mollies,
again.
yeah,
The
that's
third
what
one.
I was
It's
thinking
gonna
as
be a-
well.
Oh, Jogamo! Stealing that away. Possible ace. That's all right, though. iBuyPower's taking a breath. They've seen too many lately. Jonah P finishes up that one, and it is going to be 2 here for G2.
And you're just playing Lemmings going into the kitchen.
Yeah.
So much util to stop towards that back, though. The Gecko flash towards that top really didn't allow Sentinels to play and trade as a group. And speaking of playing as a team, this time you're giving the Outlaw on the side of Jogimo. For this buy, Sentinels already respects it because of that second round shot that you have Jonah P already getting that first pick. So all buying full shields on the side of Sentinels at the same time puts a dent into their economy. They have to be flawless in this round.
They had the salvos.
Look at this push.
Guess they did a smoke default, right? I guess.
It's expected on both
Oh
sides.
my,
Bang
double.
is so ready in a third one. Trent knows there's going to be more of a fight here. He has to get out safe somehow.
Yeah,
That
dude,
swing,
no matter what,
Bang
Trent was kind
finds
of
a
wrecked there.
third kill,
Couldn't
and is
really
gonna get a
rely on
fourth
util, couldn't
point
really
for
get
the
to a
ultimate on
safe
this
space
round.
at all. Okay, it
Leaf getting pretty
becomes
close,
about
pretty quick here.
damage.
Not waiting for the
Leaf
team. He
is
just goes
crazy.
for the swing. That was an abrupt stinger swing for sure. And now we'll just see if they can take down Jog here as he gets the defuse. A nice round for Sentinels.
Yeah, you're trying to do
Well,
as much
Molly might
damage as
actually get
possible.
him, man.
Pop damage so that Jog will get one shots across the board. That
Yeah.
would take down actually 3 of them. There's that first with a headshot.
It's a nice shot.
John Cutie answers back. It was a
Nice
heady
shot,
play.
man.
Trying to tick off the armor there, but another
Damage.
one goes.
2 armor
or I should
rebuys,
say
2
the
gun
first
rebuys.
for this map in Sentinel's favor.
And that was good for Sentinels to stay back towards the spawn for the very beginning. The bonus round, they learned a little bit from Split.
Don't go through all,
that
yeah.
G2 likes to play areas where you can close the gap. And when you're playing on a map like Icebox, where a drone could be very good here, the stealth drone from the tail, where you're trying to close as much as possible, trying to rush into garage if they actually do hear that drone.
Makes
But
a
they
good
peek, they get
bonus.
punished.
I would say
And
2
Sentinels,
gun
you mentioned they
rebuys
needed a
and an
clean round,
armor.
and they got
Normally
it.
where I'm at. For like good
Full
damage.
rifle rounds for both teams, though.
Unless you talk about the gun of like what they have
And
gun
you'll see
wise.
this pressure continue on from both sides. This is something also that Trent has been doing with the salvos at the very beginning. We'll talk that point in a little bit here because Zekin is looking for control and for some space in front of this A site.
Pushed up so far here, just
They
on
got
the other side of
BBL,
the wall.
stage 1 had no duelist. Oh,
One smoke pops,
the one where
doesn't get
BBL got
a
wrecked where they
headshot
couldn't go
off
over
of
towards
that
B and
wall,
they kept on going B.
diagonal.
I remember that
They
one.
just reset, but it's all about Bang right now and how much info he can grab in this position. Inserted so far into kitchen.
Need to see me hate on the NA harbors. Bro,
They're not
they
even
only
thinking
play it on...
about it. There's the timing.
if they played it on
Leaf
maps that
turns it
weren't
just the
Icebox, then I would do
last
it. You
moment.
guys
You
are
have to
playing
be
it on the
kidding.
craziest maps.
And now they're forced to push into sight. G2 know they have a lock on where the rest of the members are, basically.
Like Icebox, I get it.
And they are going to give them space
Other maps, I
before
think
the
you guys
retake.
playing on hard mode until that Teo enough comes in.
Oh, yep. How many spams? How many shots? This smoke. They try to break the smoke without any utility.
I like this though.
And just
Smoke
on the other
deep,
side,
take that
Sentinels
control.
waits with open arms. Another one for Zekin.
Very, very nice. They know they're up against a comp that likes to retake, so they take that extra space.
And then you also see
That was
why
nice.
Zekin is playing this Omen for the side of Sentinels and instead of playing a Harbor, smoking out the turret,
Paul's always
allowing
been the
Bang
Harbor
to,
map.
to move up. And even if he dies, it pulled out the rotate
Yeah,
from
but
G2
only
back
because of
towards
the
A
sky.
main, towards the screens, so that Sentinels could actually start moving into the A site. And not only that, continue to push towards the screen to keep everybody isolated from G2 on the outside of the site. Fighting through the smoke, the
So
second
crazy.
smoke being thrown by Bang, or by Zekin, sorry, was perfect.
Let's go. Let's
Those cleanups. And the hype from Zelsis is there. You can hear it. Sheriff's here for G2 as they go into this round. And I love that point about Sentinels having the Omen. I mean, the part of the having Harbor here was to have it with the Sova, to be able to move up in layers.
Yeah.
But it just seems like having that Omen allows Sen to keep fighting and get the angles they want overall.
And also, to discuss again this
Fade stuff?
initiator
Yeah, the
coming
fade
out here
stuff's
from
nice.
Trent
I
and
agree with that.
Doggybo, and also from Nary Dark Cutie. Why no Sova? The tail
Again,
salvos are just good enough here to
hard.
take full control of pipes
Absolutely
and
playing
in front
hard
of orbs
mode.
so that people can't really run forward. You
I
only
like
need
the stuff
find
to
that
do though.
information first.
Like I like the full process with the Harbor is like the best it can be.
Brute force your way through.
I just think it looks.
With the salvos and fight
it
for
just
trades. Now you
looks
see
rough.
Nico
Looks
coming out
hard
for
to play.
G2. They tried to go for a peek towards middle. Couldn't do any damage there. And Sentinels, they could just min-max the orbs, min-max some kills, and build up their ults here in the next round.
Pressure towards A does not seem like it'll be used too much since B is taken, but Sentinels are really
wonder
gaining
how long
control
until
of the
G2
map
calls
here
the timeout,
and not
yeah.
giving up that space when they know they have the better weapon.
Dude, the pre-5 free the wall
You
is
can't
not
be
it.
shy to G2 at any point in time or they will attack, and Sentinels push even harder when they know they can go for the throat on
I feel
this
like there's a
round.
lot that they could talk about in a timeout already. I guess they must have played against this comp quite a bit anyway.
Once again, the
from
value
tier 2.
of Zekin on this Omen. Trying to create space for the team. You just saw there as he TPs on the top of yellow, it forces the players of G2 to turn around and try to focus on them so the rest of Sentinels could just scale behind.
High five, Keybert.
And it seems Sentinels still wants to keep doing this conditioning. The salvos will continue up here. The wall comes out on the defensive side though, and Valen scales into the nest. A great spot because when this calms down, you'll probably see a couple of players of G2 start falling back.
Molly,
and the
Molly,
responsibility
flash.
right now for Leaf is to play
Kinda nice.
soft.
So what's
Molly
the
out
protocol
the
here for
corners,
Sentinels,
flash
right?
to
They
make him,
have identified that was a push. Like, we haven't seen this before.
in
What are they
case
going
they
to
go out
do?
into the open.
In its second, to teleport across, just like you said.
Instant reaction
creating
from
that
Sentinels
space, helping
once they
the
realize
team
they're
get a
going
forward
aggro over
position,
towards A
but they
and
have to
clearing
be
this,
wary.
knowing that they have to
that
do it
wall
in
to go up
numbers.
for bang just
They
yet.
all at the back.
Oh my gosh.
Harbor to
Doesn't seem like
stop
they
the
have the wall
plan.
just yet, but they'll Armageddon. They'll put everything
get a
else
little
over
bit
here
weird.
towards the site as Leaf gets himself to safety on that.
And he wants to play an aggressive position here on the top of the site. One pick allows for him to get the lockdown, and you can trade out these ults.
Thrash goes through.
Whoa.
Bang is able to start returning the favor. Lockdown almost gets thrown, but it was in such an open position. It's instantly thwarted. And now the 2v3. G2 still have stopped the plant, but now they'll have to look to get the defuse as Zelsis throws it down on the site.
And this should guarantee it for Sentinels. Zelsis
A lot
has
of
his own
damage done,
lockdown,
but
and if it has to come
Yeah.
down to that, they push them back, and then you
Might
have
be
a hit from
saving.
Bang. So the last two players of G2 definitely already falling back. But you saw how you were just so tunnel visioned on the side of Leaf. As soon as he gets the pick, he throws out the lockdown, and he's trying to plan it, but at the same time, doesn't really pay attention to his surroundings, that his teammates are actually falling down. So you have a couple of players of Sentinels slipping through the cracks and
I mean,
able
they'll
to
take that.
capitalize on that pick.
Got the Harbor out of them
Silver
as
lining is
well.
that he still has it going into the
The
next
two
round
people that
now
can't buy
for
next.
G2.
True, he didn't get the activation, so it just got destroyed. But you're right. It's maybe he was thinking people were snowman, people are over to the right side, able to see across the map.
Yeah.
In that situation towards B, and that it goes to show how fast Sentinels are also moving to be in that position where we were just praising Leaf for having the 1v1 effect where you can get yourself into a spot that's draining the enemy's utility.
Gumbug?
This
No,
time,
he just
gets
took
taken
him
down
out.
before being
Leaf
able
top
to
of
use
sight.
his. Let's see it
Yeah,
all
he's pulled out the
again.
ult.
As they just fly. Oh, through
Wait,
the
what?
thrash.
Dude, he didn't
Through
even
the
have.
thrash.
He had
That's
no idea
dirty.
about that second kill, really.
It's almost two with this comp you can play.
They have 4 guns.
You can definitely see here that they have kind of like double drones into these ults when you have the Thrash available for the side of both teams for G2 and Sentinels. But now this timeout comes through, and I think it's important. So far, you've seen Josh RT do a lot of these early timeouts for the team where he already has a good read into the game. He probably already knows the type of protocols that Sentinels are kind of doing right now to execute
Nick,
towards
thank
these
you so
sites.
much.
So
Lick
do you
Nanis
actually want
with
to start saving your
Nick
salvos to
Lanis
just
with the
land
Prime.
where
Thank you for the
Bang
3
could be
months, mate.
TPing or sorry, Zekin could be
Appreciate the
TPing
Prime
across?
usage, Nick. Thank you.
Or how do you just want to fight back maybe in forward positions here? That Sentinels are, they're allowing Sentinels to take, especially on this B side at the very beginning.
It's a nice job. I think usually when we see G2 fall, if you think back to C9 G2 Haven, it was about Nets lurks on that. So the lurks, a lurker being able to get under the skin of G2, able to take out how they're playing and not allow that protocol post-plant retake they're so good at.
And that's a great point, because so far Sentinels hasn't been needed to use that yet.
Right.
If it comes down to those moments where Bang could activate a little bit more. Yes, they did it when he did the push and pull towards that too, but
Whoa.
so far just the brute forcing from Sentinels has been good enough. And that could also be the next thing of
113
conversation, the
days.
next point of conversation that Kaplan could instill here with the Sentinels team.
All right, let's see how G2 comes out of this timeout. What they have on their plate. 3 ultimates ready. Oh no, sorry, 2 ultimates, or 1 ultimate, yeah, 2 ults ready on their side. Thrash, as well as that lockdown we still have from Leaf. And they're gonna actually be pressured again towards that B site. See if they get the lockdown earlier than later on this with a push here from the right side too.
Similar thing, right? B pressure.
This is
it's the drone now to take a lot of space.
They've already went for the drone in the very beginning, so again, the 2 players on the B side
Looking
have
at
to play a little bit more
Zelsis,
soft.
and
You see
looks
here
like
that
they're kind of aware that they're
very
probably
passively for
pushing all
Leaf,
the
trying
way
to
out.
activate here with the lockdown. If you're going to
dude,
use that, to push it back
Jogamos.
towards Jogimo, although Bang is already watching that flank. Sentinels are kind of pinned towards the spawn though.
What
And
is
they
wrecked
might
there?
have to commit
Corey Clap,
towards
thanks
this
so much for
B
the
site,
25
but
months, man.
thankfully, as you
Appreciate the
mentioned,
tier
they
1.
have this lockdown to open it up.
Yeah, well, they know they've locked him over
could
towards B.
stall
Here
on
comes the
both
ult.
sides with this.
And
Does Leaf answer right away? He's actually
Leaf
on the
still has
outside,
his ult
so
for
they're gonna wait,
retake.
use their lockdown for retake from the side of G2.
yeah, okay, just lay
And
one.
we're just gonna get a
I mean, they
breathing
can get the
moment
plant
here as the team's set up for sight.
Still not too sure yet with this lockdown that was placed down by Leaf. Because they could just wait this out for Sentinel. The wall could come back up, then they have to pick for the pulse plant.
I thought that was going to be coming in much later. Zelsa's kill comes in now onto Trent, though. They're waiting patiently for Zek and the team to push through. They know Sentinels want to take a bit more space here. It's going to be tough to all hide on that B main, and Valen starts to collect another head on this. Sentinels falling left and right as Leaf finds another, a third, and possibly a fourth, but no, it's
It was
Valen.
nicely done from Leaf. Good
it's a
shots
full
on this.
house between those two.
Man.
With
If the
Valen's
flash hits, it
defuse,
plays pretty
they
good. He's
do
just trying to
pick
get
up a round
higher
after
and
the
lower.
timeout.
And that's why I was going to mention the lockdown would have been perfect to counter
Straws
into
with the tier
pit.
1. Thank you for the
And
2
if you're
months
gonna
as well,
use it
man.
early, you're
Appreciate
hoping
the
that the
spoil,
rest
so.
of G2 could follow behind a Thrash on a retake. And they can. It's G2. So they follow behind that
Was the
towards
push
the end
necessary?
and got the perfect picks coming
Maybe
out from
trying
Leaf.
to kill the Gecko so they don't get fish shorted.
Man.
I guess is the
See
idea.
how sorted they had Sentinels. How many members of Sentinels were actually looking at the person killing him there?
Nate.
Not
Thank
many.
God for Nate.
So the speed
Holy
G2
shit, I'm
hit
the
back
best player
with.
on this map, bro.
Maybe not on that lockdown round, but definitely on that
maybe not.
retake.
Yeah.
One round
With a grain of
separates
salt.
these 2 teams now, and it seems like Sentinels, after getting snuffed out here on the pulse plant towards the B side, but they don't have too many ults to work with. Now they can leverage verticality with Zekin towards this A site. Already TP on top of pipes, yeah.
Ready for the fight. Backs up if
Yeah,
this
they got
goes away
so
and that wall
much
doesn't give
from
him
that.
necessarily the right angle. He says, wait a minute. Pinged me out.
Dude, the drone
Here are those
should
lurks that we were
not
just
be able to
mentioning
get
here
this
from
much
Sentinels that they
distance.
haven't really utilized yet, and they were doubling up in the first place.
Interesting. They're giving over Zelsis for this lurk now, along with Bang to start off. Just making sure it's not going to be a lost fight if they do have to get into some back and forth. But no real
Nice
push
from
and pull
G2
just yet.
though.
I
Every
feel
time
like
there's some
G2
kind
is
of
max
default, they're
Sentinels
making sure
right
they
at the
take a
front
lot of
door
space
each
on the other
time here.
side.
Towards mid there, towards the pipes at A.
It was
So
straight
it's
up.
almost going to have to be
Straight
a
up
reset for
1v1.
these signatures. The salvo is the skills.
Ooh. This is the biggest fight right here.
Oof,
Faked him out with the up and down on the wall. Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk, but they still have to worry about Bang making his way towards middle. Seems like G2 already has A sorted, and it should not be a problem for the time being.
I mean, you've lost all that space towards the
30
garage.
seconds. They know
and
that
now you're
one's
wasting
committed over
time too,
towards B. They
staying as
made a
a
little
group,
bit of
and
sound, and they pretty
Jonah
much
still
guessed
has a snake
right.
bite to work
They're
with.
going to find the gap
So if
here.
they're trying
Just
to
kind
push
of depends
and
on
engage back towards B
where
main, he
does
can
Leaf
still
get
stall and
rotate
delay.
wise.
Walking towards middle, the alarm bot's going to come up, and G2 should be ready for this still.
They just drone towards
The
A.
great
So
reposition
G2
from
should
Jonah
know they
P.
can all start to rotate out. Yep, finding themselves the clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away! Neri goes for the U-tail.
Oh, he
Bang,
nearly
it's
got the
on
last
Cutie
as well. That was on the
already.
head.
Jonah P grabs
Dude,
forward
his
as
reposition
Leaf
here is
collects
so
the round.
nice.
4-4
That was his
on the
great little
scoreline
pressure over
now.
towards
And
B
that's what
anyways. They
happens
probably
when
have to
you're
use
wasting
U-tilt
too
to
much
push him
time
off so
on the
he
side
won't
of
get the sound
Sentinels.
cue anyway.
You've lost so much space. You've already lost your drone in the very beginning when you're trying to find info on A site. Then now you have to play contact, and then you can't even play contact anymore because there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So you're not clearing your angles. You're still thinking that Jonah P's holding up towards the garage. He goes on at 10, and then it's three kills.
Jeez.
Is that insta dink? he's
That's the
telling
play,
me?
Jonah P. Play safe, play smart. That's what it gets you. My gosh. I think even in the
These
vibes
Sentinels
that
so
we're
much
seeing
money.
here,
We
when
just,
we go from Josh RT to Kaplan, one's just
regen
smiling,
armor.
laughing, and Kaplan's like, hey, we need to do this, we need to do this. Like G2 may be feeling different, and Sen needs to shut shut that down now. and find their momentum, find their flow
dude,
state.
that's unlucky, man.
Leaf starts off here with first blood. Bang answers back, or Bang gets answered rather. Still the fight towards B. Drones clears. This would be the back and forth that Sentinels need here. They need to stop this economy of G2 and get themselves back in. Is it this star? Yes. What star do you aim at? What star? Throwing Mosh over towards the spike. No, over towards back, so they get dispersed from hiding on yellow. It almost works. Sentinels is so ready
nice
for the
from
trade,
Sentinels,
though,
though.
as they reposition and take down G2.
Instead of like having Wingman go out, you be locked in
very
towards a
difficult to
pause.
enter towards the B site when you've already lost Bang in the very beginning.
Actually just
There's
taking
no
the
wall
space
to
off
block it up,
their
and
own
now he
Wingman, I'm
just says,
pretty
"I'm
sure,
gonna up
once
the
the molly
tempo.
are gone.
I feel that I have a timing. I'm going to push up in the front, and he gets 2 backstabs. Maybe not the kill on the second one, but already gained all that space to allow for him to just plant thanks to the Wingman. So that was a
This
very
is like
nice
a good example of
answer back onto Sentinels.
the team
After
like to
getting
always have a
dismantled by
plan.
Jonah P's
If
position.
they don't have a
Yeah.
plan there and they're trying to play like
On the
normal after
previous
plan,
round,
they
and
still
shake it
can't.
off.
Exactly.
A few early salvos you heard on the other side of the map, which probably means we'll get about a 1-minute hit if
I'm
they
pretty
don't
sure
find
this
any
is the
threat.
first time we've seen
Coming
like
over to this
Sentinels
side of the
lean more
site.
into the
Little slowdown
regen
from
armor.
Jonah P.
They're just
Playing very
non-stop
close though for the
buying.
unknown here. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Celsius goes down. The paranoia kind of locking him in, I think, for a second, not realizing what the situation was.
And that's a spike too. Now being picked up, but Zekin cannot really TP away, so it forces Sentinels to push inside
Not
B.
again, not again. Keep the guns out, narrate.
Isaac is
He
so
goes
good. This
down,
is the
2
biggest
bullets
smelt
left for
round
Jonah
we've
P.
seen so
He still
far.
peeks out just over the shoulder as Sentinels try to
It was, like,
reorganize.
pretty high
How
level
do
up
they
until
get
this
back
round.
in?
It's a shame.
Bang, looking for that opening kill.
It happens.
This is going to be so difficult. They have Reckoning right away from Valen. He gets dropped, but they're still at a 2-player advantage for G2.
Tried to play the up and down wall. John Cutie in a great position here. He's pressed a little bit
Leafs just
forward,
locked him in as well.
but they can't really help each other in this situation. It's going to take solo star power from the positions they're in. Leaf on one, and the second one's not going to make it. The dance around from
Still, the Sentinels
Giacomo,
have
so
so
Trent
much
can get
money.
the kill on John Cutie. And a defuse comes in for G2 to
What
tie us up
fully
again.
happened here? I hope we get the
Not too
POV.
sure towards the end of the round, though, if they saw that Jogimo had an
Bravo's
operator or
molly.
not. But even that,
oh yeah,
that aside, at the very beginning of the round, G2 did a great job just strengthening towards the B side.
Yeah, there's
They
Molly.
realized
There's
here
the
that Sentinels
salvos.
were actually adding a lot
Molly
of
lands
pressure
on
towards
his
this
head.
B
He
side,
gets
punishing
team
Jonah at the very
Omen
beginning in
flashed.
round number 10.
Oh, he got team.
And he just tanked it the whole time. Well, we talk about the regen armors, but they got him wrecked.
Because of that AWP that they utilize on the A side for Jogimo, they could actually strengthen that B side for G2. And yeah, again, just a little bit of misluck out for Sentinels, but G2 is able to tie this game up. And thankfully, though, it's a different story from the first map. We're going back and forth. It's 5-5. There's still a lot of fight left for both of these teams here. Going into round number 11, as Sentinels are actually adding, once again, more pressure towards A side. G2 wants to pressure back towards middle, and his early drone allows Leaf to push down and gain that space and prevent a rotate from happening.
Yeah, why not get Leaf a lockdown? Either way, kill or be killed. He comes into the final round with an ult here. But beautiful insert positioning. Sentinels knows they don't have any of that coverage behind. They'll be forced to
They
work
will fish
forward,
out
but I
pretty
feel
much
like
can't fight this site.
they're almost good, not almost, but they're almost ready for this position a lot of the time.
Banana Leaf pushing behind. If he gets a kill as well, we'll have him locked into sight with the Killjoy
Armageddon
on.
towards the backside. Well, they know they're going to have sight with
got
Armageddon.
Harbor here as
G2
well to
won't
buy
play
a lot
in
of
sight for
time.
that pain.
Dude, I
But
think
they will answer back.
Celsius was so committed here that the turret was off, so they have no idea about this flank.
Haven't seen that plant in a long time. It's easy to post plant, but
Oh
my God, they're not even
lovely
gonna have
shots
to
as well.
try.
Did Leaf
Leaf
had
gets presented
great
with a 1, 2,
timing.
3.
Close enough to hear the
Easy
turret
as
go off, I'm
that,
pretty
and
sure.
Jonah P
Even that
gonna
at the
give that
same
one to
time
Trent.
anyway.
No, to Jogamo on the defuse as they go around the ring.
It might have been a
And
suppress
yeah,
from the
6-5 here
drone.
for
No, the
G2.
drone went
It
middle.
just
Yeah, it
looked
was
like
just out of range.
Sentinels was not ready for what they were getting hit with.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, too. You had to fight in the front of the site to allow this plant to go down, to set up here for Zelsis and throw his nanostorms down. And Leaf finds the perfect timing to go towards that back. And when you throw a Reckoning for the retake for Valen, and Leaf is there on that flank.
I don't even have to shoot nobody. I'm just jumping around.
That's what I'm saying. It's just Leaf being the best on the map right now, as he mentioned before. And He's able to just isolate all of these fights because of that reckoning that was thrown by Valid. It looked easy on the side of Leaf, but there was still a lot of util for G2 to not allow Sentinels to set up here on the pulse plant.
I feel like that works for Jogamo. Last time we talked to him about the Gecko play, since it's one of his most recent, he said, I just got to use the util, right? Use it and pick it up, use it. So if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's got all the time in the world to use that util and help the team get into situations.
Remember when they had this drone and also the Thrash from Narrate? They're utilizing it as a double drone, so already gaining that space in the very beginning towards B. Yeah. And then Narrate's moving forward, so they could probably leverage the Thrash.
Zelsis, what do you hear? Seeing if he can get some footsteps and find the back of any of these members coming through. But look at Leaf. Leaf's still wondering what's going to be coming out of A. The entire team actually not buying this so far, fans.
TP for the A-side plant. Zelsis has a huge responsibility trying to get this pick, and they're trying to flood back in.
Killjoy or Insta, they still get the good plant
right now. They're not even going to try. They don't know
who's
actually made it in off the timing. So G2 just go for a regular post-plant retake. The 5v5 is going to occur here.
Oh boy, the salvo's in the most common spot to hide. Oh god, 2 of them get hit. Are we going to send it? No one's sending it.
Defuse doesn't get hit. There's going to be some utility coming out here.
Straight up sticking.
Answers with 1, and we stay at half.
He came in late.
2v4. G2 trying to get these members back into the site as they're getting swarmed by Sentinels now, and it's just looking like too much for G2 to overcome. But Jonah P has 1, can't find a second as Narrate locks that in. And we go even in the first half of Icebox.
This is one of those where as soon as you get that plant, you haven't used that much util.
Just throwing the boomerang Thrash here to force the rotate over, and Zelsis cannot punish anybody rotate across, but at least he gets space. And that's a beautiful call coming out from John Cutie. And we haven't seen that all throughout the whole half for Sentinels. So for G2, they were thrown for a loop. And that means that for the second half, I'm expecting more ace under the sleeves from both of the teams.
Good job.
Crazy stuff. Awesome to have the even 6-6 as we get into this first half of Split. And we're going to be a little, go to something a little different this time. We're going to be tossing to Liz on stage with Emmy and Googly.
Emmy.
Thank you so much, Vansili and Riv. And yes, I have the coaches of Cloud9 with me, Emmy and Googly. Now, if you watched the games yesterday, you saw, yes, you can give it up for them. You can give it up. Because, because if you watched the game yesterday, it was a hard-fought battle, but we sadly said goodbye to Cloud9 yesterday. Emmy, I'm going to go to you first. We saw you in the coaching booth. We saw you afterwards. What was the immediate conversation afterwards with the team after the loss?
Just making sure everyone was okay. That was the main thing. Like, I was more sad than ever. Last year, I was angry at my team. This time, I was just sad for them.
Yeah. Googly, going to you next. This is, you know, obviously this is your first time being in the States with them. You were in Italy, I believe, or last time before you came here. Being in person, experiencing this loss, what was that like?
It was nice to see the players, be able to talk to them and be able to like work for what we want to do next. Like that's the most important thing. Like what is the next step for us?
Now, going to you, Emmy, you are best friends with Zelsis. For those of you who don't know, Sentinels Zelsis on stage, currently focused on the game, is best friends with C9 Emmy. What would it mean for you for him to qualify to Masters Toronto as his best friend?
Well, I lose him for a month, but other than that, I really want him to win. Like, he messaged me yesterday to see if I was okay. I was like, don't worry about me. Just go out there and win tomorrow, and I'll be there supporting.
Well, when he watches his back, what do you want to say to him?
That I love him.
Anything you would like to say to anyone on Sentinels?
Good luck.
That's a little bit less extreme.
And what can we expect a Cloud9 Champions visit next year in stage 2?
I think we're definitely capable of it. We just have to figure out this playoff issue and just really grind into why it's happening, and hopefully we can make it on.
Well, thank you so much. Everyone get it for Emmy and Googly one more time. But we have a 6-6 half to get back to you, so friends, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz and Emmy and Googly. I didn't know we had that much space on stage to fit that much brain power, but we do. We do, indeed. And we're also watching the cinema that is G2 and Sentinels here. The brain power of Valen and John Cutie call these two teams into an even first half on Split, but it is G2 with that first map ban. So Sentinels, they have no room to let up here.
G2 likes to scale behind a harbor wall on the B sign.
What's the goal of Loman on Icebox, man? Loman can do a lot.
Sentinel still decides to play a solo player
becomes a
towards
duelist, gives you extra one-ways for
all of them being stacked up on the
defending
middle
and retaking as well. Like it actually does so much. It's really good. You can perma one-way this if you wanted to, especially against the no duelist comps, like pretty strong. almost for retakes that you can do. TPs over
Secondary
towards
wall goes up, and they've really already
areas,
taken that.
especially getting
Zone
over towards
one
yellow as
space
well.
here, so
Like
no
Omen
problem.
is like
Of
actually
course,
kind of
Valen will
unreal on this
go
round.
ahead and connect with the narrate to start off on this pistol round, and that's huge.
There's a lot of
the
one-ways
Gecko
in this
util for retake
map.
is one of the biggest things you're going to want to have if you're bringing that to Icebox now, and it's gone for Sen.
Definitely see their team like 100 Thieves on this map when
The Navi VOD of Koala is like pretty fun to watch.
But this time around, you have
like
to
this
force the
week.
body on it.
Swinging
Like
in,
he's got
two on the round,
some really
but he
nice
goes down,
plays.
done his job for sure. But Bang, John Cutie, and Zekin are ready.
Oh, they got it half though.
Half defuse puts them in a pretty good spot here, but they still have to source out the rest of the members of G2. Very, very close. Oh, they can't get it. Leave
Whoa.
goes in and gives him a hug.
Oh,
The
salvos.
knife kill to come out as well. It's not going to be enough
Got
as
the
the
knife
salvos
kill through.
are already ringing true on the spike. Trent.
For God's sake, it's pure chaos, man.
Absolutely
Double
amazing to
pistol
get
on
the
the
clutch
map
in the
as well as
pistol round for
devastating Sentinels.
G2.
And Jargimo, who's mentioning that all he does in his server is jump around, jumps inside the smoke for a knife kill, headshot onto
It's
Bang.
actually just jumping
And
around.
you keep Trent alive in the post blind. He's alive with the salvos. And that's G2 with the pistol.
Oh my gosh. And they feel comfortable doing that. They know what the situation is. They know the chaos
okay,
they have
3-1
to
on the
create.
pistols, 2-0
But
on this
still, you
map.
have Trent, like you mentioned, not in that chaos, off to the side, win condition in mind that I just have to stay alive, and it helps collect the round. So many pieces to the puzzle there, and they're all working very well together for G2. And the sum of the parts come together for Sentinels is the question here. Pistol round is going to put the pressure on right away, Vance.
The stack that you have for Sentinels, it's not going to be the best. Maybe the smoke could help them so far. And it won't.
No. Just cleaning up left and right for this. Is they're actually looking to keep this one flawless probably as they go through the round to make sure it feels that much better.
Yeah, and Sentinels, you saw the flash coming out from Zekin. But he couldn't really flood outside of that smoke because Zekin was throwing a one-way on
Three
top
armor
of that to
rebuys.
just try to fight
Plan?
under that smoke.
Oh, it's close.
If G2 were going
Yeah,
to try
get
to
the
flood
plan
through.
as well. Nice.
So no punishment be done either. It's very clean for the side of the attack. They still have a pretty decent minor bonus. So Guardian is on the side of Trent. They could utilize that for long-range battles on top of the belt.
Yeah.
And then a double Bulldogs for Jonah P and Jogimo.
We're already seeing the way the harbor walls are working for G2 too. They're just like, we put up a wall, we will walk up to that wall. And Sentinels are, they have to realize it. They have to respect it and give that space.
Yeah, so Jonah's setting up this lineup to throw the smoke
Way
right
out
towards
in-
middle.
that's
so
not a
they'll
thing, is it?
Probably try to have him lean more towards the B side to start, but instead immediately covers towards the A side. So something has to be called by Valen to just stay as a group. They're just battling against Sentinels who actually have 3 players stacked up on the side.
Okay, a little bit of A
Bit of
pressure.
a lurk underneath by Zelsis in mid, just keeping an eye where the turret cannot see. So this is on Zekin right now.
contact
The call
flash
for
swing.
Zelsis' utility if they do go towards B. And Zelsis will have a bit of an idea now that he's moved himself over into that spot.
Just a simple default round now for G2, inserting players left and right towards jail, trying to see if Sentinels are going to try to push somebody forward. Then you had the fake being sold by Trent just to break that turret towards middle. And if they have to finish down towards middle for
Okay, they
G2, they
clear
have an
the
opening
space over
to push that red
towards
alert
B
button
as
and move
well.
towards that B side for
Yeah,
a
this
plant.
could get nuts.
Very G2 of them to take down to
Actually
30
might come
seconds
down
in the round to make
whose
this
flash
hit.
hits. Okay,
Dizzy
both get
on
shot.
Dizzy, but I think both get shot on that, so they really don't get too much information. But it's Jogamo trying to go high. Bang's ready for 2 as he fires low, then high for that elevation change. And Sentinels,
I mean, the double push
eye on the
behind is
prize
just
here.
gonna
Hit all
own
their
them. They're
shots.
so
Spikes
fast.
down on top of pipes. It's so hard to go get.
It's so,
You already have a double
fast.
flank from Sentinels.
Very nicely
Lean
done.
towards the
But
end.
they do at least get good info
stop.
that they
Coming out from
2-pass and
Bang,
push
just on the
behind.
side
That's
of
like the main
410.
thing from that as well.
And unfortunately there for the side of G2 with the buy that they had, you had Stingers on the top by Leaf, who surprised 2 players, but those bullets get out of the clip
Yeah,
very
this
quickly.
one
Couldn't
was
get the
super
double
strong.
kill. And John Cutie trades that onto Bang to allow here Sentinels to stop at least G2's push and potentially win the bonus.
Let's go.
Who made this Icebox
a
come?
little quiet.
I mean, MAT
Just
used
kinda
it a
base
lot.
fragging and
Guard
playing
used
standard
something
throughout the season,
really
but it is
similar in
definitely been a
20.
playoff buff so far for him.
When even was
in
that?
these past few
2022?
series, and Bang is showing up again here on Icebox to help lead the team in frags. This molly over the top each time John has to deal with.
And they tried to triple swing that at first. If somebody was peeking, he could punish it and then get
Oh,
the
God knows.
dinosaur out.
There was one period in
But now,
2023 where a lot of
realizing that
teams were
somebody
using
has
this.
anchored up towards Boiler, that they're probably playing like a 2-2 style, so they have to stay as a group for G2.
Tries to get in early. Oh, he gets denied again. G2, so many good reads on these plays that would completely stop what your opponent is doing. Reckoning's going to start,
He
dislodging
chose
the
him,
site just a little bit. We've already had one
for an
frag go down as
absolute play.
Jogamo
Magic
makes
can
it
get out
two,
with his
one for
visual.
each side
Or
now.
just do it
Thrash
here.
is ready to pounce. Oh, it went too far, but he's going to be saved by Valen.
Dude, how many times is Valen going to save someone in his team with a shot?
Sentinels start to come back in. The
Keeps doing
1v1
it.
power that they can show, this prowess to get back in.
These are the
and
kind
make
of
sure
rounds the
clutch is
Sentinels are
theirs.
losing all the
Valid
time on
Salvos are
display.
down for now and just came back up. So Leaf is the one that has to stay alive here.
Oh, the tap just misses. Bang gives it another sidestep. Almost a 1-2 for Trent.
It's not half.
He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. Can he do it again? Half didn't even get hit. And he pulls out again!
Oh man, he's actually just playing too good. He's actually just playing way too good, man. It's the stupid.
Versus 3. Jiggling, isolating these
insane,
fights, getting
yeah.
the Salvo, stopping the women on top of that, not allowing Sentinels to get the 6 men for the defuse. And Trent pops off one more time.
Absolutely nutty performance from Trent. And put in this situation a bunch of times, it's not just the one post plant. It's post plant after post plant that he is successful in. Doesn't even
Why didn't they
break
half
a
it? I mean, they
sweat
thought he
while
was
doing
gonna.
it.
They thought he was gonna
9
swing.
now for G2 here as they steal it back from a
He was
Sentinels
baiting a
round
good
win.
amount. It's not like it was simple to stick half there. It looked like he was going to swing
Smoke
multiple
is pretty
times
good, though.
and commit.
Jogamo couldn't get this kill onto the defense on the left
Money
side.
must
of
be
the A
crazy
site.
low. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
Right now
4,
it seems
5.
that G2
Dude, what
wants
a
to
mad
pivot a lot
impact round
towards
this
this
is.
A site, and that's spiked down though with this kill from second.
Again, spikes up top, so now they can easily
Where
keep
the
a
hell's
focus
that
on
kill?
somebody having to get towards belt.
Headshot pause?
Yeah, Zekin gives that up. They're not worried about
There's
just
no
getting
way
one
that
shot.
Jonah
Spike
P's going to
getting
start
picked up
walking
isn't
through this
worth losing
all, right?
another member here.
I was
So
watching
they
him on the minimap.
reset
I was like, is he
now.
actually going to try to do this?
Sentinels
They should know that. I mean,
enjoy
most teams will
knowing where
always
the
put a
spike
killjoy
is.
like this,
Had this good
a
push
long
into
bot.
the pit.
So you never know like
The
how
long
deep
fight's
it
getting
is.
a little weird.
Yeah, okay. This is good from Jonah P. Okay, well.
Absurd.
It's a good
Absurd
reaction
play
from that.
Bang.
He did good though. Like, again, he knows
G2
there's the
is
alarm bot
in
there. He's
the
trying to like
third
get
or
it, get
fourth
out,
page of the
and
scrap
create
book
the
for this
pressure.
one. They've gotta
Dude,
pull out
every time they
everything
get
with
some
what they've
kind of
lost.
advantage,
Sentinels gave up the A site.
there's a trade back
after
around the map.
Jonah P died. You saw here that they were just playing inserts. The idea was just to get Jonah P up and try to break the turret so they could rework the map. But Sentinels gave up the A site, allowing G2 to turn it back in their favor.
John Cutie, pretty full on util here. Doesn't have the drone, so they can get back in with a bit of the concuss. But Valen just on the other side of the wall to play cat and mouse, and Zelsis finds one.
Killjoy
util.
ult.
Yeah.
Gets them a
Leaf
lot
is
of space.
Chocked full of util right
They got
now.
Molly, they
Still
got
has a Molly
Trent
to put on the spike as
salvos,
well.
And with this lockdown, Trent is just
with
waiting
the
so
amount
he
of
can try to
space
fall
that this
back with a few
buys
seconds
them,
left,
they
potentially, so he can
probably
use his
think
salvos.
that Trent is playing off-site. He's got salvos.
Moving forward.
So
They're actually trying to play
they
this
might
one a
go a
little
little bit
different.
faster and
Vansili, they
not
want to
think they're
play
on double
different
site.
high-low. Oh, the separation and the angles, though, could make this so tough. That's one. It gets traded.
No
But it's
way.
behind Trent now. Could he do it again? No! John Cutie! Sentinel IGL! Calling and hitting the
Insanely close
shots
round,
to
man.
bring back a very needed round.
Yeah, that's big though.
And why not?
So they
You
got
have
an
your
eco
clutcher
now.
and Trent and one of your best aimers and Leaf play together inside the site and set up giving that space away that you've gained with the lockdown, and you're just trying to surprise Sentinels on a rotate. But it was close. It came down to that 1v1. The first mistake happening by losing that spike.
kill.
Yeah. Some nice shots there from back and forth from both of the teams, but we still continue to go back and forth in this matchup, Riv. A timeout being called by G2.
Okay.
And their money can't be that good. Everyone's sitting at
They
like
don't
what,
have the best in
2-5?
terms of economy for G2 coming back from this timeout.
I think that was the
Stingers, maybe?
longest round so far from G2, right?
Fireflux
They may have had
and
like
How
a
were the first
30-second
to do
round we
these
saw
comps.
going previously, but at 30
And
seconds in
M18
that round, that was
Tier 1
Devalent
teams.
pushing
Yeah, I
into
mean,
mid.
that's
They were
right.
still trying to decide to take A.
But
So
definitely,
this may be a call from Josh to say, yeah, we have that kind of
definitely like the
strategy,
first
but it's
team
working
to
less
use
against Sentinels
the
than it would against other teams.
like
So maybe
orb
back to the
smokes.
speed, maybe
Was
that's a
it
little
was
bit
guard
more
Brim
pressure from
for
the G2
sure.
side.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're adding that pressure for G2, when they try to work very
Yeah, I
closely
think the
towards
Omen, I
A
think
side,
you're
what really
right
seemed
there.
to stop them was just that singular smoke from Zekin. The one way that's
Cosmic
being thrown
with the
that
Prime,
side,
thank you
because,
so
yeah,
much,
even
man.
if you
Thank you,
push
thank
Zekin
you.
away with the salvos and you're trying to push back through the orb, you're running through a one-way and they spot your feet first. So
Yeah.
that's why you're seeing so much pressure on the left side. A double setup on the A side over here from Sentinels behind that smoke. That G2 really hasn't used util towards that side yet. So maybe you want to
Cosmic,
save
I
those
appreciate that.
salvos for those hits. You want to try
Dude,
to
no
draw a little
stingers?
bit later, or maybe use the
What happened
Armageddon
there?
in the next round
Not
to
the
really
stinger
clear
map?
out that site.
We got Hero, Guardian, and
Force
Jonah
Sentinels to
P,
play a retake
and
again,
we
and
got
where
everyone apart
G2 has been
from
shining so far.
Gorgamo that can get one shot.
A little bit of A. Yeah, A noise to make Sentinels think
Chronicle,
that there's going to be more
the Gambit
coming,
days.
but it's the 3-2
Yeah,
split.
maybe
mid.
they played it. Maybe this didn't have that good stuff.
Quick check, early util. See, G2 is.
They didn't use it for
they're
long, I'm
definitely
pretty
worried
sure.
that Sen will push up more, but they want to take the space. Woo. That was close.
Cover going out.
When you talked about it 3-2, the cascade went up on the side, and you're seeing that Sentinels are playing very slowly, trying to clear every single angle, and you're basically pulling a little bit at rotate at the very beginning just to try to move as a team towards this B site, but that window's now closed. All of Sentinels has rotated towards this B site, and G2 will potentially have a very hard time trying to plant here towards this B site.
That smoke thrown out from
Man, he's
Zekin
run
is
the
denying
gauntlet.
a bit, but Wingman's still able to
It's
make
the
it
small
happen.
area to
Zelsis
plant. Wingman gets the
with
plant
armor.
in.
Yeah, somehow dodges all of that.
I'm
Just
hoping that
short
Trent
enough.
isn't going to be tempted to use the.
Ooh,
but you
the
never
pressure
know.
defuse. Defuse Dizzy up, who's going to try to peek it, but that was a really nice concuss coming in from the side of Trent to try and delay all of this. The shot still missing there for second as he can't get one to connect.
Okay, I'm starting to see the
Narrate
power
says
of like this
enough
one way
funny
here as well.
games, enough
Super,
funny
super strong.
business. Let's get in here and take the round. Very nicely done. They were
Imagine
given
if
the low
G2,
buy
I mean,
of G2
if
a
they
little
didn't
too much
speak about it in the
respect
timeout, they're
there.
probably going to be
Sentinels
speaking about it there where they
finally
might have
decided
to
just take
take
the round
like
And now
deep
this
map
timeout is
control.
where it's going to be important for Josh RT.
Been a
not
couple of
only
afterbumps where they're like
identifying how
locked
they
in on
can
the
maybe
right,
work
even
towards
though
this A site
they did win the
potentially
trend
through
round.
smoke from Zekin, but also understanding the state of the game that Sentinels currently have in this 9-9 scoreline.
Yeah.
Because you have 4 ults now activated on the defensive side. This is a huge swing round potential for Sentinels to potentially even run away in the second map and push this onto Ascent. Sentinels that's been stomped on the first map of Split on their map pick.
Dude, Sen have
But
so
seems
many
they've figured
orcs.
out here G2's attack plan with no duelists on their Sun on the attack, and Sentinels with no duelists on the defense. But they're just letting G2 run into them and winning these fights.
Thought he might have seen one, but Narrate
Well,
does
he took a
not
good-
catch
he
the foot
took a good
there
timing to be
of
here.
Leaf heading into the nest. Decent push up for a moment by Zekin as he tries to recover a bit of the vision, and Zelsis
Headshot.
underneath 2 with an outlaw on the full gun round back and forth. Screams through with a headshot on the round.
With Leaf not being able to capitalize on that frag
Okay,
on the
Zekin
A site,
reclears the space.
G2
They
has
still
to
got the
tempo up
alarm
here,
bot, so they
maybe
know
try to
that
bring
no
a
one's
bit of util
crossed.
towards B.
Off the alarm bot, Omen flash swing.
Second self peek here. This is going to be a play for him. He's trying to play some timing. Waiting off the util. Hits one. Armageddon comes through and he tries to play within the fight. Zelsis picks up another one across the map as well here. Jogamo's taking damage from this quite a bit. And now it's just trying to run the spike back. See if they can get to Leaf and if Leaf can hold sight solo.
Bang was waiting at that spot. I don't think they heard the jump, so Leaf could actually bring the surprise.
Yeah.
And Leaf's
they'll have
the only
Wingman
one with
plant, so two
HP.
watching the angles if they need it. Whoa.
Almost
the
caught
only
with
one
the
with
util,
HP.
and that could have been dangerous, but both players now for G2 in the pulse line are lower on HP.
That's an inside the sight
Instant
plant, really.
jinx, yeah.
You can play a little bit far back on that,
Dude,
but
the
it's got to be
distractions
towards
mean
base.
so
You can't
much
play
that
up
they're not even
top,
gonna think
and
about
that,
the
I think,
flank
just
here.
missed. Doesn't matter though. Celsius with the outlaw finds a third one here. Return on
Very,
investment,
very
maybe?
nice.
Consent
2-9 loss
Narrate
bonus.
cleans up the
Everyone's
round
sitting around
again
6,
to make
5.
sure they can get
They could
to
lie
10.
armor by here, but they also just got farmed by an outlaw, so.
I don't know if there was a mismanagement from the side of G2, not looking at what ults were available, but that alarm bot with the Armageddon out from the combination of both Zelsis and John Cutie made it very difficult for G2 to really fight back.
It's a great shot.
This B site control.
Just solo holding B2 as Zeka needed to rotate out.
So I had to rechange it, but I put a 0 at the start of it. So I was just aiming like this with the Outlaw.
He did 0.0.
And still got a kill with it.
Yeah.
So all you had to do was crosshair placement, allowed to get the pick onto Valen. But
Dang
that
us.
said, on a 2 versus
They
4,
upgraded
you
the
force
Outlaw,
up
so
the
they don't have
crash.
the Outlaw.
That's at least something there for G2 that could even up the tally. And back into the classic of the G2 Stinger bot.
Trent's been holding into this ult for a while,
this
but
time
honestly,
around,
I feel like he hasn't had that many opportunities to use it, so they might do a set strat with it. Makes a lot of sense. Force him out into the open, flash anyone in the open with the stingers. That's good.
Flying through. I feel like it gives you a speed upgrade here. They've laced up. They're running it down. And it is going to be Bang. Oh my God. The 180 to
3, that was nice from Bang. Oh, that was nice. This Viper smoke was sick to cover himself from the flash as well. Dude, he was calm with it. That was nice.
Jeez.
Don't
Yeah,
really
he's
see that
definitely getting a little
smoke
bit of
too
a
much.
playoff buff here, and he's using it accordingly.
Agreed. Going into the regular season, doing pretty decent, but not having too many of those 100 reels that we know that Bang did back in the last season with 100 Thieves. But in the playoffs, remember, he aced going into that Pearl game against Cloud9, putting huge numbers. And now this time around, it's just activated in the second map. And what better way and what better position
like the
here to
idea from
activate
G2 is
for
pretty cool.
Sentinels, because they're now in the lead
Ult,
by
force
2.
him out in the front, Gecko flash.
G2.
Dude, this
on
smoke
that
is giving him a
stinger
lot of
bite, still has
cover,
2 ults
and just
now
Pam one
weapons
way
to
for
work
this
with, and
angle.
Still trying to go back to work towards this A site. And there's 4 players of Sentinels here.
They are not allowing Pipes control. It
Good
takes
changer
a
from
lot
Sentinels.
to be able to guard this, right? You are
Viper now over
dedicating most
towards
of your
B,
team if you
full
want to
pass
defend
and punish close.
this position right off the bat, and Sentinels, they have stacked it. Oh yeah, saw an elbow there. Trent pushing forward. They don't know where G2 can come from. That's how much scaling G2 has already done. And
Dude, look at the
answers back.
chaos, man. Trades on trades.
For
He's
this
managed to get
round,
2, though.
G2 feeling
Yeah,
pretty good
and
about the
G2
positioning,
are,
but still pretty
honestly,
hurt here to
G2 are
move
very
through.
ready for some kind
Only
of aggro.
one person unaccounted for, and that was Leaf, and he's able to open up everything here for
Yeah.
G2 to trade back and get the player advantage.
Ooh, a quick thrash so he can pick it back up. Defuse, plant Dizzy. Rinse and repeat. Spike actually went down for that, so they are not going to matter though. Valen's on the
slow.
other side.
I mean, Sentinels could win this
Able to
right
keep
here.
eyes on that last frag. No plant money is fine.
4
though.
on
This should be
full
okay
gun
getting to this
rebuys.
next one.
G2 got no
Definitely would've
money.
helped, actually, to get that plant money on the squad.
Like, this is the
But
rounds.
still enough to buy. Seeing the low armor come through
Wanna
here.
see these ults.
G2 1 away. And that had to happen before the post plant. I mean, look at what Sentinel's been
Yeah,
doing.
it's a
4
Sentinels
diffuses
timeout.
in a row.
Yeah.
They've been owning it once G2 takes the site. So G2 said, we'll do a little bit before and in between.
And that's just one small mistake coming out there from Sentinels, because again, the position was perfect. They read it perfectly on that push coming out from G2. But because they had 1 player less, when they went for the high-low swing on the left side, it was perfect for those trades. But Valen snuck through towards that left side of the A tower and got that trade-off against John Cutie to allow G2 to close that gap. But you mentioned it, the economy's not the best on the side of G2, but Sentinels definitely want to pull the timeout to slow things down for a bit, because you need to instill that to your players.
Yeah.
You have to check those small spots.
The
Really
aggro
would've been a
there?
different
Nah, I thought it was a
story
nice
here if
idea,
they
to be honest.
took care and knew the
About the
positioning
full person
from
setup on
Leaf
A. That was
up
good.
towards the left side, but I think it was
G2
actually
are just ready
Trent
for it.
in the back of the of the nest that was able to swing out to get the first blood.
Man. 11-10 here. G2 takes Sentinels map of split, and Sentinels 2 away from taking Icebox, G2's pick. We're about to get back in off of this timeout. Kaplan not really liking that G2 and squad stop that 4-round streak as they look to get this map and bring us all the way to Ascent.
Killjoy ult for the
3 ults per
Killjoy.
team here as we head into this round.
Insta Viper ult, what's going on?
It almost seems that since the timeout for G2 is just drill it in, hit A site. But this time pushing Sentinels away with the first wave of salvos. And in a G2 fashion, they could probably slow this down and wait for the second wave to go back again into the A site.
And Zekin has had Zeus' utility at B all these rounds. They've now moved that over to A with them for the full fight. So we'll see if Zekken still kind of plays that aggressive or wants to get out now that he hears some noise.
Yeah, I mean, he could stay back
Okay,
towards
so
hill.
they
They
take
have
A
alarm box
control,
watch,
they
a
cut
very
sound,
passive
they're waiting for
turret
either
all the way in
some
the
kind
back
of
of Spawn
exec,
to look into the
other
walk-up
than like
course
trap
too.
play on
So
them,
all of Sentinels once
or
again
for
a
them to
great
get their
read to
util
send 4
back,
players
and
towards
also
this A
create
site.
pressure like they
But
could have gone
Reckoning
elsewhere around
is
the map.
definitely going to force them to scatter out.
Yeah, they're playing pretty far up for lockdown and reckoning
Yeah,
here.
it's a
One will
nice
start
molly.
to push them back. Just on the left side of that mosh, not going to be enough
But they used to do it.
to see if they can get themselves in here. Yeah, there's the reckoning. It's actually going to chase Sentinels all the way out, back down the stairs, into their spawn. And those circles
Dude,
can be
this
seen
is
here by
mayhem,
G2 as
man.
they move in.
We got a
You can see
molly
the
and an
focus
alarm bot
right
inside
up
the
towards
Viper.
screens
Viper will
and
come
up
in to
towards
the
that
left to try
catwalk.
funnel them heavy through
Interesting
heaven.
plan all the way in the
Got a
back corner.
Killjoy ult to get him
I
out
don't
of
know
the
if there
Viper
was a
ult though. They didn't
misclick,
really
I mean, this is good util.
consider that one. They just get them out of the Viper ult early.
Oh no, Viper, his actually just went down. Wait, they're fighting in this right now. Viper's
Dude,
pit there.
Zelsis.
Zelsis is defusing.
Zelsis?
It's going to be at 75%.
Dude, he got half.
Goes down. That's going to be at half
Another
now.
smoke. It's going to
Shots coming in
spam
from
fest.
Narrate. He's up top trying to play the jungle gym. Can he swing down? Oh my god, the cove. It's the only thing that separates them as they stand shoulder to shoulder.
This is nice though from them.
And that's
Dude,
gonna be
weird
the
plan
half
on this one.
defuse.
All the way in
They
the
give it over
corner
to
to try
Narrate for
spam
this
it.
as Zekken was prepping it up, and
Zekken did
Sentinels
good though.
again
Zekken and
are
Zelsis
so
just into
strong
smoke of
on
the spank.
post-plant retake here on Icebox.
I just feel like G2 kind of misplayed it a little bit with his
Towards
Viper
the end,
ult.
I don't know if it was intentional or not to have that plant in that
Because
corner.
everything,
Very, very
the whole way they
unorthodox to get
played
out
was like
there.
there wasn't a
But
Killjoy ult.
maybe the reckoning and everything that allowed here the
Unless they thought the Killjoy was just gonna go, unless they like tunnel vision that the Killjoy was just gonna go screens. They're trying to do a Viper ult that covers screens.
Regrouping together to fight back.
I saw you guys. I saw the ref.
He's like, I shot everything but what I needed to. I think I hit someone in the crowd for a moment. Yeah.
Oh, back in the action though.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He shot Valen that time.
Okay.
John QD on point here.
Straight back in, 2
And
chances.
They move the utility back for Sentinels. They don't think that A push is coming anymore from G2, and it seems like they've got a pretty good read on it here. And G2 now without Valen only have to use Jonah P's walls to get themselves in.
So low on HP is Jonah P.
Yeah.
You need Trent to stay alive here. That's probably the silver lining to keep G2 back in the game. If it's not going to be for the post
I
plant,
mean,
at
look
least
at it.
open
Should
up the site
be,
towards A.
should be now.
Instead, G2 are playing contact. They playing very passively because all of Sentinels were leaning towards middle with a triple swing in the very beginning.
Toxins going up. Finished.
That's a big kill.
Feel way too good with his gun.
On these silent rounds, you got to give them credit. They get into some real crazy spots.
And Zelsis had so much
Massive,
value on
massive
flanks
duel
in the
for
past,
Trent here.
and he's fighting against Trent. That's the silver light. That's what's needed for G2 to
He
stay
got
alive and to win
past
this
the
round.
turret, but they're kind of like aware that it
Zelsis
could happen,
1v1s
kind
have
of.
been spectacular here, but it's 2. He's going to have to
Where
come
are
up
they?
big. There's the first one. Trent's going to turn, but he's going to have a
Oh, I
second.
don't know if
Now
Leaf
the
should
burn is not
be
enough. Trent
taking
with
that
the
duel when
stinger.
Trent was
Close
ready for
range
it.
is
Ult
just
goes
2
salvo
There's the
also,
post
tap of the
plant
spike
king
early.
Here, Tejo, Trent.
When does Zekken get his
ready
other
to
smoke
lock
here?
this round down. Armageddon's already passed. One shot comes through. It can't be traded back by Zekken. But it is Zekken versus Trent. He delays more time now, just trying to put the pressure on
smoke
to
came
Zekken.
up.
Is it possible? Firing to the left, doesn't know he's to the right. Zekken looks like he's got the
Oh
defuse.
man, it's so close, dude. It's like the best agent to have alive in that point.
Cold.
Trent is insane again in these clutches.
That's why all the
And a
others were taking the
selfless
risks
play
of the
is coming
person
up from
behind. Who
G2.
knows?
Jonah P low on HP saying, let me swing
They
into
had
this
such a
one.
good
Let me
chance
give
here.
my
Leaf
life
did
away.
great to
The
get this
second
first
player
kill
to
up
come across,
towards
I think,
site
was
as
Leaf
well.
also to fall down, just so that Trent could bait that kill. The trust that G2 has for Trent in these moments.
It's crazy.
The
Honestly,
ult on site,
it's like
the
it's gonna
Viper
be
ult.
a strategy
I
for
mean, they
teams
could
to
have had
find
some like
Trent
info
in these
to early use it.
engages and kill him, so they know the post plant can't be a
Yeah.
possibility.
This
There's
might just be a
nothing
timeout
you
to
can do
use
against
the
this
ult
guy
also.
if he is alive, and that spike is planted. Another timeout here for Sentinels.
The last one of this map before we could potentially go into overtime. Our Sentinels pushes this to the third map of Ascent. Narrate and Bang have 2 ults to work with on the defense. A lot was being used by G2 on the attack just to try to salvage and win that previous round. And despite that clutch coming out from Trent, despite the few rounds coming through for G2 in this comeback, they've always played
The Teo, I mean, they're doing a good job of making sure the Teo is like always in the situations.
Such a low buy coming in for Leaf. He's small shields guardian. Joggermill's also
Like
with
there's
the
a reason that Trent's
Guardian.
Trent's
He's
obviously
at
good at
3,500,
clutches, but
and we'll have to
Teo's
go
like
for a small shields
one of the
and
best.
I mean, honestly, G2's been kind of limping through these rounds with the buys, so for them to even get a few has been spectacular, but
Teo's just
still
so
gotta
good enough to
recognize this
plan.
run on the second half from Sentinels, spectacular as well, and looking like it's going to be good enough to bring us all the way to Ascent. This round here may tell us.
They're trying to get back into the nest for Sentinels. Something that was pretty decent for them earlier on. They're getting stopped right away here by Salmos.
Okay, same a default
Yeah,
for
that cascade
G2.
doesn't allow for them to get through anymore, so a little bit of a win here for
Except
G2
they
to
flashed a
start.
little bit.
We saw this rinse and repeat play before. Joggermill actually went down when he
The
was on
smoke
the belt
was
there.
causing them
So taking
a
this
lot of
space
trouble.
to add pressure towards A. G2 have gone back to that regular, or sorry, Sen have gone back to that regular defensive setup. Oh, that's a head being seen.
Dude, Valen had to use his
Good
cove to
damage
get
onto
out of there.
Valen. I wonder if that Dizzy is actually retrievable.
And because of that pressure coming out from Sentinels, Valen actually had to throw the cove down just to try to stay alive. So they won't really have it to allow the wingmen to get the safest plant. So they're pulling back.
Double orb. Oh, they're
Wingman
going for
plant
the
does
double
get
orb.
thrashed
This
now,
drone's
though.
going to be
But
nice
again, we
timing
just
though.
saw
The drone's
that
going to
Dizzy get
reclear
used
all
at
of
sight.
this.
This is going to be pretty much
Oh,
a
it only
dry
recleared the
retake, and
claws
Jonah
amount.
has to be the spearhead. Sees one, so
30
the Jake is
seconds, they're
already
gonna
up on
get
this fast
that
rotation.
ult.
You see
They
spawn.
got Molly
Sentinel's
Molly
defense
to
is
delay
already
him.
starting to lean.
Wait, is the orb not here?
Oh, Zekin takes the spike out. That's not going to be the ult point Joggermill wanted for the thrash. They
Dude, look at
deny
the
him. He's not gonna be
HPs.
able to
This is
use it.
done.
Huge kill, Zekin and Celsius. The two Zs coming up big to stop that site take. And now the lurk in from Valen. It seems like they have an idea of where every member is, and Celsius is going to be able to get a lockdown on that too. Another one from Zekin before he
this one's
falls.
impossible.
And it looks all too good here for Sentinels.
Hey,
the
nicely
shot
done
from
from
John
Sentinels on
Cutie
this.
is the one that sends us to a map 3.
Very, very
We're
nice.
going
Dude,
to
the Sen should
Ascent.
be so fun.
Second anchoring
They'll
solo
probably stick with
towards
the
the
Waylay
B
as
side.
well.
Great delays being done. The one-way smoke's being thrown as well. Has been a wrench into G2's attack side.
Then, no, it was cool, man. They really struggled against it. You know, when this Viper smoke was over towards A, they really struggled against that in my mind.
Fight toe-to-toe against G2
They could
and
never get.
pushes into Ascent, the
Look,
final
becomes
map
kind of like all in with
that's
the
going
flash to get
decide
past a lot of
who's
this util.
qualifying to Toronto.
They
G2
couldn't get
or
through the like the
Sentinels.
first layer of the
But
Viper
Ascent
smoke,
is
let
a map
alone the
that has been heavily tested
wall.
against G2.
Thought it
And
was
that
cool.
G2
I think
kept
honestly
winning with
every
this
round they
Waylay
had this
Sentinels
Viper
comes out
smoke
with a
on
brand
A.
new
I think they won
composition
rounds.
against Cloud9 with the Teo and KO and the Jet.
Yeah.
This is going to be such a good battle to see who moves forward to Toronto.
I cannot wait
Sentinels
to see the next
Sentinels did
matchup. You
insane,
have
man.
Trent popping off
No,
the charts,
yeah,
getting all his
losing double
clutches,
pistol
Bang
and winning
showing
this is
another
big,
playoff
man.
form in the buff. Everybody's finding a bit of their star power here when it is most needed by their team. Amazing stuff coming in from both Sentinels and G2 as we are going to be going to a third map. Don't go anywhere. There is much more.
Sentinels map pool looking nice, to be honest. Dude, I think they have a good chance here. Because although the G2 results have looked pretty good on Ascent, not super convinced. And honestly, Sentinels Ascent looks pretty nice. Juggernaut does kind of take over, but I'm not sure it's because of the Waylay or if it's because it's actually just because it's him. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
now for Jaw. Oh dear. Don't start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles.
But Zekken's still moving, and Zekken's just mowing them down.
Sentinels came into Icebox with a new comp and now are forcing us to a map 3. I want to talk about the pivot here with Zekken picking up the Omen, and I loved what we were seeing out of him on this second map, specifically what he can do on this age that you can't do with anyone else. And really it comes down to Sentinels' opening utility here. What Zekken was doing was throwing an Omen smoke over on pipes, which is really effective for taking early space because A, it sort of stops the early aggression, you know, enemy team getting a player on pipes, fighting you forward, but it also blocks off the common angles that can see down like off top gen and get a pick there. It also blocks off the player top screens, seeing your players going down this line over on belt. So it's just really effective at taking early space. Now I want to look at this early utility that Sentinels end up throwing because, right, even though there's a harbor push wall, they've still got the double Tahoe missiles again, trying to force these G2 players back early on. And then that Omen smoke, like I was talking about, goes ahead and blooms. And now just watch and see how Zekken plays around it. Look, he's already teleported up into the smoke, and then he's going to creep forward and try to play off of a Tahoe drone in a moment. So, right, he clears, he gets in front of this. Now you see over on your minimap, Tahoe drone coming. And because he's in front of pipes, if this drone pings anyone through his own smoke, he'd be able to play for a spam kill. Now, no one's there, he doesn't get that, but what he does do is fall back because now it's about setting up Bang's lurk. Right now, see Leaf, there's a Killjoy turret right next to him, which is currently seeing through the window. And what Zekken is going to do is he's going to use his smoke to allow Bang to get this timing to go for the cross. They used the Viper Orb earlier. Now Bang is able to sneak on forward here, and we can ignore the part where Bang dies. He's supposed to get the kill there, but that's all fine. It's all about the ideas and how this Omen can open up lurk opportunities. Now the thing is, as soon as Bang dies over in mid, it's time to accelerate into the site, and this is again where Omen has some benefits, right? Omen has the paranoia, which he's going to use a line here to clear backside to rafters, and he's also going to throw down a very deep Omen smoke that allows Sentinels to play very forward on site. Check this out. Smoke goes down first, now comes the paranoia, and now SEN can play actively on site. Zelsis is all the way up on top of the smoke. He even has a teammate playing above him in a moment here, right? He calls in the Gecko, who's then going to cover this heaven line. It's really, really nice for them to be able to play off this, win the round. They'll go aggro, get kills, but at the end of the day, it was Zekken's Omen that helped so massively for SEN to win this map, and now we get ready for map number 3.
We decided it'd be a good idea to do this next setup in the crowd with you beautiful people. Look at them. Gorgeous humans. Now, of course, let's talk about what we just witnessed over there because, of course, Icebox going the way of Sentinels. A lot of people here were quite happy about that one. That being said, though, it was a tight game. G2 Sen took it all the way, Brent.
Yeah, definitely. But I honestly, I'm dead impressed with how much Sentinels, I think, have worked on their Icebox as well. The last time we saw them play it when it was against Crew as well, they've worked on it over the last few weeks. They completely changed up their composition. Everything was looking tip-top. The player form has been in great form as well. I think individually, everybody's shooting. They're winning clutches. They're going toe-to-toe to G2 players. They're looking like they are on fire right now. And leading into map 3 as well, Ascent. Listen, I said that Icebox was going to be maybe like this unknown quantity. Sentinels needed to win in 2.
Yeah.
But with the way that they're playing, there's significant chances that they can take this win here today and book their ticket to Toronto.
SEN came out with 2 new comps for their last 2 maps of this series, and I thought the pivot to the Omen here on Icebox was so strong. Teams after 2024 really moved away from that agent on this map, but I think it's such a good 1-for-1 sub into the duelist slot. Christy talked about how strong it is on attack, on defense as well. The paranoia, the way they were using the TPs as a second dive agent to get through the harbor utility looked amazing. But now it's going to Ascent, where they also just showed a new composition, but they're playing against a G2 that is undefeated on this map, and it has been an absolute home ground for Jojimo. He's incredible on the waylay here.
Yeah, that is a scary thing without a doubt, right? A G2 that looks clean on Ascent. What are the expectations there, I guess, then for Sentinels? What could we maybe see for them to try and quell the, I guess the aggression, the plays, the incredible talent that G2 are bringing?
They had really good ideas of what to do against Cloud9's Ascent as well. So we're
already know that they're going to be coming into this pre-prepped, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Great ideas of what to do against G2's Waylay comp on Ascent as well. I mean, as well, it's going to be good news for them, I think, that Ascent, G2 haven't played it that much. They don't opt into it as heavily because I think their composition has a lot of set pieces, but once you get the footage on it, it can be broken.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. This Waylay is really strong when you're not ready for it. Think of the plays diving into market, diving into the A sign and punishing anchors there. But if you're prepared for those setups, you can change the way you play a little bit. But G2 as well, you know they're going to come up with new stuff for this, especially with the stakes being this high. Toronto on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, this is it, folks. One map away, and the winner will move on to represent VCT Americas in Toronto. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Okay, good. Actually, try it again. Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? That was loud. All right, well, you heard it from the crowd. We're going to get this thing set up and get ready for map 3. It's Ascent coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
Ascent, dude, I'm excited for this. It has a lot of potential.
We are back, and no, you're not seeing things. That is a 1-1 on that screen for G2 Esports and Sentinels as we make our way to Ascent. We've gone all 3 maps, and now one of these teams will go
for the
all
decider.
the way to Toronto with this
BBC
win.
won.
It's anybody's game now.
Oh, won. Thank you so much for the 4 months, mate. I appreciate that. Thanks for the prime.
Icebox. Everything is now decided here on Ascent, where Sentinels are coming out with what they came out with against C9 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Jet on Zekin, or Zekin on Jet rather, and he's been amazing on this agent
There it
on
is.
Ascent.
Let's stick with the same
but
comp.
It also proves how much he was good at anchoring around the sites.
So there's
also
some
finding openings and
definite
gaps here
tendencies
Cloud9. And
with
it was kind of like a flow
at
state
least
that
the
we saw from
ults.
Zekin, and
The
I guess for
G2
Sentinels
on
fans, we're
attack.
hoping to see that type of Zekin perform against
I wonder if
G2. But G2
with
with
the
their own
coaching staff have
composition
got that, I
that
wonder
doesn't
if
change.
G2
Forces you to play offsite so many
mix
times.
it up with some
and
new
when you're going to
stuff.
play flood retakes against G2,
Alex, thank you so much. Alex Tsunami, thank you with the 17 months. Thank you for the prime. And It's Bright with the 1. Thank you with the 17 months as well. Also with the prime. Thanks so much.
Crazy to see how Sentinels react
Does
to
winner go
all
to
of
Toronto?
these, or
Yeah.
even get in front of the plays and try to play ahead of that aggression.
Big map here.
All right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving these trenches.
Okay, Sentinels on defense,
Bringing a
G2
fourth wall
on
here, love
attack.
these trenches.
We're in there. We're in there.
Well, same way
here's a
Insta
great
hitting
start,
over
though,
towards
with
A,
how
but kind of
G2
looks
are
like
so
it,
good
like over
at
towards
opening
mid.
this with pop flashes and salvos. There's actually a vice wall in the very beginning here, and you're already playing all sight here for Zelsis.
This is interesting. Yeah, we got
all
a
the way up.
got
Jogamo
Vice
forward. The
all over
rotation
towards
still
A, and because
coming
it's
in
pissed around,
from
you can
Leaf,
run over
so
towards B
G2
with the
are
extra
very
time.
much set
So
up here. It's the find, blind, and kill game for
making
Sentinels.
sure that they
as
can't get hit by the
themselves
Kara
prepped to
knife.
get back
Not
into
that it does
sight.
too
All
much
that
on
util
this.
they could want is really here.
Dude, only 1 person on site. What's
0
going on
points is
here?
first. Oh man, not seeing too many on that. They know it's got to be an A main hold, and they can take out the site. They should feel pretty comfortable getting back in. Oh, the swing through the smokes. It's going to be for Sentinels right now, and it is just Sentinels taking out G2 left
Oh,
and
it's an
right.
incredible
Trent
reposition. Wait, that's
still
incredible.
post plant. Where else would he be?
Oh
when
my
else
God.
would it be on the round?
What do you think he's
They're
main?
looking main because that's where the left side was.
Ooh,
Oh,
it was smart, but the shots were not there.
From Trent himself, and the
Weird,
defuse from
weird
Zelsis
off
for
the point
pistol
from
round.
G2.
A rare
I'm
miss
not gonna
coming
lie.
out from Trent. No salvos available, but remember when he had no salvos on
Three
Icebox,
pass
he was
and
still
aim in.
able to clutch a 1v2, actually even on split earlier on. This time you mentioned a little bit of
Whiff,
sight
yeah,
that player's not looking
it's
after it.
it's a rough time to
He
whiff.
just whiffed that shot. Ooh. It renders costly as Sentinel's able to turn around here this pistol. I thought it was going to be quite interesting with
He, like,
Sentinels
outbrained him,
putting
but
that
then-
vice wall at the very beginning towards A main.
Yeah.
Because they split out the push. I thought they were going to try to flood back right in the instance, not allow G2 to play offsite in the post plant. But Sentinels played the
Road
flood
score
instead,
there.
and the
But they didn't
trades
have
are
a flash,
perfect, and
right?
now they're trying to move
Maybe
here
they did.
into the
I
second
don't think
round.
they
A
did.
stinger buy out for G2 in a fight towards B main.
Yeah,
What
maybe
else
they
would
looked
it
at the
be?
retake
A
and they were like, we don't want to mess with it.
G2 on a stinger by second round. You have
Stinger
to
by,
expect it, and it's
they're
not
one of the better
expected
teams,
from
if not the best team
Sentinels.
for
They
it.
get overwhelmed at B.
Oof.
Second even tries to peek out to do a solo shot, which would be a full team of G2 looking at him, and he gets the safety somehow with that dash.
Almost letting that shot with the outlaw, but
Yeah.
now you have a player advantage out for G2 in the pulse plant. This time Trent is stuck inside the site, but they are closing that gap.
Got
Look at
that
how
lock
close
on
they
the
are
go
towards the
as well.
staircase. Not too many chances to flood back in. You do have
Gonna have a
paranoid,
knife
double
in
flash
3,
from
gonna
Bang
have
and
the
John
smoke
Cutie
out
that
as
could
well.
potentially open things up, and no, not yet.
Dude, they're making
is
so
already
much
coming
sound
through
that they
market
probably
right
don't
now.
expect the leaf luck.
They
Ooh,
just heard
I
him,
say
but it's
that,
not
it's
gonna
literally
be
John
enough.
starts
The
looking for
stinger
it.
by
Dude,
is
this
again
is the G2
more than enough for
classic right here, it
G2
really
to get
is,
back
man.
on the second round.
They lose
Three upgrades,
pistol,
3
someone
bulldogs
starts
picked up
giving
on
it,
that
and then they
side.
buy
Not even
stingers.
flustered of what
They have such
happened on
an
that pistol round
insane
that
win
Trent
rate with
couldn't
second
capitalize
round
on the
stinger
one
buy.
versus 2 clutch.
Doesn't matter.
And the lurks were perfect in that
They
post
did
plant.
lose it today, but I swear every other
They
time
didn't
I've seen
really
it,
give
they
a
win.
chance here for Sentinels to set up into the double flash, flood back into the sights. Kaplan feels it.
Yeah, I mean, what is the setup there to play at the front of B archway, you question, with knowing there's going to be stingers at somewhere on the back? With how G2 plays, you have to expect.
Almost on the timing with a knife that waited to be up here for John Cutie, but this
Yeah.
again, back into the same protocols for G2, the conditioning of the Salvos. Always going for the paw flash right into main. Salvos into the front of the site and towards wine.
Knife
You
close.
can't get and execute quickly into the
Love
second wave
Kevin.
yet because of the KO knife being thrown by John Cutie. That just slows down G2's pacing a little bit, but Sentinels did try to go for a sack
Saved
towards
his
this B
smoke.
site.
Didn't want to smoke door
It'll
because of
still
the
be
flash
easy
flood
for G2
through.
to play.
Interesting.
Should just be easy ult points on the way in here for the spike. Hopefully, and not for G2.
I think with the door closed, you probably just have to die to spike here.
Yeah.
Clear out towards catwalk, realize that nobody's there, and just wait it out. But it looks like they want to fight this. Salvos to break the door, and they flood out.
Oh. I'm going to say they let him out of the site. It's a party. Oh, they're actually grabbing these orbs. They go on to Valence, so not too terrible with the ult accrual. As Leaf comes up with 3, that's going to be big to get the Steel Guard online, though,
that was
for
kind of
sure. 2
fast.
points away for
I know
him.
it's against an eco,
As
but
G2 pick
kinda
up a solid
impressive.
round there as we head to round 4.
What do you do with the stinger by me? It's hard. Normally they only ever like sight hit with it though, so you just stack sights a little heavier and get an outlaw somewhere.
In a bonus round, that could be actually
I feel
quite
like the
good
KO knife becomes your most important bit of util.
if he wants to utilize that to get behind enemy lines. But look at this. Once again, you'll have
Demoniac,
the
thank you
Salvos,
so
the
much for
pop
the prime, mate.
flash
Appreciate the
towards
whole
the
year,
main.
man. Thank you for doing
But
that.
the hit potentially could be towards middle instead.
Yeah, let's see what the first buy round's like. Sentinels with the Vice put the wall over towards middle, so they don't have to worry about middle. They can stack heavier over towards the site itself.
Teleport and insert. As that
Yeah,
mid
I
hit
like
starts
this
to
one.
happen, expect Jogamo to go mid and then maybe refract or jump all the way up back onto Cat with these guys.
This is nice from G2.
Instant play
Instant
into the
default.
site.
They probably
Smoke
watched the
top
demo.
mid.
They know
They're gonna
that
go
this
ahead
is
and
here
play
a
with
lot
this
of the
shear.
time.
Now they know the shear is here from Leaf's first
Did we?
adventure to mid, so they can start messing with that wall
They
for
actually trigger
Zelsus
it?
as much as they want.
Yeah, they did.
Refract, get the wall out.
Yeah.
Now you have a minute left, so you can work this site for the side of G2.
Jeez, John Cutie
Why
shuts
did
it down
kill?
for now. They got a bottleneck through these spots into the site here. And G2 is trying to figure out how they do that. Looks like it's just going to be dry on this one. Not much util to be used here at the second entry. Tejo's salvo.
Dude, bang, that is insane, bro. Fair play. Was there a KO flash that I missed her as well? Maybe.
Clean
Either
one
way,
from
that was
Mary.
nice.
2-2 now for Sentinels as we're trading them back and forth to start Ascent.
Signature position for Bang in a back of dice of the
Yep.
A site. So hard to deal against him there. Didn't even need to throw the smoke between a dice and generator to stay alive here, and they just had perfect sprays and reads there,
man.
right through.
Oof.
Yeah, both you and me barking at the same time.
Yeah. And and Bang's a phantom lover. So you get that sight smoke that goes inside, you can play around it, no tracers. There's smoke's main, you can play around it, no tracers. It all just plays into his favor there. 5, 3, and 1 now for Bang on that side. And he's continuing this from the last map. Ooh, flash over his shoulder. John
Wanna
Cutie's
fight
ready.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice replay on
in
this.
his attack here. There was a flash ready for John there, and the
We'll get the drone out of the
This
early.
will be difficult though if
Strong.
Sentinels stay within the site. Look at all the ults available. You have the Armageddon that can open it up. Valiant can TP inside.
Penguin in Antarctica.
All they
Thanks
gotta
for the
wait
tier
here
1,
is
mate. Thank you for the
exactly
13 months
that.
also.
Activate the hit for G2 inside the site.
Teo all with the Omen behind it,
though.
but
It's
get to the
gonna be on
position where they
Giacomo,
can
and he
shoot
goes
it.
right into the
And
smoke.
honestly, I'm looking at
They've
Sen
realized
thinking
the
they were
past few times that Giacomo's
kind of
playing
ready
this,
for
he
everything
is
that's
going
going on at
into
the moment.
balanced smokes 90% of the time when he jumps forward, trying to win that initial fight, and Sentinels has been playing there. Narrate catches that one. They see him, he saw it, and he was like, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. They do get it out, though, as the 0 point comes through.
And the other now, Leaf picked up an orb, now has the Steel Guard
I
to try to
love
enter,
that though. Smoke that's a little bit higher, so when it's dropping, it becomes a one-way and they peek with it. See some legs.
All three of them walking back, and they'll try to save their weapons.
That was nice.
Great hold in the very beginning, and you bring up a great point though, Riv. With Jogimo moving right into the smoke, immediately punished by Narrate.
Yeah.
That's what happened the previous round. They had a
Oh,
perfect
dude, what a
pop
lovely
flash
round
setup
this
to allow
is.
Jogimo to just
3K.
dash right into the garden.
Took
But John
this bit of
Q was
damage,
waiting
that's
for him right
it.
there. Even blinded gets
This
the
is
full
nice
kill.
for Sentinels. I
So the
think
game
G2
plan, I
gotta
think
do some
right
kind of
now,
timeout.
Brent was mentioning the preparation that Sentinels brings into this game to try to fight
Yeah,
against
they're
G2.
super prepped
You
here.
see that they're playing in positions right where the waylay lands, and doesn't give a chance for Jogimo to even land down before he refracts.
So I like the fact that
He's trying
on
to
some of
find
the runs
information
earlier,
for
they
the
were like
team,
leaving
but
sight
he's
on
finding
pistol and now they're
information
playing it
from the
heavy.
grade.
Yeah.
This little
Super
A
smart here
reclick to
by
make sure they
Sentinels just to
drone
make a
early is
few
awesome as
adjustments.
well.
You see it right here from Narrate's point of view. It's like Jogimo isn't expecting people
2
to
rounds
be
at
in
the
there,
moment
'cause
where
I
it
bet
just looks
he's
like
usually in and out and making the plays that makes Waylay feel so safe. But there is a window.
2 rounds right now where the
attack
Waylay's
in.
just sending it
Narrate
in
finds
and
once, and now it's
doesn't have
up
much
to
support.
G2 to adapt. To make sure Jogimo can get in on these plays because it is the focus for their win condition. Jog opening up, denying Sheer in mid, and being able to draw out that utility so the team has a bit of an
every
easier
single
second
time it's
take.
just an instant reclear over towards A here.
And G2, remember, pretty good on this map so far, and now it's the first time that it really tested with the positioning from Sentinels going into this game. So now you have
1,
to go
2,
into the later
3, they
features
come
of
by
the
next
strat
round.
book.
Yeah.
If they lose.
Right now what Shaq, Anders, Josh RT has been building up here for this moment on Ascent. This time not using a refract to try to break the wall. It's just Jogimo jumping across. You need to leverage now his refract for the actual information gathering into the B site.
Be right back.
Oh, that was nice though.
And he's ready.
This is what I'm talking about, man. If you got that high sense, I just don't think the Waylay does too much. It's like it's nice info, but it was like the best way to deal with it. That was sick from Narrate.
Able to sit Narrate down, but there's backup. There's John Cutie, and being low on HP means they back up. Sights are held. There is no reason to try to get a push here as your numbers up.
And that's the thing here. You're playing against Sentinels. If you're going to miss a couple of shots here, you're going to lose that duel no matter what. Narrate clean on those 2 shots to hold and anchor up the back of this defender spawn. With 18 seconds left, Spike is down. Leaf potentially has no choice but to save.
Okay, very,
Forced
very
to
nice
fight.
from them as well. Man,
And
Narrate
now
did
taken
awesome
down,
here.
and that breaks the econ for G2 going into the next round.
And man, what a step up from Narrate. You know, from the beginning of the season, always a great player, but we saw the emotions coming out, getting him, and he's changed that to have such a strong game form, a strong mental on that, and really not be his own enemy in these games. He is performing.
Yeah, and spacing's
for
got to be
playoffs
better if they're doing that, I
exactly
guess.
You see a little
That
bit of a
didn't- he
mistime
did good to
coming
move
on
out the
here.
way as well,
Trent
but-
was trying to swing out behind a refract of the Waylay. And yeah, definitely you're going to call that timeout for Josh RT, just going to try to drill things back. That was something new that we haven't really seen for G2 yet with the pop flash and fight back towards the spawn. And
Yeah.
you realize that maybe it's not well enough drilled, that they're just missing that timing to really try to punish, Narrate towards that back of the spawn. So now it's going to be, okay, well, we have to land those timings a little bit better. That's the game plan here that
Do I like the change on this map?
practice after
The
practice after
reinforce of the
practice.
B-wall?
Josh,
Dude, it's
RT,
so
and the rest
nice
of the
now.
squad
Such a nice map. Yeah, it opened everything up.
is using
You can
that full
actually
minute to
take
his
B
advantage.
main now.
Yeah.
Because you can
Having
actually
that
play like
discussion.
different comps. You don't
And you're
100%
right,
have to
with G2
play a
kind of varying
solo.
it, pushing towards mid.
I mean,
I'd
that's
say
mostly
most of
Teo's
the
fault, to
time
be
that
honest.
You
But
have Jogimo doing those strats, they've gotten that kill and they're through it. So now they're being presented with the moment it doesn't. and they're getting flipped on their head for that. It just takes a bit more control in knowing that anything can happen once they're going into the site, as opposed to their probably usual results, honestly, because G2 is so good at executing these.
And remember when we started this map, I was mentioning here that G2
Yeah, this is interesting from Sentinels. Biggest change up for them macro-wise. Obviously, we don't have the wall over towards here now. We have some kind of punish over towards middle because they have been defaulting over towards middle. This is interesting from Second as well. Like the North Sova comps, you got to think of the areas that they struggled to clear. This is one of them, right? People default middle with the recon, so we can start playing these areas. Yeah, you got to start thinking of all the main areas that you can play because of the recons.
They want a little bit more
So I
towards
really like this from Sentinels.
So far to peak.
They're coming in prepped, man. It's good.
Seems like
They pretty much come out on top of after this timeout.
That smoke. Catwalk was open. It allows here Sentinels to get the paranoia and pinch. Now it's...
Oh, that's some nice shots,
but it's Valen in a 1v5.
Okay, honestly, this could be a crazy
1v5, and he has the site to himself here. B site can be tricky enough to get this win. He plants close to stairs, which means aggression? No, okay, he stays in sight. Just TP stores the back. One paranoia and a smoke in 2 to create the angles that he wants.
Not the best spot to be, though. Narrate has Armageddon salvos.
He's pinned himself. The tough part about this is you have to swing across the doorway once you get that initial fight, which gives your opponent that opening. I don't think he was seeing that first time. Yeah, they're looking right at him. Oh, he gets hit by the concuss. Half coming through, but he has the angle for the 1v1 on the left side here. He's waiting for the peek first. That's going to be the defuse coming through. A 4K for Valen in the 5.
I mean, it was a nice tail util.
There was Bang. And team collect the round 5 for Sentinels.
He did great. Got 4 extra guns, got the all out.
The Armageddon and bangs the life to throw a smoke down.
Exactly.
Proud substitute teacher with the 30 mums. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you doing that. And Symmetry as well. Thank you so much, Symmetry. They know what to do.
Still very great protocols for Sentinels.
Spam.
We do a little bit of throwing, and that's what makes us us.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Symmetry, man.
We're talking about the kills against Valen there.
For the 550, bro.
But yeah, a little bit of throwing indeed, but still the round is collected.
The phase one's still good, though. Second
got showing some confidence holding this one as well. They force into this round.
Kind of evens it out.
Yeah.
Instantly lose their duelists.
And G2 hasn't really found the correct footing here on their attack side in the last 4 rounds. Leaf has still this Steel Garden that's been holding on for the longest time. Contact play, trying to find maybe a safe spot. Steel Garden is down. It's Zekin back to his form against Cloud9.
That was
back into
so
his
satisfying,
form on the
dude.
defensive side on this Jet on Ascent.
And already looking to make more opportunities out of it, switching his position, staying mobile, and keeping G2 guessing. We still have 5 members of Sentinels, and they aren't over-rotating out of this either. Still holding. Know that Zekin has put a stop to this.
That's a nice flash.
All right, side open. Zekin looking for 4, but Trent's able to get the side swing on that one.
What a round
lane.
from Zekin that was.
And now they organize around the rest of the members of G2. Trenton team
just trying to get an extra pick fast
before they enter site, hoping Sentinels would push a little aggressive.
Now it's 2 hero plays. Jonah P has to fight the beam in against Narrate.
Oh! He gets the short swing on Jonah P. Coming in from stairs, the swing out, the double from Trent, almost deja vu.
HP, really close, man.
And that's going to be Bang with the kill.
I mean, this was Zekin, though. Zekin made this so easy.
To Bang on this one. No, I was going to say Narrate, right?
Yeah.
Looked like he was running away. He said, come back and get this.
Really nice shots from him.
We're back. We're sorted out here. 6 for Sentinels. As we get into round 9, Sen are starting to pull away a lot.
And if you're a G2 fan, that's the raw moment for Trent to lose his mojo in these clutches. Because now Sentinels running away with this first half on a defense, in the lead by 4. Almost the lineup, 30 HP remaining on that Bang.
Did this guy
when they line up again. Good thing I was talking over that. But now G2, they want to fight quick again with the W-Till. There's already potentially a special delivery on the defense from Narrate to stop them down. And
let's see, what uses do they use for early B here? To go for some kind of... I mean, the Orban Flash actually just hit 4, by the way.
To be the spearhead once again. Bang starts off on the Jogamo, starting this round 0-6 first kills, first deaths. They'll make that 0-7 Vans not having a great time
Dude,
on the waylay
Jogamo's
to
getting
get that initial
wrecked.
attack for G2, and Sentinels is really playing off it.
Yeah. Instead of going for the special delivery, they went for the salvos just to push him back. A good old classic Tiles pinch. But they only lose Jogamo in the process now for G2. The double up could really switch things around here as Valen just got picked by the knife. But they've lost so much space. I don't think they want a drone to give their position away because you don't have Jogamo at the tip of the spear to open things up. But now a jump spot coming in here from John Cutie, sees and identifies to rotate over back towards the A side where Zelsis will get tested.
Zelsis just needs to stay alive.
Backs up, plays it safe. You can already see just across to
Dude, the
is John Cutie
salvo,
ready to help
Molly,
with
stop
that
everything.
high-low.
That's really
Man,
nice.
what a stall here.
Yeah,
This is
dude,
gonna put
and the
G2
right
back
can
on
be
30
over towards
seconds.
B, and he
Are
already
they
is
in
leaning over
control
towards
is the
B, knowing that
question,
most
as they
likely
now
to go
have
back.
to consider mid is not the play. They
Sentinels
only
are
lead
playing
lead,
nice.
but they're losing people on Cat.
Uh-oh. They're losing people everywhere for G2.
Falling like dominoes on this one. Jonah P is able to get
Wrong,
one
dude.
trade back. But
G2
John,
might need another
with
timeout.
the quality tactics, locks in another round for Sentinels.
Now it's Sentinels time for the fragging IGL to step up here for John Cutie. So good on the defense so far to defend the A site. Playing solo towards the tree. The high-low, yes, at least with Zelsis, but you saw the idea for G2. Putting a lot of members down towards the market, hoping to pull a little bit of that rotate out. And Sentinels are doing very similar things as G2 is doing at Trent. Give a lot of that responsibility and trust to Zekin that could anchor it alone so they can continue to hold on the extremities
Another
and
B
fight
hit.
perfectly here for Sentinels defense.
They've
Zekin's
been
walking
wanting
out
to
with
do
the
this for
outlaw, but
ages.
G2 wants to rush into the B site.
Yeah, we've got no one on site, and who
Jogamo
is
looking
this?
for that first one, has to
Zelsis is
refract,
going for
does
an
get the info, but
absolute
it's not able to
play.
be played off of. Sentinels are reacting perfectly, and it's Leaf. They have to run through with the stingers. It seems like the only thing they can do is press W to get this to work, because Sentinels has the read left and right on these plays. John Cutie just stepping to the side.
Not sure about the ult. They don't get anything for it.
And you can't run forward to get the kill because Bang just threw a perfect paranoia, so they can't punish John Cutie who got caught.
The peaks left and right. They're just
140.
playing with their food here. The pop flash comes out. A great duck.
They look good, man.
Trent, but it's
They
still
look good, and
not
then G2
enough.
dude, they look like they're
That's
out
the story. It's
ideas.
just not enough to take over Sentinel's retake right now. They were showing it last on Icebox, and now they're
This
showing it
Waylay's
again
getting
on
wrecked.
Ascent. The retakes are just too good.
Sensina now getting as loud as Sentinels are inside the server. Following behind
The
every
cooling's
kill,
nice
clean
though,
through
like
smoke, staying
the
alive
pre-barrier
for so long.
rounds and just the setups from
For the anchor players for
Sentinels,
Sentinels within
they're
these
nice.
sites.
Everyone knows what they're doing.
Game of retakes for Sen, and they are winning.
Barely needing retakes, actually.
Barely needing to, yeah.
They're so good at fighting against G2's attack.
I mean, I guess that's what you have to do. Keep Trent out of a winning position. Do not allow that post plant to happen. Because, man, he just brings that win percentage up for the side of G2.
And deny the space given by Jogamo. And again, it's the classic get in, refract, and there's going to be a player swinging behind. It's almost playing against a Yoru when they're going to the dimensional drift.
This is like the first round where they haven't like tried to retake over towards A main.
Get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there. They do finally trade from tree. It's going to be a bit of chaos.
Yeah,
and
it's like the
G2
first time the Sentinels didn't
thrive right
really
now
do
as
what
they
they're
head to
normally
site,
doing
but
over
the
towards
retake
A.
potential still there. John Cutie's knife. Zekin with full util.
This time, no flash to John Cutie, though.
That's right.
Pulse plan crossfire setup would be good, but now they're leaving Jogamo alone on site.
And this is the question. Is it just a post plant that they can't get through, or can Sen break apart G2 here?
That's such a big knife. They know now that there's two players playing towards main.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade
They
this
know
and
he's
make it
right side
uneven.
because the Sabos
Trent,
came from there.
the one we were wondering about is versus the 2 shooters for Sentinels here. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be enough, but Zekin
Nicely
through
done,
as they
man.
collect
Dude,
the
look at
9.
him go. 9 in a row.
Wrap it up. Oh no. This is the mental game as well as the game in the server now, Vansili.
G2 look like they're predictable in the side of Sentinels. Look at when you see the refract coming through. Narrate doesn't even care about tree anymore. He knows somebody's going to be swinging behind. So waits 3-2, gets the first pick, goes back towards the tree, has easy second kill. Again, it's just a mini dimensional drifts from a Yoru. When you have somebody getting away from the space that was taken, the other ones will try to move in to try to fight back for G2. Sentinels has such a good game plan now on the defense.
All right. In numerous strats now, a bit of mid, and a lot towards A. The Sentinels has the read. Phantoms across the board for them, knowing they're going to be firing through smokes the whole time. We usually see Zekin with that Vandal, especially last on Icebox. But switch to the Phantom here, feeling comfortable on it. And now a little bit of mid work again, but it does look like that A landing here for G2.
Nothing.
Drone towards mid.
Omenal. Right,
Gives them a bit of an idea, and they're trying to fake out Sentinels here, but they are not moving. They are rooted
and
in
I
their
guess he
defensive
stops
spots.
here because of the ult this time.
Oddly enough, okay, so now they're utilizing Trent. So far, it's always been Jogimo breaking open that wall. So they need Jogimo for the execution within the sights. And Trent can stay in range to use his salvos to help the hit.
Jogimo start off this first blood. It's going to be Valen that actually gets bang out of his anchor
no
position.
idea
Something
they
very
were,
hard. The
too close to him because of the sound of the
Second
Omen
unknown
flash.
again with the Phantom through the smoke. They give the sight for a moment. Zekin checks the back. Oh, we didn't see him. But Trent did. And that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing, though. Has
Dude,
to go
Trent,
for the backstab.
man,
He's
the
not going to
three,
play
yeah.
the salvos.
Again?
They found him and took him out. No, but it's going to be Jonah P. Can Jonah P save the round?
Oh man, they can't win rounds, dude. They can't win rounds, there's no way.
And they take 10 on the
The
first
double
half.
again.
Jonah P just didn't have enough on the Bulldog to fight
My
against John
goodness.
Cutie, who's been so good on the defense again. Trent,
10 rounds
another
in a
moment
row.
that had such a good moment to backstab players and just unfortunately misses those shots. And Sentinels able to capitalize in the end and take the lead by 8. Getting closer here to be the second team to represent the Americas at
Oh wait, they got
Masters
Stinger
Toronto.
for
It
9
is
rounds,
a
right?
screaming first half here for Sentinels. G2 have to bring everything as we come back from the break here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Goodness. Damn, they came in prepped here though. They're making this way they look. They're making the way they look like it doesn't work. Nice. Everything they were doing, man, just getting fully shut down. The fight's over towards A main every single time. They're using drone to re-clear stuff instead of hitting signs. Shut down middle pretty early when they were trying to default and break their wall. D2? No, they took a timeout. They took a timeout. They took it like at 5-2 maybe. Where they were forcing the Waylay on this map. I mean, they've been wrecking everyone on this map though. That's the issue. When like you're wrecking everyone, you think it's fine.
(10-2) is our first half.
McTubbs with the prime.
favor
Thank you for
of
the 8 months, man.
Sentinels here
Thank you,
on
thank you.
our third map.
I mean, we had spoken a
G2
little
now
bit
moving to the
about it
defensive
being more
side, and we
Jorgamo than the
know what
actual
defensive
agent.
side can
Dude, I
mean
mean,
for
we're a big
teams.
Waylay hater, to be honest.
It's
But
weird to say, but also this game could be far from over.
The thing is,
it's
though, with
just so hard to
G2
get
is on
it's
this
so hard
map
to
of
do
Ascent, where they're
anything
currently
sometimes when you have no
3-0,
util and you've used it all
most
to
of their
get
success
mains.
has been done on the attack.
Choppin
This is the first time that
underscore
they had to
28 with
play
the prime. Thank you for the
comeback
8 months,
from
man.
the
Thank you for
defensive
that.
side and against a team like Sentinels, who's been red hot since the first half of this third map. I'm not sure if G2 will have it. They will have to start with this pistol, and they will definitely have to dig deep in their pockets to find some sort of silver lining.
And it's a heavy util focused round. Look at the amount of classics you have over on the side of G2. A few armors tagged in there as well, so they're looking to teamwork this one
Smoke
for a
offshore.
retake. If possible,
Salvo,
you can see how far
on the
they're already playing
right. You can always
deep in the
pre-aim on the
sights.
left.
As Sentinels walk right up mid here to knock on the front door. Doors closed.
Still have flash.
May not thwart them. G2 just want a bit more coverage on the round with the way that they're playing and how much they want to just slow things down a little bit.
Everything's being covered up, though. You have a wall
And
watching
so
towards
when
the
they
B main.
shot
You
it
break the
early, so
wall,
they didn't see
towards
Zelsis.
C, or
That's
break the
really
door
nice
towards
for
B.
Sentinels.
You know that Sentinels are going to inch towards that side. And you're jiggling here. That's Juggernaut's responsibility.
Pressure over
now. They
towards
can get
middle, so they
stopped by
think it's a
Salvos towards
2-1-2.
the end. And it starts and
Pressure
you're
over
able to dash away.
towards A,
Thankfully,
and
you're
then
no
we take
trap
that
play
extra bit of
from
space over
G2
towards middle, and they
that will
stop
stop
holding
Sentinels
this
for now.
angle. And then now they create
Flashes
pressure
on
over
both
towards. Dude, look at
sides.
all of
Good
this
lurk by
stuff that they're doing for
here. They're gonna have
Zelsis
be
to
very
take his
careful
timing
about
here.
that as
It's
Sentinels
sick.
start to move into the site.
Dude, that's
broken
the,
defensive
it's
line.
so
Zelsis
nice.
starts
Oh
off
my
the trench,
goodness.
so they won't have that initiator utility
It's
to
a
get back
lovely
in.
pistol,
and that
man.
kind of activates G2 to move a little bit faster. It pays off for the moment, but will it pay off for the round win? Bang here versus Leaf. Making the noise. Leaf has a lockdown on his position because of that movement, but he gets to safety now as Leaf goes for the short peek and resets himself at the top of the site, following in the footsteps of Bang here to get a ghost.
Riker Classic to close the gap.
At 10-2, this is an incredibly pivotal pistol round here for G2 to win this. It is on Leaf, lower in HP, better in weaponry. Trying to get this final kill as he's gonna have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out, and there's gonna be another one from Bang! They shut down G2 on the pistol!
That's it,
and
man. What are they gonna do? Just stinger band defense? I think they might have to. That was nice, dude. This was a lovely pistol to watch. My goodness.
At this point, you probably have to
Like
go for that
he has
force
two
buy no matter
corners that he has to try turn when he's inserted. They create pressure to make sure that he can turn the fast corner. And they go back over towards here to make sure that he can get into the right corner as well.
Tested by a team
It's
who's
so
turned things around
nice.
since the loss of crew.
Like if you watch the minimap, this is like one of the sickest minimap rounds to watch.
Definitely need some hero plays coming through. Second and Bang. John Cutie have definitely done it on the side of the defense. And Kaplan can definitely taste the victory with the rest of the team.
They got
but
a.
not G2.
They got a.
Josh
He got
RT
two. I
on the
mean, yeah,
calling.
he did good.
The last timeout available
It was
for the
so
side
nice, man.
of G2 Esports.
Crazy stuff here. G2
Because
trying
you create
to get a word
like
in
you create
at
pressure,
what could
right?
be
It's
the
2-on-2, back
final
to
hour
short.
at this
The one
chance. I mean, they
goes
still
over
moved to the
towards
lower
here as
bracket
this
here.
one goes
So not a
over.
problem
But
with
like
the
in that
loss, but it
small
is
window when they go in
Toronto
one to make
on
this a
the
3,
line, and
he
Sentinels
gets
2
over
rounds
towards
away.
here, and then they pressure back, and then
So
as
the
this
chat
guy's coming
has
back
to
to
happen
cover,
here.
the guy that replaced him,
You can see
he's
they
then getting
are
into the
listening.
extra corner. Yeah, it's so good.
Not much
So
coming from the
dude,
players,
that
so
was
it's the
one of my
reset.
favorite pistols for a while. That was
They know
awesome
how
to
to
watch.
do this.
Dude, they
It's
came
gonna
in
take a lot
so
of work,
prepped
though.
for
Stinger
Ascent.
by, as
They
we
must have
know,
been loving
coming
it
out
when
of
they saw it
G2 if that
picked.
round goes the way of their opponents. Let's see if Sentinels, however, are going to recognize this one. So this means G2 might have to play far up in the face of Sen.
Yeah, the
with those
stingers, they're
defensive
good for
stingers,
this, but
which
on defense,
also makes it a little scary here. But
on
you gotta
defense,
go for
like
broke at
on
this
attack
moment if
you
wanna keep it up
overwhelm,
over
you
time.
have numbers you trade out. On defense, it's a
With
lot
the knife
harder
that
to be
starts
doing
on
that
the
kind of
attack side of
stuff.
Sentinels, it does not hit Leaf. So there are 2 Razor Vines, the walls are still good. Counter knife, no information gathered. That's a huge knife being thrown all the way from
Sentinels,
3
I think they've had their
from
Ascent
Zona
prepped
B.
for a little bit.
Here.
It's a good
So we
protocol
saw it
at the
last
very
time, it
beginning,
looked
though,
good.
trying to have 3 players
And then,
rotate across, spam through the smoke.
I mean,
That
it's been
heavily
good at
damages
it's been good at
Zelsis.
having like a bad
And
map and
throughout
making
all
it
of that
good.
chaos, the insert from Valen to listen to these
Yeah,
rotates,
B pressure,
but this is a buy from
insta
G2
push, get
who
inside
only
towards
has
top mid. But
stingers.
look, they are kind of
It's not the
expecting
best
someone
of
to
buys
have,
to be in this
who are
position,
literally
to be in
expecting the
these
actual
positions
box as
on the
well.
side
That's
of
kind of
G2,
crazy.
how forward they are. Sentinels looks like they want to stop and go, re-hit back towards the B
Cross
side.
map knife,
But
they can
nobody
call
from
it
G2
early, he
has
spots
rotated
it so they can
across.
dodge it and then take the timing.
Valen
Nice.
just trickling in that information of what vision he has, all that util inside sight from Leaf.
Still, those pretty good
Could
stack here
do
for G2. Wall,
the
forms,
exact amount of damage
flash,
they need.
Teo.
Straightforward, Zekin tries to basically pull the
Dude, he
dog
takes
away.
some
Like,
damage here.
there's no smoke, there's no kill to be had there. The refresh is right there.
That's
Not enough
no
time for
way.
Leaf to capitalize on the window.
That's crazy.
The Stingers, how are they just too much for Sen every time?
That was
And the wall
awesome
was
to watch.
still up.
It is a cool round from
Split the
G2 though. Took a
Sentinels
lot of
push,
map control.
and G2
Even did mine
stays
from
alive into
Sentinels,
their
like
stinger
dodging
buy.
the knife
You
was pretty
gotta
smart.
be kidding me. Smiles
They
on
go
the
in.
face of G2.
Slow
They
against
get
a,
away with that round. But honestly, I don't know if get away is the right word. They secure
Rice
it
is
again.
rough.
They're so good with it, and it does not seem like a team has an answer.
The Waylay value,
just
dude,
keep
it's
buying
so
stingers.
funny, yeah.
They just keep buying stingers, man. Great job there. Sentinels still have a lot of room to work with and a lot of time to work with here on this second half. But G2, they are now down and out as we see.
And Sentinels knows that there is so much cushion. 8th round lead, so going for a full classic round against G2. G2 on their side just upgrading as much as they could, playing pretty much escalation at this point. Jogimo going with the Bulldog and Leaf as well.
Drone is down.
The drone doesn't get too much information, so that is actually Zekin well inserted towards this wine, but being pushed out by the salvos.
The dash
and that's
early is
actually a good read
nice
towards
win.
the end. That's no dash for Zekin to clear space into the B site. So if they're going to try to go into B one more time, that util from Leaf would still be once again too good to deal with.
He's already playing for a first look on it too.
Ooh, that might change the tempo though. That,
Yeah?
that knife just suppressed him.
Narrate only getting so close, 3 pips away still on that ult. And to rotate back across, they had Zekin here for quite a while, so they have decided to change the strat a few times. Zekin's lurk here would have still been pivotal to use on the round, but they're gonna have to create another fake here. 30 seconds left. Fragment goes down. It's gonna be Jonah P with a bit of utility out, for the rest of the squad is easily able in sight to thwart the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Narrate just on that lurk will be found by
very
Fennel,
nice.
and G2 grab themselves another round, but they know there's a lot of work to be done.
Get the big buy runs in.
They save the 2 Bulldogs into the next round as well. And that's the difficult portion here for our difficult part for G2. Because they know they have backs against the wall against Sentinels, they have to keep upgrading to weapons. So even if they have stingers that they save within this round, they dropped it back towards the spawn, upgrade.
Okay, only
so the
ult
money
if is
could potentially
the
stay
Omen
low
CP.
if they keep losing players in the process in these fights against Sentinels. And
Okay,
Sentinels is just
G2
gonna
going
keep
for
grinding into the economy and
Strogman
potentially
then.
even turn it around by that point.
Jogamo
Okay,
wants some
it's
action.
similar thought process to what we were saying.
Maybe at this point, Jogamo feels
Right, we
like
got
he
the
needs to
no-
produce something too, with the first half being so difficult, being
recon
shut
over
down by
towards middle.
Sen. You just get that inkling where you want to make that impact, and he does.
Okay, we
Drop
got our
second,
own
and that's gonna
anti.
bring the heart rate
I
up.
see.
The rest of the fire comes through, and
I
it's
see
going to
what
be
we're
too much
doing.
in mid as Jaw goes for another peek
Guess
there.
they drone from here
He'll
a
take
lot
that to
too.
start
That's
to
why
a
he
nice
was
little
looking up
saturate
as well, and he
combination.
throws it
Force
over the top.
Bridge punishes 2 players there. No more dashes, no more salvo utility to open up the site. Now they have to work
They
towards
brought it
middle,
out
and
on the
John
most
Cutie
important rounds,
starts
but
things
that
off well.
kill.
Hardly even saw him on that shot. John is feeling it right
Doable.
now. Almost look for another one. Sees the elbow. And this fight's just going to be a 1v1 by them as Zelsis goes down to Trent here on that push. So you played their pistol round. We know you're going to be lurking this late into the round, Zelsis.
Enemy remaining.
Man,
down,
G2
Good
just
prep
seem
on
to
this.
have a lockdown
Have
here.
to be
Once
joining
they
from further
have
back.
early momentum in the round.
30
So
seconds
confident in
left.
these trades.
Oh, somehow made it alive without being stunned.
Saw him drop out.
Oh, you're so pinned.
1-2. Who's going to peek first? Just toying with their food. 5 now for G2. The timeout. Playing in strong. That talk from Josh. Reset the squad. And now they have 3 in a row.
You've had these moments on the side of the Sentinels camp where they actually had very strong starts, very strong leads.
Yeah,
But their
that's
opponents
sick.
are actually starting to come back into the game. I remember a couple of interviews ago, within their wins, Kaplan was mentioning I should have called some of these timeouts a little bit earlier here to not give a chance
It's
for
a
opponents
nice
to really
early
catch
timeout.
up and build that momentum. It's starting off well here since this force buy from G2 in that second round of the half. Breaking the econ over Sentinel, snowballing a couple of rounds, and also surviving with 3 players in the last round. So the economy's back to normal on the side of the defense for G2. And Kaplan now, it's finding ways to try to shut things down right away here.
Yeah.
And trying to get this drone pick towards middle, maybe try to break some walls or trying to get that spot and control towards middle is being well defended by G2. And
Use
Sen
both his
feels like
timeouts.
they're
Yeah, but he
understanding
can just
that-
use this
that
timeout to
weakness
talk to him
in
now
terms of the
anyway.
map control that G2 currently has.
Like, I mean,
Because
his timeout
since
was
the
at a
very
good point.
beginning, Leaf has been using the wall towards B main instead, and not using the wall towards middle for information.
True, we'll see how he sets it up again. Looks like it actually might be heading over towards A so they can keep a focus towards mid and towards tree a little bit more.
In the waylay op-out, second as a hero stinger, and definitely in the timeout they probably spoke about like ults,
right now they have the streak,
making sure that they're being smart with the ults because at this stage
G2 with the operator being
should
brought out
be
by
able to have an
Joggamo,
ult cycle
so
twice and
he's
win
gonna try to
the
get
game
into
off
dangerous
that.
spots and use that refract to make
Probably
sure
talking
they
about doing
have
different
an early
drones from
say in the
different
round.
positions as well.
Back
We
towards
fast
mid.
take middles. Pretty much the pistol rounds are at
Like you
least
said,
looking like the same
toying here
veto
with
for
mid,
pistol rounds.
trying to destroy the wall. This time they won't find it. It looks like they're going to have to move on from here. Oh my gosh, Trent and Leaf just lay down Sentinels as they try to get into the site.
Trent's
A
crazy
few more
combos in
come
there.
through as they farm the low buy round here from Sen, and G2 look like they're going to grab 6. Quite a
Nice
few
shots.
ults will be online for the following rounds.
No way for Sentinels to really come in for a plant.
We
and
got
build up
the
a little bit
what's
of
the
that
plan
extra
here?
300
We
credits
got a
across the
tail
board.
ult, we got an
Out
omen
of
ult.
it.
We saw
But you're
the
definitely
they
starting
could
to see
copy
here
the
that
G2
both
strat,
teams
but
are looking fairly comfortable on
they got insta
snuffing
shot.
out the attack side of their opponents. Sentinels, this is 5 rounds now in a row that we haven't even had to play a retake for G2. It's all fights as soon as Sentinels tries to go for an execution.
Let's go. We're winning this shit.
I mean, you have to feel like you have a read on the game right now. If this is what's happening and Sentinels hasn't shown you anything since that first round.
Oh, and they got
Already in.
the Vice.
Straight back towards mid. I wonder if this
Yeah, I
is
mean, most
Sentinels
common
trying
Vice
to find
or
out where the
B1.
wall's going to be, what kind of game they can play with that. Because again, Leaf's sheer is out. Oh, it's out towards the right side of A this time.
Correct.
So they do have it working
It's
on
a little
that
bit
A
weird
main,
because
which means
normally
they
the
can
most
keep
common
focusing
tail
this
is
mid,
like
and they have
this
the right
one to
idea.
lock him in
And he's
here
playing
as
towards
well.
this area
So
so that if there's a lot of
ooh,
pressure,
he goes
can
for the
actually throw
B
the
main
Razor Vise.
strat. This
Or
one's
the
strong
right,
as well.
yeah, the Vice ult,
Vice ult does
which
get
is
popped.
perfect here to saw some players down.
Wait, that was
Narrate stubs his toe on the Armageddon.
that was
Walked
not
right into that
good.
thinking it was going to be just soon enough that it left. John Cutie answers, but Joggamo hits the sliver shot. Not a chance for Zelsis to return that. Now they just search for John.
Oh god, this
Take him
replay
out.
is gonna look.
Jonah P finds his
It looked-
duplicate. And
It
ends
looked
that
like an
round.
absolute
11-7
shocker from the
now.
minimap.
We said it when we came
I think
in.
it's gonna
It
look
is
even
still
worse
very
from the
much a
POV.
match because G2 is getting back on the defensive side of Ascent. Anything can happen.
The position's perfect again. It's hard right now to deal against Trent playing back towards the defender spawn. His salvos, his special deliveries are too good. Even again, the position that you had from the Steel Garden from Leaf right towards the garden that covers the whole area of
He was
Pizza.
forced out as an area here, but
So that G2
we'll
can
ignore
actually
it.
fight just against pistols, flooding back into the market. Sentinels who keeps trying to go for this mid to be split. But it changes this time around. I think after losing so many attempts of taking mid control.
Yeah.
As that JJ, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope stream was good, dude. Thank you for that.
Going towards the B link that Joggamo potentially could have punished.
Ooh. A back and forth round here for Sentinels. I mean, obviously they have a plan in mind, but they've
Flash
already
to
given
make
G2
it
that
look
time
like
to
they're
set up,
checking over
understand it's not a
towards
rush,
B.
and kind of
They think they
position
just
themselves
reclipped
here
this.
further in sight to make sure they are ready for utility. So it's not about speed for Sen right now. They're trying to control and get ready for these ultimates.
This is interesting. A deeper wall. So you meant to hear it early, so you wanna try go into the op. Is that the full process? I'm not entirely
Already
sure.
Razor Vines playing counter.
Oh, over towards heaven, but they do it left to right, so you can get out.
Been kind of quiet on these past few rounds here, shut down by G2, but now awake here on round 19. And
Dude,
that
hard
Null Command is
retake.
going to give them a good amount of space here to hit this round. A big lurk from Zelsis could get some tags on people, but I think his timing is already the same as John Cutie, so not really much lurk anymore.
Oh, he got blinded too. Could move in somehow. Oh, G2's turning it around.
The distraction, he jumps in,
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
option,
big
not gonna be
distraction.
providing
Nice
too
shot
much
from
unless he's up
Joggamo.
top on heaven like
They
that.
know one more
And now it's the
over towards
3v2.
main man. Joggamo's doing a lot here. Damn, Joggamo did a lot. He did a lot. He got heavy shut down on attack. This is a nice round from him. 4v5 retake.
I was just
Dude,
about
what do
to
they
mention
use?
that
They use
G2 will be heavily
tail.
tested on how they can retake the
Tail.
site with Joggamo's up.
Uh-oh.
And somehow he still moves in just to find information first, and then comes in right after when his teammates are getting first bloods on a retake.
He's being the human
look at
decoy
what
as
he
well
can
to get his team kills. Hey, this
shot
is
towards
nice
the
though.
end.
Fair play.
A highlight reel.
No. You can see Kaplan knows it's getting away from him. It's too close for comfort
Yeah, it
here.
must be getting scary right now. Here comes the
And
second
that's going to
timeout.
be that final timeout for the side of Sentinels. Vans, how do you reset momentum like this? You can only tell the team that what they were doing was working. Right?
Do you know what I missed, chat? I missed
where Sentinels were
beginning of this
huge.
game, and they might
So
they
it's
might
gotta
change
be
them
off
up because of this,
beginning.
but I hope
Just
they don't.
pretend
The
you're
beginning of
attacking
this
with a
game,
retake.
Split
Right?
used to be
Is that
kind
it?
of
Is that
similar
easy?
to
No, it's
this.
not.
Like it was like
It's not
really
when you don't have the
defense-sided.
momentum
Like you were
that
getting
G2
like
has right now.
10-2s.
Right now for
I like
Sentinels
these maps in the game.
The wall has been a little bit of a pain point.
I don't think all the maps
The
need
very
to be
beginning
like
for Sentinels on
evenly
trying to
balanced, or like you
enter
can have
towards the
comps
main
that
of
are
the B site.
crazy strong
Didn't
on
work out.
defense.
Let's try to go for a little bit
Like
of
the
matrix
nukes on
and go for
CS
these
kind of
splits.
vibes
Denied now
split
by
at the beginning
the
of this
crunch
map,
that
but
G2's pulling in from the rotates on the defense.
I do like
You're
the
definitely
I
seeing
do like
here
the
that
games
pressure
where
that's
it's
being
like,
added on the side of Sentinels when
well,
they're
we
working
got
towards the middle.
3. That's
That
not too
G2's
bad.
rotate is not necessarily on flanks in the
I'm
front
not sure
of
Riot
catwalk.
does,
They're actually
but
playing back
I think
towards the
it's
defender's
pretty
spawn,
fun.
trying to scale back towards the market and try to fight back towards the spawn towards B. So there's potential here for John Cute. I mean, you're going to ask a lot for him to try to have the perfect calls
In
to
ranked, it's
manipulate
pretty
the
bad.
rotates
That is very
and to
true,
actually
though.
start
Yeah, that's
activating
true.
a little bit more alerts, maybe even towards the A main.
Yeah.
Force maybe a 1v1 into Leaf, and then maybe you have a chance to pull back now into a site hit that's a little bit cleaner and play at a man advantage.
I like that. Because I feel like Sentinels is playing back when, say, the Vice is more acting like a Killjoy with an alarm bot. They're just looking for alarm bot destruction, and then they go and do something else. When they're not getting that wall in mid, they're not able to mess with any utility, and G2 is just saying, hey, someone's outside the front door, we don't have to react yet.
Back
So I
boss
think a lot of
player.
what Sen's doing
Well.
is too telegraphed, a little too slow there. We saw Zekken dive into the site and capitalize on one. They just have to be able to keep that pressure. G2 is so on top of what Sentinels is doing. They're not really giving respect to those engages. It's being a pain point for Sen.
Yeah. And this is the first time as well that G2 was tested on into the retakes. Right?
Yeah,
The first time we're
right.
seeing a defuse coming in from G2 as well. And it was just a simple, well, I like to say simple, but they did have a good buddy system to run back into the site off the information that Joggermo's able to bring. If they're able to shut down Joggermo first, not necessarily on killing him, but making sure that he stays further back and cannot get
It's
the
a weird one
jump
for
in
everyone to have a
refrag
tech.
info
So
for
in the
team.
tech boys, not allowed to speak to anyone
Sentinels
as
might
well.
have a chance.
You're just alone
They
with your
haven't really had an
thoughts.
opportunity to really put narrate into these
You
post
just
plant
know
scenarios
that
that
it's
Trent
very
has
hard
been
to
doing
keep
so
your
well throughout this
minds
whole
like
series.
in the moment instead of
And despite that,
thinking
when I mentioned
of
that Trent, yes, had a
the
couple of whiffy
future or
rounds
even the
into this
past
third map of
when you've
Ascent,
had a lot of rounds
still
like
on top
this,
of the board, by
or
the
you
way,
had
for
a big
GT.
lead like this.
Yeah, 19 and 13 with 7 assists there too. The whole package.
You have
this
a little
game,
tech balls
for
after
sure,
a
coming in
4v5
from
retake
Trent.
as well.
15 and 13 for Zekken on the other side. I
Too
think everybody's
pansy.
really fragging in this game as you're close to double digits.
That's
just
criminal,
for every
man.
single player here.
Yeah, thanks, Pansy. Trying to catch up to you guys
Hey,
over
we
there.
need our orange slices and juice boxes, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
That said, though, if you're looking back to on the side of G2, remember on the first half, you've called it at some point. How they were so
When
good
are the EMEA games?
for
You don't
Sentinel's
know,
side to
dude.
shut down Joggimo on the
You
entries.
have no idea.
0-7 at some point.
Yeah.
In terms
First
of
blood,
attempts
first
on-
kill.
exactly. But now he's currently sitting at 10 and 13. You saw the triple kill he just had on that retake.
Yeah.
You don't want this guy to start activating, which is why probably Kaplan started calling these timeouts a little bit earlier, because you're starting to see a warm-up on the side of Jonah P. A warm-up
Op
on
is
the
still
side of
here,
Joggimo.
and
it's
this is
not
the
the right
devastating
time
thing
for
now
Sentinels to
for
cool down when they
Sentinels.
don't have any timeouts left to
There
work
go
with.
the Orns.
Jog with an early op. Not even refracted yet either. He's just going out
Yeah,
there.
we said
for
they
the
were going to have to
initial
start using their
take.
drone from further back because they got punished for using it
They
over
have an
towards
idea on the
here.
read
So
with all the pushes
it's
they're
having
doing
the
on tree and
conditions.
towards tiles here.
And this buy that they have for
Sentinels to
now, it
do,
doesn't even have a
and then that
drone to
Util
come
came
with, so
out,
they're
and now
actually
they haven't
investing a lot of
really
force
cleared
buy
that
into
much
this
of
round.
middle. And for a
Because
team that
Zekken
wants
has
to go
Bladestorm,
default
he
and
could be that pivotal
trigger this
piece
wall,
that allows your
not having
Sentinels to
any
turn
of this info is an
the
absolute
map back in their
nightmare.
favor, especially on their attack side.
So
He's
it
currently
was
moving
nice
here
from
towards his
G2,
A
that
side.
early
Sentinels are
punish
getting ready for a
really
time hit
sticking in
with
their
the
minds.
salvos of narrate for a split of a 3-2 towards this A site.
G2 are ready for the 1
pass
minute
and
take.
hold of short.
There goes the smoke towards A main to already slow. Valen is
Knife
trapped.
only hits the Omen.
0 point start to come out. They actually get tagged. Zekken takes one down, but Jonah P answers
They
with
didn't
two,
expect
and
the
three
foul
is
on
done.
short.
The pincer
Wait,
move
did he
is
not
no
flash?
longer there, and what's in sight has to hit like a brick. It does
Oh.
not.
Oh, the wall bang.
It does not. John Cutie coming up with 2. Sentinels feeling the pain on this one as they cannot get to the site with the spike. G2 just too strong. safety here for John Cutie.
Oh, this is dangerous,
He
though.
might realize that he's close from that ult, right? Because someone would have had to have used the info off of it.
Shorty just on his right.
Nah?
Will he think to check it? Looks into sight
Well.
first. That's 2 from Lee for the drive-by.
I thought maybe.
9 for G2, and like you said, that was SEN pushing themselves into a bye. We'll have to see what they can scrap up here on this next round.
But the convergence path, and then having Leaf moving forward, that was going to be dangerous. They still had util up towards that wall, and it seems as though the last 2 players were so separated between Jarimo and Leaf that there was a chance for your fragging IGL on the side of Sentinels to clutch that. Yeah, a nice little opening, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because of this push coming out from the
on short.
The util on both of the initiators from both teams have been really good for the defensive side, and it's so hard to deal against. Trying to go for a double swing potentially on the top of middle here from Sentinels after the drone spots the op from Jogimo. And they also spotted that wall, though. It's been pinged out right away.
They've got good util. They
Wait,
get
this
us refract out.
is a big round for Sentinels. They got the stingers and they have a free sight. Oh, G2 had a bit of a bad read on it.
One where they can start to come back. Let's see how G2
Full pass and
reacts.
fast here, then they might try flood onto the site.
They know that they have a clear path moving towards the A site. No
Oh,
walls to
this
stop
gets
them.
weird.
And Celsius places
It's
a
looking
nice
like one
wall
of the
for
better
the
goes
most
of it for Sentinels.
All 5
All
heaven.
goes in.
They are going to waterfall
Oh
into
my god,
sight.
this
They're gonna
Omen
be ready
flash
to
is
fire away.
deadly.
Jogamo hits
Salvos
one.
to
Already
force you
able
into
to
the
just
Omen
spread
flash.
out onto heaven here. The trades are in favor of Sentinels to start. Jogamo can't find that position to jump in just
Beef, man,
yet.
you gotta break
the
that
door's
wall.
broken and they need that extra attack point. There it
Starts
is. They draw
breaking
the
the
door
wall,
focus.
takes the distraction, pushes it. Oh, he shot. Oh, shots.
Find a way to do it.
Yeah, man. Dude, Teo, bro. Teo is so strong, man. Salvo, push him out into the open Omen flash. It was nice. I mean, it was a nice retake.
1 round away for G2 to tie this game. A stinger by for Sentinels, a stack towards hell, but wasn't enough to go for the ping pong swings to fight back against a retake of G2. And again, it's engaged and initiated by Jogimo at the top of heaven.
Wait, nice!
They are ready. They just want to get back into each round, Vans. They don't even want the end of the round time. Just start it again. You can see the G2's feeling it.
Sentinels had a plant. And now with the buy that they have is just small shields, regen shields, not the best in terms of armor to keep them alive in these fights. And they're trying to add a fight into main again.
Valen and team pop flash out. They're going to get the win here onto Sentinels, and they're
Big
going
fight,
for the
man,
throat.
with the Salvos behind it, flash in front.
They're going to just put that
Dude,
money
this is
back
their big
down
buy
to the
rounds.
gutter.
They got
There's
absolutely
G2
wrecked.
Go for the throat again.
This
You
is
have to
a
escape with only 6
crazy
HP
game,
remaining
man.
on Bang. The best thing you can do right now for Sentinels at this point
The
is to
best
try to
agent to try
salvage these
farming
orbs.
ranked. You have good aim.
Trying to build up
I mean,
the
if you
ult
actually
here
have
for
good
John
aim, then
Cutie.
like Rain or Clove. But
Bring this to potentially the
you're just
last
saying
2 rounds
you have good aim and you don't, then honestly, like
of this map.
I would say
to determine
Cypher's
the winner
like real easy,
of who
man.
qualifies to Toronto.
Cypher's really easy
They don't
to
even want to go towards B to try to pick it
farm.
up because they lost all that information towards middle in the very beginning.
just learn setups. That's it.
So now it's just, okay, use this minute right now for John Cutie. There's no more timeouts left for Kaplan. It's all up to the IGL to try to call out the next 2 rounds.
Good game sense, but bad aim, Cypher, dude.
And this type of play from G2 continues to just remind us and instill that pedigree that they bring to the table in situations where it looks impossible.
30 seconds
They're
left.
still able to make
Decent,
it
but not
happen.
crazy aim. Dude, try
Tying up the game
Cypher.
with this one, still got work
If
to
you
do,
watch a lot
but
as well and you learn
momentum
how to
is
lurk, you're
fully
gonna farm in
in
ranked.
favor of G2 here.
And then on
As they
defense,
string
everyone just
another
runs
round
into
together.
trips.
And that will tie up the game. 11 to 11. We wish for a good series, and we're getting it so far.
They're kind of on their own as well. They got no
Again,
more
at the beginning of this
timeouts.
round, you
Dude,
saw
they
that
need
Sentinels
to
were
break.
trying to
They need
pull out a
to
little bit
trigger
of a
this
scrap
wall
book
at
from
middle.
G2.
I
Going
think.
for the salvos to take control of
The
wide,
problem
yeah,
is
in
that
front of
when they
sight.
well,
look at
not
the answer back of
not the
G2.
Sentinels know this,
That
but
other
when they
teams haven't really
pressured
doing
middle
instead.
like they
When
were
G2
gonna try and
continuously
trigger the
has
wall,
the
we had a
full
full
initiator
pass and
util to
rotate
pull
ready
the
to go
main.
punish
The
middle.
counter salvos to come across
So
and a pop flash towards
that's what I'm a
smoke.
little bit worried
Right, you
about.
can't
But
even get your Omen TP over
I think
at
they
that
could
point.
even
One
go
of the-
back and
one
try
of the
use their
biggest
own
things
drone
about taking
spot.
that A main
They
control
go
to
back to
have
what
the
they
double
used to.
peek. So yeah,
That one
everything
round's
is
just
being
in their
shut
mind.
down. Super smart plays here, getting mastermind towards the end of the series. Map 3, all the stops being pulled out and the last bits of the strat book being flipped, the last pages.
And right now towards this B main, you have Zelsis potentially trying to throw a flash, but no, he's going to fall back instead. I was going to say that's a perfect
This is
position
what we're
for
talking about. The
Jogmo to
drone
be
doesn't
at
get
to
as
just
much
get
space,
an
but it still gets a lot of
avoid the
space.
flash and get a pick with the
They're
up-force
taking
main.
the space, so this is good. This is honestly probably the better
All
10
right.
seconds they've had of most of the rounds.
Ooh.
There we go. Okay, now they got to actually hold someone middle, so the sights are weaker.
The jet.
Yeah, they know that's
Working
a
it.
fake. And this is what we kind of talked about before too, Vans, is that's not
Smoke
enough
on
to be
short,
faking
pressure
G2 out
short,
right
back
now.
towards the B
Because they
split.
bring the fight to tree. Just
have
right
no-
in there. They're not even worried.
No
So much
info
utility has
about
been
main
used
as
at the very
well.
beginning, though, from both
This one might
initiators,
work.
and the upshot missed, though, from
This
Darmo
one might
towards B
work.
main.
A rarity.
Looking good.
But all of that util expends
How many
here
smokes we
towards the
got?
side of G2.
Okay, one.
Now this is
So
an
they gotta
opening for
prioritize
Sen
spawn.
to go for the mid to B split.
They finally go through the door on this one.
Dude,
They've
isolated
been
one on
tempting
site.
it.
Juggerman needs
They've
to kill
been
him.
trying. They squeeze through that choke point. Do
Dude, they
go
went for the
Joggamo's in
fast
back, though.
rotate and the
operator's
knife
gonna
hit
be
that
tough
Omen,
in
so the
that
Omen all
close
got
spot.
cancelled.
The knife hit him. So they know he's towards that back. But they're wasting so much
They
time for
gotta take
Sentinels. Exactly. G2 could flip back in this fight.
There's one.
Shot.
There's no help for that. One dry peek by Narrate to go in. A second one, they try to get a bit of util. The flash, Arcros goes down. Jogmo
Ooh,
can't get another one.
big.
Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site, but they don't know how close G2 is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
And so much time's been wasted. Trent may have salvos very soon. As I mentioned, he just has it up. Here comes the flood back into the site.
Always in the iPad for him. Ready to attack. Flash goes over. Hide from Zekin keeps him safe. And he's the only one on stairs as Zelsis is
Zelsis
trained
has a
on
flash.
that lane side.
The only thing Sentinels has is his flash.
Flash turned. And that's going to be another
Nicely
round.
done, man.
4K for
Nicely
Bang,
done.
and
Much
that's what it
better,
takes to
though.
get 'em to
Much
game
better.
point.
This was like by far their best round in the first 10 seconds as she took
That
space on
one
middle with the
flash that
drone.
was remaining there for Zelsis. Pops it.
Hey, one
allows
chance.
For him to get 2
Been a while
assists,
since they've had
and
a round,
Sentinels
totally.
just fight back on the foot of G2. All the util was ready for G2 to move in as a group. And look at the position towards the end. Bang once again. Stepping up to the plate when needed.
Okay, problem is they're going to try and do this again over
run
towards
away
middle, and
of
G2 will have a
qualifying
punish on
Toronto.
middle and probably save the Wolf's sight.
What's
Yeah,
it gonna
okay.
take?
But they
Jogmo
should
gets the
know
operator
this.
back out for the
This is a
hard line.
real
He's gonna
test of
go
the calling
straight
here.
in.
They should know there's a
And
punish towards
Sentinels
middle.
is going to tempt it. The smoke just at mid keeps Jogmo from opening the round with a kill here, but he's waiting inside for
Oh,
that
there,
party.
yeah, okay, they're expecting it.
And G2 haven't really been doing this so far. Not with the op at least. And Jarmo will try to get it done. That's his
Crazy committed
responsibility here.
pause, but obviously you can dash into
Spots a couple pairs towards Sabrosa.
pizza from here, right? Yes.
Jaws just trying to find that timing.
There.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That's Narrate down. That's no salvos to open up the site towards the tree. So you can't manipulate the map so far for Sentinels.
G2 win this. They flip us into overtime and reset the sides. Everybody's defense has been stronger, it seems, so far. So we're going to get a hell of a
then
back
got
and
out
forth
of
if it
there.
does happen.
And they don't know where the wall
Sentinels
is, but obviously he was playing middle, so they should.
Back
I mean, they might think
towards
it's
the
like,
A
yeah.
side now. They've chosen correctly, but that only depends on how well Valen and Jonah P want to pop off here.
Valen still has a flash to delay, and Jonah could throw a knife and even Molly towards the tree.
One.
Yeah,
Valen
as long as they all stay
starts the
alive now, they'll
pop-off.
just
The fuse
retake
is lit
together.
here for G2. With overtime on the
Oh, they used the
horizon,
Omen
they
flash
have
early.
5 members to retake this site from just the 3 of Sentinels. And Zelsis makes it 4
Maybe.
members of G2.
They're gonna deal with the Teo stuff,
Get back on the
obviously.
other side of
But
the wall. Huge play. Definitely not going to expect this. Maybe the timing is
oh
reset
man,
for Jogamo now. But Zelsis goes for
Zelsis
the
might have
deeper
he
reset
might
here.
have given him a good go
Now
at
he
this.
knows the drop is there. Second answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more.
What a sick map this was. Dude, what an absolute sick map. He's trying to pick them both up, dude.
A beautiful fight for Sentinels in the last round. Taking
Dude,
all
what
the
a
rounds of
game this
regulation
was.
in order to
That was
qualify
awesome to
Toronto,
watch, man.
Converting a 3 versus 5.
That was awesome.
Facing the adversity, going into potentially overtime,
Oh, that
but
was
they
sick.
shut
What a
down
sick
G2
map.
at the right moment with the shining
was
stars
so
of
fun.
Sentinels denying G2's
Dude,
easy
lower
track
bracket for
to qualify.
G2.
A kickoff
Bro, it's gonna
revenge.
get crazy.
A hard-fought last map. The timeout so necessary from Kaplan there to correct what was happening, and Sentinels show us a revenge
Not
match
Dapper.
that they have wanted since
I think
kickoff.
Gunter looks like Dapper.
A team here for Sentinels who bombed
There
out
was some good prep
Masters
into this.
Bangkok.
This was
A
awesome
slow
to watch,
start that they
man.
had during kickoff, and
That
they needed
delivered.
to
That
iron
really
things
delivered.
out.
Stay for the interview.
Celsius
Yeah,
mentioned it, Naren mentioned it. They needed to just talk and be better inside and outside of the server. And it turned things around
was
here in the
awesome, man.
midpoint of that first split. And they've been up and up ever since.
Okay, Sentinels,
seems to be
Toronto,
back for
nice.
sure with Zelsis.
MIBR Sentinels.
Absolutely. And the playoff buff is
Dude,
there
that
for
lower
Sen, it
bracket's
seems.
scary right now.
With everyone coming out, narrate, having his rounds. As you said, Zelsis, their second is frying. John Cutie coming into play in the clutch rounds that he needed to, as well as Bang, super showing a playoff buff.
Zelsis and the crew over at Sentinels are able to win this one over and give a chance here for John Cutie, the honorary Canadian that flew away from the MENA region from Morocco, moving to Montreal to pursue a career in Valorant, joining the ranks of M80, playing from Montreal, and now has a chance to play in a quote-unquote home crowd in Toronto, Canada. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fans following Sentinels here on their road towards this Masters International of Toronto. I mean, look at this, Riv. It's been such a good series overall, back and forth. Almost even an overtime push coming through here until,
We have a 1
unfortunately,
minute video
a
of the
3v5
MIBR players so we can
came
watch.
through
Okay,
from
yeah.
heroic plays of Sentinels right over
Let's
here.
listen to most of the Sentinel stuff and then we'll check it out at
we
the end and
saw
then we'll rate someone.
Where it took the team looked great, but it definitely took a lot of star power in single rounds here, and then the sum of the parts coming together. So many awesome clutch plays, so many rounds you did not think would go the way of the team that was down on members. And crazy stuff. You see exactly what it means to send.
When he tried
what
to
it
pick
means
them
to
both up,
Celsius.
it's
They talk
cracking
about
me up.
how young
Dude, he
this
did it though,
squad
respect,
is in
man.
age. Not that they haven't grown over the stage, but that they have a lot to work on. And it feels like they locked down a lot of those things they felt might have been problems, which are now successes.
And you see the sigh of relief towards the end for Zelsis too, because remember, this was a third map that was a 10-2 lead for Sentinels.
Yeah.
And G2 were coming back in the
That's
second
awesome.
half. It started with a forced buy from a Stinger that almost brought this into overtime. And that could have been a different story
Dude,
written by
banger
G2
game,
if it actually
though.
did go into
What a
overtime.
banger
And almost
game.
in history, we've never had a 10-2 comeback, so they were this close in VCT Americas from making that happen, which is absolutely crazy. Sentinels,
Ah, it's
they
an
do
impressive
show
year
that they
from
can come
Sentinels
out
already.
and stop G2's momentum, and I think that's one of the big things is when teams
Doing
start to
good.
fall prey to that, it seems like the game is over.
Yeah, and you mentioned like also at the same time we saw the reactions from Narrate, for example, in these moments where
Their-
you
got
talked
their
about the
bad maps
emotion.
good as
He looked
well.
so good on that map of Ascent.
Yeah.
Knowing where the hits are coming from G2, and also is a key player now to this roster.
Well, let's see what they have to say about the game themselves. We're
G2,
gonna send it
and that-
down
yeah,
to
G2 gave us a
Elizabeth
map
at
as
the
well,
stage
yeah.
for the Verizon post-match interview with the Sentinels.
Good shit.
Sen City, I know you're here. Give it up for your Sentinels! And I am joined by some of the men of the hour whose heart is racing right now. Zelsis and Kaplan. I mean, you had our heart racing out there. It was back and forth. I have 2 cards in my hand. I didn't know who I was going to interview. So Kaplan, I'm going to go to you first. You had to take those timeouts almost back to back. It was scary. You were just talking about, I should have done this, I should have done that. When it gets to 12, what are we thinking? What's the emotion? Do we think it's going to go to overtime? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm pumped. It's even going to go to overtime. Another chance to speak to the boys. I know they get a relief when we hit OT. That feeling when you hit 12, it's a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah. Well, something I want to ask you is that, Bangkok didn't go as planned. I saw the Sunbites video where you spoke to them and just, let's just have fun. I'm sorry I didn't say this before, but let's just have fun. Now, you'll be going to Toronto. Is it still fun, or is it game on? We showed you a different side of us in Bangkok, but now we're going to show you who the Masters Madrid champions are.
I think sorry, it's not the fun answer. We learned our lesson. We're gonna be patient. We're just gonna make sure we keep good composure in Toronto and don't overwhelm ourselves, just one step at a time.
Now, something I want to ask you, I almost called you Kaplan. You're not Kaplan. Zelsis is, I actually interviewed Emmy, which you saw during the halftime break, and he is smiling right there, over there, pointing. He said I asked him to leave you a message, and he said, very simply, I love you.
I love you too.
Well, speak to him. Yeah.
I love you too, Emmy. But I mean, Cap's my guy. Sorry.
Oh my God. Now you're going to be with MIBR as two of our Masters Toronto representatives. Who do you think will be joining you, or who do you want to join you?
Oof.
Yeah, I'll take G2. I'd love to play him again. Try to make it cleaner next time.
No. Who's joining us to Toronto?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what.
I think G2's finding their way, and we'll smoke them there.
We'll smoke them there. I mean, Kaplan, to be fair, this was very close. To be very fair, your player's about to have a heart attack, Kaplan. We have to go to a cardiologist after this. But to go to you obviously, Masters Madrid, Jordan, you were pretty emotional. We saw you almost near tears. Bangkok obviously didn't go the way you were hoping. Going into Masters Toronto, going in there with the love of Emmy, the love of your fans, what is your emotion going into that?
I mean, I'm the same as like when we were in Bangkok. Like, I just want to have fun. It's like I've given my whole life to like competing like in esports. So I think like Cap said, like we overwhelm ourselves a lot just because we want to win and we're super hard workers. But like I think just having fun and enjoying like the moment we're in is like the most important thing.
Well, congratulations one more time. Give it up for a hard-fought win by your Sentinels.
By the Sentinels bundle.
And by the Sen bundle, we have match point coming up with John Cutie and Zekin.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here. I got John Cutie as well as Zekin as we are going to play a fun game, a new game. It's called Eyes and Ears. Okay, so it's going to require coordination and teamwork.
I don't want to predict anything against EG these days, man.
Why not? Right?
Ask me about another game, dude.
One person has the monitor, John, and the other has the keyboard and mouse, Zekin. So
I don't know what to play CG, man.
Together to navigate to a site.
I think EG don't look good, and then they just turn into the best players I've ever seen.
Let's see how fast you can do it.
I don't want to talk about EG.
A site. It will be on A site.
Okay, Zach, go on your right. Go to A main.
Go to A main.
Go straight and
where
right.
Am I now? T-spawn?
You're on your spawn, yeah, T-spawn.
This is great because obviously
you're hitting a wall. Go forward. Go forward.
Let's actually show the.
Turn your mouse to the right.
Gotta make sure he doesn't.
No, it's just. Oh, your sense is still alive. Turn again. Turn left. Turn left. Left. Jump because you're stuck in the chairs. Go forward. Go left now. Left. Another 90 from left. Yep. Go straight.
Yep.
I'll tell you degrees. 90 degrees on your right.
Chat, when you guys talk about your you guys in ranked, honestly, this is how I envision you playing.
You're at the orb A main. You're at the orb A main. Now you need to turn right because you're looking at bike. Go straight. Turn a bit on the right.
Oh.
Look, this is the kind of movement that goes through my head.
Actually, very impressive.
Go straight. Wait, stop. Turn on your left. Just turn.
What
mouse
is
so I
this
can see
flame?
snipers there. Your mouse, turn left. He's not there. Okay, go straight now on site.
Bacon, Bacon. Well, Bacon's moved. Bacon's got better movement than this.
You're like artist.
I'll give you a hint. Yeah. He's by a grass garden more so than the site.
Okay, go to the door. Go turn left just a little bit on your mouse.
Relax yourself, man. There's resets of ranks. What can I do?
Go on the right. No. Turn your mouse left.
Yeah.
Turn your mouse left 90 degrees.
90 degrees, yeah.
Yeah. Hit W 3 times. Hit the whiskey button.
1, 2, 3.
Again. That was
1, 2, 3.
Nice.
This is impressive.
Go right.
Walk right or turn?
Look right. Sorry. Look right.
Diamond 3. Dude, chat. Rank resets and I played once.
Okay.
Relax
turn
yourselves.
Your mouse like 90 degrees behind you.
90 degrees behind.
On the right. Sorry. Turn on the right.
A lot of 90 degrees.
Can you see the TV? No, it's behind him.
Do we need to?
You gotta shoot him. Take him out.
Okay.
Can you hit him? You gotta guide the
move
aimer.
your like mouse 90 degrees to the left.
90 degrees every time.
90 degrees to the left again. Go up. On the right now, a little bit. You're almost aiming him. Yes, shoot. You kill him.
Boom. Boom. There he goes. We made Toronto. Yeah. Winning on the stage. Winning here as well. Come on, join me over at the chairs, fellas. Wow. Congratulations on a wild game that I just went to the doctor recently, told me I had high blood pressure. You guys didn't help me out there because that was a wild matchup. Walk me through you get down to the wire. It's what was it, 11-11 I think, or you got to that point. What are you telling the team in the comms?
I mean, we're saving 11-10. Tell them, boys, this is a fake comeback. We've been here before. It's a fake comeback.
Yeah.
And like, shout out to the boys. Like, everyone kept believing. Nobody will like
not listening to the calls or like hesitating or like, no, we should do this, like full trust.
Yeah.
Everyone believed like we just needed to get in a good position. And like shout out to G2, like they made it hard for us, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of you guys played an incredible game, without a doubt. That's a championship level matchup in any occasion, right? But for Zekin, you just were on fire, brother. It's crazy. Actually, Bren had the best line ever. You like do things and then everyone else just gets up and they just like pop off for you. How does it feel to know that whenever you do something miraculous, which happens to be like on a regular basis, that these boys are always there having your back?
It feels great. I mean, I got the best teammates in the world on my corner, and I do a little highlight, and Jordan, my minion, jumps up for me and just starts slamming the other team.
My minion.
You like call him like a Pokemon. You're just like,
I just throw him out. He's like screaming at the other team. It feels amazing.
I think Sen is in form, dude. We've been saying Sen's in form for a while. Ever since Narrate and Bang started. Honestly, ever since they moved Bang to the middle seat, it's looked kind of different.
Not unfamiliar
Because
territory.
those are the two that weren't really playing up to how good they can be
Let what
playing.
happened in Bangkok happen here in Toronto, or do you feel like that was just a different team and you guys have looked past that?
Yeah, that was definitely a different team. I feel like
For a while,
that
but
was,
I
like,
picked
the
G2.
lowest
I
point
mean,
of
yeah.
our team.
Yeah.
And I think our improvement this
Too
past
much.
2 months is like crazy.
When they started losing, like they had to lose one fast.
Would you say that was like
Saying
you
that,
guys?
I said MIBR would
Because I
beat him, but
remember, I think it was Kaplan said you guys were having some hard conversations and you were really talking to one another like sternly about what you need to get done. Was that it? Was that the thing that you needed to have happen? That difficult chat?
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the team cares a lot. Like, there isn't like anyone that like has problems with others. Like, everyone cares a lot. We just needed like the right recipe and like people playing like certain roles and like people getting comfy with their teammates. Like, we knew from the get-go like this team is gonna like scale up and get like at peak form in champs.
Yeah.
And then already right now, like for Toronto, we're at a very good spot. And like as you've seen, like everyone has improved individually.
Yeah.
The team looks way more cohesive.
Yeah.
We were like just looking at very random in Bangkok. So. I feel like we're more than ready for Toronto.
For you in particular, though, is this cool? Because I know that you're from Montreal, right? Or you lived in Montreal.
Toronto, nah, 3 spots.
So is it kind of cool just to head back to
So
Canada
MIBR
and play in
SEN
front of
and then
the,
+1.
the Canadian crowd?
No, I'm very excited. Like I have 2 brothers that live in Montreal. I have like 4 uncles, my cousins. Like they're probably all gonna be there. Like I'm very glad. Like to be honest, like this was one of the most stressful matches for me.
Yeah.
Because there was like a lot on the line.
Yeah,
for
I
me.
believe it. Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm so happy. I can't believe it.
That's amazing. Zekin, for you, before we wrap things up, you've been through the ups and downs with the Sentinels organization for quite some time now, and this is an incredible up. I mean, you guys really pulled through in the end. The crowd losing their minds. Is this like one of those moments that as a pro player, you're like, man, you live for the moment, you live for this stuff?
It definitely makes the job like super fun. Like it's very stressful when you're in the match and actually playing it and they're coming back like 11-10, 10-11-11.
Yeah.
But like that moment of elation, it really makes it all worth it. Like it's incredible.
Seeing Zelsis get up and just that energy pop off, right? It was all of you guys, but wow, it was an amazing thing. And congratulations, seriously. You're representing Americas in Toronto. And of course, that means that day 3 of playoffs is coming to a close. And we have 2 teams who have qualified for Masters Toronto, and it's MIBR and Sentinels. But you guys will also be facing off against one another.
Crew
Any thoughts on
EG.
MIBR, John? Because this, man, they look
I mean,
really
G2
good today.
should be
Yeah,
okay,
they're very
right?
strong. Like they're our boys. We had the same office.
They're our
so, like,
neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they are. So we're very close to them. But
So that means you could sabotage like their plumbing. They could do the same to you.
Well, the problem is we share the same bathroom, so if we sabotage the plumbing, it's like self-set, but it's fine. We'll figure it out.
You guys, you know what? Just have Rob get you guys a porta potty on the outside, and then you clog the toilet.
That's
Boom.
a great idea.
Yeah, I got you guys covered. See, that's why I wasn't successful as a pro player. Now, of course, that means that tomorrow we're going to be
versus
heading to
EG?
the
Dude, it
lower
actually
bracket
might be.
for 2 more elimination matches, and we have
Dude,
our top
imagine
4 second place. It's gonna be
EG qualify
Kruvisa
over
versus
G2.
Evil Geniuses, and then we have G2 Esports versus 100 Thieves.
That
Y'all
was
want to give me a
it.
little prediction?
It
Who
would
you
be
think's going to win those
absolutely
games?
mental.
Let's see. We got G2 100 Thieves.
G2.
G2?
Beat Crew last time, 2-0 pretty fast. I don't think they could do it again though. I think it's crew 2-1.
Is the rematch buff?
G2 crew.
So G2 crew. Oh boy. All right. Well, you heard it here from Zekin and John
what I'd be
QT,
going
guys.
with.
Thank you so much as always for joining me, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. Can't wait to see you guys kick all the asses in Toronto. It's going to be
Man, that was
amazing. But for
impressive
now,
from
though, that's going to
Sentinels.
do it for us
Dude,
here
this was
today.
just a fun
And we'll
game
see
to
you
watch,
guys
man.
very
There's some
soon.
really good,
Shout out to the
pretty good
Moose.
maps.
Shout out to the maple syrup that I chugged. And this is your Samsung SSD fast replay. See you tomorrow.
In 2 parts. Station below.
The lower bracket round 4 rematch from kickoff just a couple of months ago between MIBR and
Wait,
Crew.
where did I get
The
the
stakes could not be any
translation?
bigger than this. Toronto is up for grabs. MIBR in a position to take an
Oh
8-4
my
half.
goodness,
Can they
dude.
convert this? Verno has gotten
I
much,
thought it was
much
done
closer.
on the screen.
He's got 2 on the round. He gets them all himself. MIBR in 8-4 half. Burnham and Shannon close by. They're going to force him into that fight. He's going to find his one. Still outnumbered. Still outgunned. Crew gets to fight. Cortesia misses his window, and now the pressure's on him.
Yeah, I won't play the video. I think I'll just read it.
70 HP, and he stands tall. He's going to wait it out.
Let's lower this one a little bit. The MIBR had an interview on their stream, and Cortesia got asked, what does this mean to you? And he says, I can't even explain, man. I'm very touched. Hadn't had time to cry yet. Last year I thought about giving up. I prayed a lot, didn't know if that's what God held for me, and everything unfolded so fast. Now he's here, living the dream, very, very happy. But he's gonna hold the tears. Then the interviewer says you can cry. If there's a moment to cry, this is it. And there's so much to evolve still. You deserve all of this. What about you, Art? And then Arton says this feeling is, I don't know how to describe it. It hasn't sunk in yet, honestly. It's a lot to digest. I'm very, very happy. Not everyone knows what I've been going through this year, my personal life and my family. So I dedicate this win to my mum and my dad. Kinda sick. Dude, this is like a... And this is where like I try and be very nice to the players as well, because they sacrifice a lot. Like you sacrifice your whole life, and a lot of the time you get some like gold players that are flaming you for a reason they don't even understand, and that's like why I try and keep it nice here. So yeah, it's cool once we actually get to see like more of the stuff that the players actually like talking about, the stuff that they commit like their lives to. And that's kind of what it kind of sucks about the EMEA stuff as well, because they deserve better than what's going on over there also with tech balls, etc. Dude, Artin had a crazy run, right? Because he was on the team before and they were getting beaten down.
This is the biggest fight right here.
Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. The clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away. Jonah P grabs for his
It's pretty cool from him as well.
Joggamo answers with 1, and we stay at half. 2v4. Jonah P has 1. Can't find a second as narrate locks that in.
Oh, he IGLs, yeah, now look at him. Now look at him. Okay, chat, give me a streamer. Give me a streamer. For those that want to watch more games, we are live in 5.5 hours. We have Pacific playoffs. Upper bracket, right? Upper bracket, we could see who qualifies for Toronto as well.
They know now that there's 2 players fighting for Spain.
That's 2 kills. 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven.
The upper bracket, yeah, qualification games. When's EMEA continuing? Mate, I got no idea, dude. I have no idea what's going on. Hey, you guys are normally spamming streamer names. I got no streamer names. What's going on here? Type your mates' names or something. My pick'ems? Yeah, my pick'ems are pretty wrecked at the moment. I did not think Sentinels were going to look this good on some of these maps. Vash, she's going to do an interview with Zalsis. That's perfect. Have G2 going on a lower bracket run though, so in terms of my pick'ems, that might save me a little bit. My MIBR believer. Is he typing as he sings?
I'm a 30-year-old dirtbag. I'll tell you that.
I'm just a teen. Oh
This guy, man. Okay, Okay. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. I will see you in about 5.5 hours if that's your time zone, if you want to watch Pacific. If not, we'll be here for Americas for these games that are on your screen. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you all. Bye, everyone. Bye. Of course, guys, thank you for the kind words as well. Thank you. Bye, people. Bye. YouTube, thanks so much for being here as well. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. And I'll see you for the next games. Bye, everyone.